You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 62 by Rudolf Steiner, 14 lectures, entitled Results of Spiritual Research, translated by Simon Blaxland-DeLange. This is Lecture 1, given in Berlin on the 31st of October, 1912, and it is entitled, How is Spiritual Science Refuted? As in previous winters, it has been made possible for me to give a number of lectures about spiritual science here at this place in the course of the winter season. It will be apparent from the program that the initial purpose of these lectures is to encompass what spiritual science has to say from its standpoint about the question of life. That the transition will then be made to shedding light on some important cultural phenomena and issues, and on outstanding figures, such as Raphael and Leonardo da Vinci. And that finally something will be said regarding the relationship of spiritual science to a number of matters concerning the intellectual life of our present times. These lectures will be inaugurated today in a quite distinctive way. The intention is to present at the outset not what can be said by way of consolidating and strengthening this spiritual research, but on the contrary, what possible objections of a more significant nature can be brought to bear against it. It lies in the nature of things that because of circumstances peculiar to our present times, and because of several other factors, this spiritual research attracts much hostility. But nothing would be more inappropriate to this spiritual research than if it were to succumb to fanaticism, and so to speak, only wanted to see what can be adduced on its behalf from the standpoint of its representatives. Fanaticism must, and we shall see the reasons why this is said, lie far removed from this spiritual research. Therefore it must, more than is perhaps necessary in any other case, give thought to understanding the objections of its opponents, and indeed it must tolerate them up to a certain point. And it must come to understand that a whole number of thoroughly worthy present-day seekers after truth are not able to ally themselves with it. It has been my custom, those who have attended previous lectures will know this, and this custom will be continued in subsequent ones, at the same time to consider possible objections to any statements that I may make. I shall today anticipate some of the more significant and weighty objections. For objections against what can be said from the standpoint of spiritual research indeed emerge not merely from opponents, but in any conscientiously undertaken spiritual research, a person who has engaged in such an endeavor himself feels that at every moment he is presented with these possible objections. Moreover, because the truths of spiritual research must be attained and struggled for within the soul, there is a sense in which one has also developed a counterweight to such objections as may have occurred to one, and there are distinct advantages in being clear in advance about anything that may be open to objection. I do not consider it to be my task to enter here into those objections or alleged criticisms that can, so to speak, be found on the street or are the product of sheer fantasy, but rather to take account of the objections which anyone in our time who is sincerely seeking truth can himself make out of the spiritual foundations of our present age, and even to a certain extent must make. I shall also not concern myself with much that is often referred to today as spiritual research or theosophy. For it has to be admitted from the outset that what appears today as theosophy is not really something to celebrate. However, what has been and will be presented here shall indeed be taken into account in the objections that I shall consider today. But if we are wanting to involve ourselves in such objections, much of what has been said in the course of the previous cycles, and will come to expression in the coming lectures, will need to be drawn upon, at least in outline. We shall therefore briefly call to mind what is meant here by spiritual research, as regards its content and its sources. To begin with, spiritual science can in general be characterized by saying that it is based upon the standpoint that it must reach beyond everything that a person may perceive through his senses, and is able to discover by means of a science that is founded primarily upon the senses, and on a reasoning power that draws its conclusions from the senses. 2. The spiritual causes of what can be apprehended by the senses and investigated by the intellect, so that everywhere behind these sense-perceptible phenomena it does not only acknowledge, but endeavors to prove the existence of a spiritual world in which there reside the causes of everything that the senses can perceive and the intellect can study. This spiritual science can be distinguished from many other spiritual disciplines of both past and present through the fact that it does not merely seek to assert in a general hypothetical way that there is a spiritual world beyond the senses and the ordinary faculties of understanding, but proceeds on the basis that man is capable of developing his cognitive powers and soul forces in such a way that they can gain insight into a spiritual world, which they could not achieve without this development. Hence, not only the possibility of a spiritual world, but the knowledgeability of such a world is the distinctive quality of this spiritual research, or anthroposophy, if that is what we wish to call it. That with the particular nature of the soul forces and cognitive powers that people ordinarily possess, if we may put it thus, it would not be possible to penetrate into the spiritual world is something that can be acknowledged from the start. But to claim that these cognitive powers cannot be developed in such a way that once they had been raised to this higher standpoint, they would be just as capable of perceiving the spiritual world as eyes are in perceiving the world of the senses, is disputed by spiritual science. With this we have already arrived at the sources of this spiritual research. These sources become available to the soul when through inner work, through inner development, and I have often spoken here about the methods of this inner development, it raises itself to a higher vantage point as regards its perception. Then, in apposition to the sense world that surrounds us, spiritual science makes manifest another spiritual world, from whence the true causes of all sensory phenomena originate. By investigating the spiritual world, we come to regard man as a far more complicated being than he is for ordinary sensory or narrowly intellectual perception. We come to see man as a four-membered being. That which one calls the physical body is regarded by spiritual research only as part of the whole of man's being. The ordinary life of the senses can observe this physical body. The reasoning faculties can understand it. This sensory body is the object of ordinary science. For a large part of our modern experience, the physical body is the totality of man's being. For spiritual scientific research, it is only one part out of four members of this human nature. In addition to this physical body, spiritual research distinguishes the so-called etheric body or life body, which is incorporated in the physical body. But it does not speak of this etheric body or life body as though it were accessible only to the intellect, but in such a way that the developed soul forces are capable of beholding it, just as a developed eye, EYE, can perceive the colors blue or red, whereas a colorblind eye is unable to perceive these colors. And it then speaks of the necessary conclusion that occurs, namely that the physical body naturally disintegrates with death through the forces that are specific to it, because the forces that belong to the physical body bring about its decomposition, its disintegration, and are only held together because during the time of life between birth and death, the etheric body or life body, which fights continuously against the disintegration of the physical body, is incorporated in it. Only when the separation from the etheric body occurs, with the moment of death, does the physical body proceed in accordance with its own forces, which then, because they work in their particular fashion, bring about its decomposition. Man has his physical body in common with the whole mineral, lifeless world. He has his etheric body in association with all living things, with the whole of the plant world. However, spiritual science does not stop there. It recognizes a third member of human nature, which is as independent as the physical body. We do not need to stumble over particular terms. They will be explained, and have already been partially explained. It is the astral body that is distinguished as the third member. This is the real bearer of passions, desires, impulses, emotions, hence of everything that we call our soul body, which unfolds its activity in our inner being. And in spiritual research, we again distinguish from this astral body the actual bearer of the ego. Whereas man has the astral body in common with everything that can develop emotions and passions and an inner life of ideas, as exists, for example, in the animal world, he has the fourth member of his being, the bearer of the ego, as the crown of his personal nature in his own right. For spiritual research, man's being consists initially of the physical body, the etheric body, the astral body, and the bearer of the ego. It further transpires, for anyone who is able to gain insight into the spiritual world, that a large part of the life's circumstances to which we are subjected is distinguished from ordinary life, namely the time that we spend asleep. Sleep is distinguished for the spirit researcher from waking life, in that when someone is asleep, the bearer of his ego and his astral body are separated from his etheric body and physical body. The two latter members remain in bed, as a plant-like form, while the bearer of the ego, together with the astral body, its emotions, impulses, capacities for forming ideas, and so forth, withdraw from the physical and etheric bodies during sleep, and then develop a life of their own in a self-subsisting spiritual world. For a normal person today, however, ordinary life is impossible when the ego and astral body are thus in a withdrawn state during sleep. Because they have no organs with which to perceive their surroundings, they do not have eyes and ears as does the physical body. Thus it is impossible that the astral body and ego perceive the world in which they find themselves. The higher development of the soul consists precisely in that the astral body and ego become capable of developing organs in order to perceive their environment, and that a state can thereby arise for the spirit researcher in which he perceives the spiritual world. Thus, in addition to the waking state and the state of sleep, he also has a waking state of sleep, if we may refer to it in this way, which is that condition whereby the spirit researcher can perceive the spiritual world to which man owes his true origin. Thus spiritual science tries to explain from spiritual facts the transition that a person makes every 24 hours between waking and sleeping. A further aspect for spiritual science is that it approaches the great riddle of death and life. That is, in other words, the question that so stirs the human heart, the question of man's immortality. Spiritual science comes to the realization that man's true spiritual being is not merely a result of his physical organization, but an independent entity and essence belonging to a spiritual world which builds up the physical body, which exists before birth, indeed before conception, and from the first moment that a human individual enters into existence as a germinal cell, works as an upbuilding force upon his organism. This is, in other words, the soul's spiritual essence, the truly active and upbuilding force that brings to a person an organizing principle for his entire life, that bears only the fruits of his life's experiences through the gate of death, and makes with death the transition to a spiritual world, in order then to have further experiences, and which then organizes a new physical body for a further life, in order to undergo a new life, and to repeat the cycle. Spiritual science speaks, in other words, of repeated earth lives. It speaks of repeated earthly lives in such a way that we look back from our present embodiment within sensory existence to other incarnations in the past, but also look into the future to subsequent incarnations of our essential being. Thus we divide the entirety of human life into a life between birth and death and another life, which for the senses and the ordinary reasoning powers takes its course purely spiritually between death and the next birth. But spiritual science conceives of this not in an eternally recurring way, but such that it recognizes these repeated earthly lives to be only intermediate states, whereas the entirety of human life goes back to a primordial spiritual source which preceded all life, the whole of planetary existence, so that earthly lives had their beginning in a condition where man emerged from a purely spiritual existence, and that once the necessary conditions have been fulfilled, he will enter again into purely spiritual states, which will include the fruits of everything that he has undergone through a succession of earthly lives. This is, to be sure, only an outline, which will be filled out in the coming lectures with distinctive colors, but which is able to show the kind of results that spiritual scientific research can obtain. If we place this whole tableau before our minds, we must indeed say that such a picture will, to a large number of those who reckon to be able to think today, not merely be incomprehensible and incapable of proof, but even something that can call forth irony, scorn, and derision. Already, when there is any reference to spiritual science, anyone who wants to relate everything that is of importance to him today to the sure foundation of science must say to himself, what is the significance to such research of not only all the various achievements of science, but also its methods? Of what significance to spiritual science are the seriousness, the worthiness, the exactitude, and also the great efforts that science has made in recent centuries and decades in order to arrive at an objective certainty? Spiritual science does not, of course, want to work against science. This has frequently been emphasized, but to be fully in harmony with it. It must therefore be conscious of the objections that science has against it, not only with respect to its content, but also bearing in mind, especially, the seriousness and achievements of science in recent centuries. It would be true to say that according to spiritual science, the sources of spiritual research lie in a certain development of the soul, in that the soul engages in certain inner processes of ideation, feeling, and will, which one may call meditation, so that it has, as a result, inner experiences that are naturally limited purely to one's own soul, and that no one can verify other than the person who experiences them. And then, something of this unverifiable nature is presented as a scientific statement regarding the spiritual worlds. What, science can say, then remains of what is the most wonderful achievement of this science? That through all the research of recent centuries, only that which can be verified everywhere and at any time by every human being objectively has validity. Outward experiments, outward observations have the distinctive quality that anyone can directly relate to them. This is not so with what is sought and struggled for in one's inner being. If one looks at people who have an inner experience of such things, Does not the whole uncertain nature of the contradictory things they say in all their great variety show how little the experiences that a mystically intensified consciousness is able to bestow accord with one another? Surely we must harmonize the research that various individuals are undertaking in the clinic, in the laboratory, or somewhere similar. The response will be that this could not be done any differently, so that what someone experiences subjectively shows itself to be unscientific through the fact that it cannot be verified by another person, since this other person cannot look into the soul of the spirit researcher concerned. Do not these experiences of the soul have, one might say, a total similarity with everything that is very evidently experienced in the soul as a result of illness, overexertion, and ecstasy? If the spirit researcher protests that he has absolutely no intention of allowing any arbitrary vision that appears before his soul to count as the result of his research, and that he proceeds in accordance with specific methods, someone can, nevertheless, still object. And this objection appears thoroughly justified. Yes, is it not so that whenever people experience visions, hallucinations, and so forth, and have the kind of soul state that makes this possible, they develop a much greater belief in their fixed ideas, in their hallucinations and visions, than in what their senses persuade them to think? If one looks at a dreamer who is rigid and unbending in his beliefs, one will have cause to be concerned about what the spirit researcher wants to draw forth from the depths of his soul as something that is not an illusion, that has objective existence in the spiritual world. Someone might say that it is possible for it to have objective existence in the spiritual world, but against the validity of such a soul experiment, it must be said that the dreamer has just as much confidence in his illusory ideas as the spirit researcher in the results of his research, which he owes to what comes forth from the depths of his soul. Only someone who has not followed the development of the objective research of what may be said to be the soundly based science of the last few centuries and decades can pass over such an objection with a smile. It is weightier than one ordinarily thinks for those who approach their spiritual scientific results from a one-sided direction. It must be said, for example, with regard to what is said in my book titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, where particular instructions are given for the individual soul, that when the soul is completely involved with such an experience, it has no means of keeping itself in check. All this testifies to the fact that one must take very seriously such an objection, which to a superficial spirit researcher may even appear trivial. There is so much that can be said about the nature of what could be described as erroneous ideas, which could also be used against spiritual science, in that people say, everything that you present as methods for developing the soul may be nothing other than a refined capacity for having illusions and hallucinations. Then spiritual science appears particularly out of place with respect to serious, verifiable science when it refers to specific, isolated results. A conscientious seeker after truth of the present, who is familiar with developments of recent years, might say, "Do you not know anything about everything that happened before? You speak of an etheric body or life body that is supposed to have an existence independent from the physical body. Do you know nothing about what used to be called a life force that lurked in people's minds until the 19th century? And that the belief in this life force has finally been disposed of through devoted scientific efforts? And are you ignorant of the following fact? It used to be said in earlier centuries that a chemical process occurred in lifeless nature between separate chemical substances. But when, so it was claimed, this same connection between substances enters the human organism, the so-called life force takes hold of it. Then the process that takes place among the individual substances would not be what we learn in chemistry and physics, but these various substances work upon one another under the influence of the life force. It was a great step forward that this life force has been swept overboard, that people sought to say that this life force is of no help whatsoever, and that one's endeavor must be that what one can investigate in the lifeless world must be pursued further in the living organism, that one would need merely to take into account the more complex way in which substances interact there, rather than resort to the dubious expedient of the life force. The life force was indeed disposed of as such a dubious expedient of science, in that it was shown how the efficacy of certain substances that would formerly be conceived of only under the influence of the life force is also brought about in the laboratory. And because that is not yet the end of the matter, science had to set itself the high ideal of considering also that combination of substances as exists in the cell of the plant, and had to avoid resorting to the dubious expedient of a life force when it came to investigating how substances and forces are active in the organism. So long as people were not in a position to give rise to combinations of substances in the laboratory, it was justified to say that they came about only if the individual substances were influenced by the life force. But since it has become possible, especially through Liebig and Wöhler, after which there has no longer been a belief in the life force, to think of certain substances without the life force, it must, since then, be said that also the more complicated constructions and interactions in the human organism do not any longer require the help of a special life force. Thus, in the course of the 19th century, science embraced the high ideal that most researchers adhered to, even if there were also, quote, neo-vitalists, close quote, the ideal that became a reality, to recognize such connections between substances as they interact in the living organism, and without calling upon the help of a nebulous, mystical life force, which, as all serious scientific research of the 19th century has always maintained, serves absolutely no purpose, because it contributes nothing whatsoever to the objective knowledge of nature. Anyone who acknowledges these facts, and above all takes into account the seriousness and intrinsic worthiness that underlie these developments in science, may well protest. Is it really so that a number of people have appeared as so-called spirit researchers who are again reviving the old life force in the form of their etheric body or life body? Is it not a sign of scientific dilettantism? These people who know nothing of the ideal of science, may, quote, have their beliefs, close quote. But the scientific researcher himself cannot be taken in by what can well appear to be a mere revival of the idea of the life force. Thus, spiritual science, one can say, works in a dilettantish way by failing to take account of everything that belongs to the most beautiful ideals of modern science. And it merely makes use of the circumstance that science has not yet managed to manufacture in the laboratory certain substances that are to be found in the living organism, in order to be able to maintain that a special etheric body or life body is necessary for the engendering of life. One might add that as science develops further, it will eradicate this etheric body or life body from man's being. So long as science has not yet succeeded in the course of its triumphant progress in showing that there is no such thing as an etheric body, and that the combination of the substances of the living organism can also be engendered in a test tube, the theosophists or spiritual researchers can make a song and dance about the etheric body, which is nothing but a resuscitation of the old life force. This is the sort of reproach that might be leveled against dilettantism when it arises. If, now, spiritual science says, regarding sleep life, that the emotions, impulses, and desires that people have and are associated with what is specifically designated as the astral body, and that when a person is overcome by sleep, it leaves the physical and etheric bodies and leads an independent existence, the criticism can be made that it is very easy to speak of an inner soul life if one simplifies everything by referring to this inner soul life without all the difficulties and riddles of which science is aware, by saying, this is the astral body, and all that takes place internally has a connection with it. Again, one can address the advances that science has made and say, what are the great advances that have been made, especially in recent decades, in order to explain purely scientifically a phenomenon such as sleep life or dream life? It would take a long time if I were to present to you all the efforts of science, which are to be thoroughly regarded with seriousness and respect, to explain sleep life and the life of dreams. It would take a particularly long time, because in recent times a considerable amount of research has come to light, which could well be discussed. It will suffice to consider one aspect, which can show how difficult it becomes for a serious truth seeker at the present time to profess allegiance to what can initially appear as a mere assertion. The ego and the astral body of man withdraw from the physical body and etheric body when one goes to sleep. If we gather together a number of different hypotheses and conjectures about sleep life, and arrive at an overall explanation of it, we arrive at something of this kind. It is said that in order to give a thorough explanation, all that is needed is to look without prejudice at the phenomena of the human and animal organism. It becomes apparent that waking life consists in that the phenomena of the surrounding world make an impression upon the sense organs, that they stimulate the brain. They exert such stimuli throughout the day. How do they work upon man's brain and nervous system? They do so in such a way that they destroy the substance of which the nervous system consists. What is going on the whole day, according to modern natural science, is that the outward colors, sounds, and so on are penetrating our soul, that is, the life of our brain. By this means, dissimilation processes are brought about, that is to say, processes of destruction. Certain products are deposited. So long as these processes are taking place, man is not in a position to bring about the opposite process, that of the rebuilding of his organism. Thus, every time after we wake up, our inner life of soul is to a certain extent destroyed, so that by the time we have become tired, we have arrived at the point where we have destroyed our organism and it can no longer develop an inner soul life. It comes to a halt. One needs only to acknowledge the wearing out of the organic substance, that the organic substance is for a certain time no longer capable of maintaining these inner processes. Outward stimuli no longer have any effect. And the consequence is that the inner organism now begins to develop its nutritional processes, the opposite of the dissimilation or catabolic processes, the processes of assimilation, that it now restores the destroyed organic substance, and thereby causes nocturnal sleep. Once the organic substance is restored, the inner soul life is also restored, and so waking life can cause fresh stimuli to arise, until again tiredness ensues. Thus one is dealing with what we may call a self-regulation, or self-renewal of the organism. It may be added that a conscientious seeker after truth, who is familiar with the results of modern science, will be bound to say, if waking life and sleep life, in their rhythmic alternation, can be well explained by the self-regulation or self-renewal of the organism, it is not only superfluous, but directly harmful if you restrict the progress of such a human science by saying that it is not a matter of self-regulation or self-renewal, but because man has an existence that is independent from it, something goes forth from the organism. Since it can be explained solely through the organism that the alternation between sleep and waking comes about, it is unnecessary and harmful to accept that consciousness is anything special, and withdraws from the organism in order during the night to engage in life of a particular kind. It will also be pointed out that spiritual science is characterized by extreme dilettantism, in which only such people believe who do not themselves know the path of science to explain the organism purely on its own terms. When the independence of intellectual life is spoken of, when it is said, and it seems a plausible thing to say, that intellectual life is independent, that through our senses we know of the human organism as a physical entity, and can investigate it through scientific methods, as we would any other physical process, whereas there is still such a thing as intellectual or mental life, this is something that has often been emphasized, for example by Du Bois-Reymond, and also by others, who would not readily profess materialism. One can, for instance, consider a conception of the brain. If one were to think of the human brain as so expanded, Leibniz has remarked on this, that one could walk through it, one would only see material processes within it. Intellectual life does, however, have something distinctive about it, and this testifies to the fact that one is dealing here with an intellectual life that is separate from the processes of physical life. Whether this is justified can, however, be shown from what Benedict says. The fact of consciousness is an actual fact of no other order than that of the working of the force of gravity in connection with matter. For we see, for example, the physical matter of a cosmic body. According to physical science, physical matter exerts a gravitational pull, and then there is something that is attracted, for example by the sun. People formerly spoke of a supersensible aspect to such influences between the sun and the earth or moon. But this is merely equivalent to there being a piece of soft iron and an electrical or magnetic force inside it. And if we envisage the brain and its interplay of ideas, passions, emotions, and so forth, this is similar to the fact that gravity and other forces exert their influence around the material earth. Why then should there be an influence of a different nature if processes are influencing the brain that manifest themselves as does the force of gravity around the material earth? The earth, in its connection with gravity, and with whatever else invisibly influences it, is no different from what influences the brain in the form of emotions, ideas, and other processes. How does one have a right, it might well be asked, to speak of an independence of mental life if one does not allow oneself to speak of the force of gravity being exercised also when there is no body for it to attract? And one can say, furthermore, just as one has no right to speak of a cosmic body exerting a gravitational force in a situation where there is a free cosmic space, so one is not entitled to speak of a distinctive soul quality that is not bound through a brain to material existence. It should be clear to every serious seeker after truth that one should not be allowed to disregard such things through an unscientific fanaticism. If weighty objections can be raised against the spiritual scientific understanding of sleep and waking life, and against the independence of consciousness in general, How can someone who takes the scientific methods of the present seriously find a way of agreeing with what is said by spiritual science about repeated earthly lives, about the existence of a core of human nature that transcends death, that has experiences in the time between death and a new birth, and then reappears in a forthcoming physical earthly life? Here an objection is made not only by those who are reliant on scientific facts, but also by those who want themselves to be, in many respects, spiritual scientists, by psychologists, by the present-day investigators of the soul. The question is asked, what is the necessary sign that the human essence continues in existence? The soul researcher of the present can find this quite simply in that human consciousness has a memory of the states that it underwent during life. Continuity of consciousness is what psychologists currently take into consideration. They cannot become involved in what does not figure in the consciousness of the human personality, and they will always have to refer to the fact that a person does indeed have a memory of particular circumstances in his life between birth and death, but can find no comparable evidence of the continuing existence of the human essence that may have issued from previous earthly lives. Many serious-minded, present-day seekers after truth will also have understandable objections with respect to many other things that have been said in the course of these series of lectures. Thus they may say, you can indeed adduce that certain things in human life seemingly cannot be explained from the events of a single life, that it is reasonable to suppose that a person brings certain dispositions, such as talents, with him through birth, and that one can accept that the soul may have existed before entering physical life. But all this remains only a daring hypothesis. For modern research of the soul, everything of this kind continues to be unsatisfactory, insofar as this research pursues a path that seemingly aims quite conscientiously toward an ideal. One can characterize what is going on here in the following way. Anyone who considers human life without prejudice, with all the passions that engulf it, its shades of feeling, its inclination toward ideas of whatever kind, will, if he has at least a certain relationship to the standpoint of spiritual science, say, we have, as a result of our education, achieved many things, but not everything can be explained by this. For we bring, through the portal of birth, something that derives from previous stages of earthly existence. However, the serious-minded scientist may counter. Have we not made a beginning by investigating the early part of childhood, that part of early childhood of which we later have no recollection? A modern naturalist or philosopher will then perhaps say, the spirit researcher is wanting to suggest that a gifted genius, for example Feuerbach, brought certain powers with him from his previous life, and was thereby enabled to work artistically. But the following discovery has now been made. Such an artist paints with a quite distinctive mood of color, prefers a particular facial expression, and has other features that lead in a particular direction. If one looks further, one finds that in his early childhood he saw, for example, a bust in his room, and that the particular way that the light always fell on it impressed itself on the soul of the child. This emerges again later, and it comes to be seen, so it is said, that such impressions are deeply influential and significant. It is possible to explain a great deal in this way. Spiritual science wants to lead everything back to past earthly lives, whereas through careful observation and investigation of early childhood, one can perhaps explain everything. One can then make reference to modern science, which shows through the fundamental law of biogenetics how in a pre-birth condition man also reflects the animal forms which it is supposed that the human race has passed through, so that it is therefore justified to show this. In this connection one can say, where has spiritual science referred to something similar, whereby in a single individual life something is repeated that the human individual has undergone in former earthly lives? One would have to be able to ask this if, as a worthy truth-seeker of the present, one is to believe that in this connection a comparable seriousness and honoring of the facts is manifested in spiritual science to what is maintained on the ground of natural science. Thus, what has happened, and there is a certain justice in saying this, is that if people have acquired a little scientific knowledge about human life, about the life of animals, and about the planetary life that is accessible to us through astronomy, they can give free rein to their imagination, draw conclusions, and think about all sorts of other worlds that give a strong impression of reality. It is indeed so that in the case of someone who has no scientific knowledge, an oppositional element will soon manifest itself, in that he will project all manner of ideas that do not harmonize with the fruits of scientific research. But anyone familiar with natural science will make it apparent that his ideas merge very nicely with what natural science indicates. Then he will not be contradicted. But if anyone speaks in defense of spiritual science, people may ask whether something of this kind has not been unjustifiably projected through such assertions. Who can vouch for the standpoint that only what is researched by each person should have validity? Thus one needs to get involved, for the simple reason that one sees how, in the 19th century, something emerged that also has validity in spiritual science. We have indeed experienced that in the 19th century certain things have been asserted in German and French intellectual circles, which spiritual science maintains. In 1854, a book by Renaud, entitled Terra et Ciel, appeared, and one by Figuier, about what happens with someone after death. There were numerous opponents with a scientific background who said, yes, what is better, that you come up with ideas about a multiplicity of human earthly lives, about a life after death, on the foundation of natural science? Or is it better to accept some other equally thought-through hypothesis about such matters? If such objections are made, and if they are not made in a frivolous way, but wholly on the basis of an earnest quest for truth, one must say, these are not objections that arise purely from a spirit of opposition, but ones that the human soul must itself make, and all the more so when one sees, on the other hand, how little conscientiousness is exhibited by those wanting to pursue spiritual science when, in quotes, proofs are adduced that human life is something purely individual, and when it is said that no explanation can be found outside individual life for phenomena such as human conscience and a sense of responsibility, when there is no wish to acknowledge certain predispositions and tendencies from former earthly lives. Many people say, when I take responsibility for something, I must myself have acquired the predisposition for this. Since I have not acquired it in this life, it must have been in a former life. It is also said that human conscience is a phenomenon that proves that an inner voice dwells within us which we cannot derive from our present life and must therefore have come from a previous one. Furthermore, one sees the various children of the same parents. They exhibit quite different spiritual and intellectual qualities. But if everything is supposed to be passed on to the children from the parents by way of heredity, how can one explain such differences as appear even in twins? One should therefore conclude, so people say, that the children of the same parents have different individualities which are not inherited, but must have been brought from a previous earthly life to the present one. The conscientious truth explorer will object, Have you not taken into account that a person's individuality, as he stands before us, arises from a mixture of the fatherly and motherly element, and the mixture must therefore be different with the individual children? Even in the case of twins, would the individualities not have to be different because of these different mixtures, if one is explaining them purely from heredity? Such an objection is not far-fetched, but is one that arises directly from the matter at hand. If one takes everything into account, one finds it absolutely understandable that those who always demand a science that can be, in quotes, verified, do not accept spiritual science, because it cannot be verified. And if one considers that such opponents are making a significant point, one grasps what they are saying. It can be said of them that, in addition to the critical spirit of our time, something different is living in them. This critical spirit is definitely present. And if spiritual science says something, it immediately provokes opponents who are not only irritated logically, but also morally outraged that such theories are expressed. Such opponents are called forth, and criticism is something that we see springing up everywhere. And because with its ideas, spiritual science introduces a somewhat shocking element into the fabric of our time, such criticism is perfectly understandable. But alongside a critical spirit, there also exists in our time a certain gullibility, the tendency to be swept along behind anyone, provided that there is something in what he asserts that is derived from spiritual science. The longing to receive things into which one also has insight is just as little in evidence as the critical spirit and gullibility are strongly present. Thus we see that through gullibility, through a credulous public audience that accepts everything on authority, that accepts all manner of things from spiritual science, encouragement is given to precisely what true, serious spiritual research is accused of, namely charlatanism. It is an invitation to charlatanism when people accept things in a credulous way. And it is a great temptation for someone if every conceivable thing that he says is believed, if he is relieved of the difficulty of properly justifying these things before the forum of science, before the forum of the time spirit. Even in our time, what is spoken of here is far too widespread. We see how gullibility, how the crassest superstition is rampant. Thus there are probably no two other things in the world that are so closely related than are spiritual science and charlatanism. If one cannot distinguish the two paths, if one accepts everything purely on a blind belief in authority, just as by its very nature much must be taken on authority, as is often the case at present, one invites what is rightly criticized by those who are serious in their pursuit of truth, charlatanism, which is so closely linked with spiritual science. One can find it understandable if someone who is not in a position to distinguish a charlatan from a spirit researcher objects that it is all charlatanism. There is no speedier transition than to the moral and religious domain. We can characterize the objections that occur in this realm more quickly because they are easier to understand. One can indeed see that what must necessarily be the most intimate concern of the human soul, what a person believes in, what he subjectively considers to be true, is blown up into a would-be science. And one can register the following objection to the spiritual scientist. If you present this as your belief, we shall leave you in peace. But if you were to make what you present as a teaching from the higher worlds applicable to other people, this is contrary to the nature and character of how a person's inner being relates to the spiritual worlds, to the religious life as a whole. If one also seeks to demonstrate the fruits in this connection, one can say, look at those in spiritual scientific circles who have, for example, come to be convinced of the idea of repeated earthly lives. One can see in them how their whole moral conception of the world has been led by a spiritual scientific outlook into the crassest egotism. And then it becomes possible to contrast what arises out of spiritual science with the materialism of the 19th century by saying, there have been many people who have, with their spirit, risen above purely material processes, and have come to say, I see my higher morality not in laying claim after my death to a spiritual world, where I can be received and continue to live. And if I do something of a moral nature, I do it without hope of a spiritual world, but because I see it as my duty, because I gladly sacrifice what I see as my own personal benefit. There have been many for whom the morality of immortality is purely egotistical. This morality appeared to them to be far less good than that which lets everything that is done pass over into the general life of the cosmos. In contrast to this is the morality of those who say it would be meaningless if what they do were not to be balanced out in ensuing earthly lives. This karmic law, the opponents of spiritual science can say, favors only human egotism, in complete contrast to those who acknowledge that they will have many lives in the future. So what do I now need to become a decent human being? I have many lives before me, and although I may continue to be stupid at present, I can still become clever and skilled in subsequent lives. Thus it might be said that repeated earthly lives invite one to lead a comfortable and effortless life. According to this view, the idea of repeated earthly lives makes it apparent that the egotism that seeks to preserve one's ego is very far removed from selfless morality. An objection to be considered is one that Friedrich Schlegel made against the way that the Indians interpreted the idea of repeated earthly lives. The view of the life of the human essence that rushes from incarnation to incarnation leads to man being estranged from active, direct engagement in reality and losing interest in everything that he should be developing. A certain unworldly specialness can easily be observed in those who involve themselves with spiritual science. A certain spiritual egotism, a certain unworldly teaching is thereby cultivated. Indeed, it comes to manifestation when such people say, when I've been studying spiritual science for a certain time, I lose interest in what was previously dear to me. This is something that often happens, and it shows that there is something to be said for the counter-suggestion that people should work in the world to which they have been assigned. It is a point to be taken seriously, that spiritual science should not alienate people from the immediate realities of life or make them into oddities who wander all over the place. And now, for the religious life. What is the fairest blossom, the most magnificent flowering of this religious life? It lies in the devotion, the selfless devotion of the human individuality that transcends human existence. The truly religious mood is engendered by the soul's willingness to lose or dedicate itself to a deity beyond human comprehension. Now spiritual science comes and explains to man that a divine spark is within him, which comes to expression only in a small way in one earthly life. But as it is developed and achieves an ever greater degree of perfection, the God in man becomes ever stronger and stronger. This is to endow the self with godliness instead of a selfless devotion to a transcendent deity. Yes, one can object with a certain entitlement if, from a serious religious standpoint, one takes the view that through becoming immersed in one's own divine nature as it comes to realization through a series of incarnations, the true religious mood can be destroyed, just as life can also be destroyed in love. If a person does not feel himself to be motivated by a sense of loving devotion, but if he thinks that in a later earthly life everything will be balanced out, he loves only the impending compensation. And the religious person can say, the religious life is, in the world view of spiritual science, founded upon the egotistical view that man has no God outside himself, but only within himself. And the objection is justified. What arrogance, pride, and self-adulation can come to be established within the human soul? Those who make such objections do not need to embellish them further, but one can see how faithful adherents of spiritual science can come to such an arrogance and repeatedly fall prey to self-adulation. It is therefore the case that we in the West find such a repugnance toward the existence of a human essence before birth. One should not take lightly an objection that a serious truth seeker may make against the idea of repeated earthly lives, in contrast to that of relationships based on inheritance. One objection that I shall read, and I shall not speak about it, since this would detract from its force, is that of Jakob Froschhammer, who may be regarded as one of those people who have a great problem with accepting the idea of a pre-existence of the soul. Quote, "It is not possible to regard the human soul as the being of God or as part of God's being, not so much because of a Thomistic concern about the oneness of God, since souls could reside in him as fleeting elements without inflicting injury upon his oneness, but rather because of the personal consciousness and testimony of the human soul itself, which can regard neither itself nor the world as the direct expression of divine perfection, or as the realization of the idea of God. As deriving from God, it can serve merely as a product or work of divine imagination. For the human soul must, like the world itself, in this case indeed come from divine power and influence, since nothing can come into being out of pure nothingness. But this power and influence of God must, as a model for all creation, also work formatively in its realization and continuing existence. Thus, as a formative power, not only of a formal, but also a real kind, therefore, as imagination, that is, as a sustaining power or potential that continues to work and be creative immanently in the world, hence as a world imagination, as has already been discussed. As for the doctrine of the pre-existence of souls, souls that are regarded either as eternal or as created in time, but at the beginning and collectively at the same time, which, as has been observed, has again been put forward and is considered to be pertinent to a solution for all manner of psychological problems, this is connected with the teaching of the transmigration and incarnation of souls in earthly bodies. According to this view, therefore, there takes place through the procreation of the parents neither a direct divine creation of souls, nor a creative engendering of new human natures in body and soul by the parents, but a kind of new connection of the soul with the body, thus a kind of becoming flesh, or an immersing of the soul in the body, at least to a partial extent, so that it is partly embraced by and bound up with the body, and partly extends above it, and maintains a certain independence as a spirit, but nevertheless cannot detach itself from it, until death breaks the connection and brings liberation and release for the soul, at least from this connection. The spirit of a human being would then, in its relation to the body, be like the poor souls in purgatory, as they are usually portrayed in votive tablets by bungling artists, as bodies that are half immersed in glowing flames, but with the upper part as souls protruding and gesticulating. Just think what a position and significance would be ascribed in this view to the opposite sexes, the generic nature of mankind, marriage, and the relationship of parents to their children. The contrast between the sexes would become a mere incarceration. Marriage an institution for fulfilling this wonderful task. Parents would be the mere vehicle for taking hold of and imprisoning children's souls, with children themselves being indebted to the parents for this miserable, wearisome imprisonment, while having nothing further to do with them. Everything that is linked to this state of affairs is based on a miserable deception. Close quote. Steiner again. If one is a fanatical spirit researcher, such a litany may elicit a smile. But fanaticism should be far removed from spiritual science. Its task is to understand and really tolerate what the soul has to cope with. For this reason, this introductory lecture was conceived not as a foundation, in quotes, but as a, in quotes, refutation of spiritual scientific research. But what will be presented in the next lecture, quote, on what foundation is spiritual science based, close quote, will be able to stand all the more firmly if we can ourselves make the objections that can justifiably be made. As one may well imagine, I do not really want to refute spiritual science. I have been able to present here only a small number of objections. Broad outlines of many others could be given. To some extent this can be done over the coming weeks, and the refutations of these will then follow directly. But one can see from everything that is being presented how through the receiving of spiritual scientific research one is being inwardly summoned to a battlefield, as it is not merely a question of speaking about things such as repeated earthly lives, man's passage through a spiritual world, and so on, but all sorts of counter-arguments also emerge from the dark depths of the soul. It is good if someone who quietly concerns himself with spiritual research is also familiar with these counter-arguments. He will then be able to apply the right tolerance to opponents. It can never be the way of the spirit researcher simply to concern himself with spiritual science, or to be blind to or laugh at objections made by opponents. That this is not a good way to proceed can be seen from a particular instance in the 19th century, which I should like to recount. In the year 1869, there appeared the quote, title, Philosophy of the Unconscious by Edward von Hartmann. Even though one might not agree with it, one can say that it represented a good attempt to reach beyond sense perception. Thus Edward von Hartmann felt obliged to take issue with much that had been disseminated at that time as an ideal of science, especially with what derived from the growing fascination with Darwinism. Thus we find much in the title, Philosophy of the Unconscious, with respect to Darwinism that continues to have relevance. But where those who, from the standpoint of Darwinism, could not approve of this book, agreed with one another, was that they rejected Edward von Hartmann as someone who had not familiarized himself with what followed from modern science. A great flood of dissenting opinions appeared. These dissenting opinions did, of course, include some of sheer stupidity, but some were the work of real experts in the field, such as Ernst Haeckel, the zoologist Oskar Schmidt, and others. Among these dissenting statements and articles was one entitled The Unconscious from the Standpoint of Physiology and the Theory of Evolution, by an author who did not give his name. In the essay in question, compelling reasons were given why many things in the title, Philosophy of the Unconscious, were not maintainable, and why its author had shown that in the field of natural science he was no more than a dilettante. Many people were utterly astounded at the degree of insight that this anonymous person revealed in this essay, and Oskar Schmidt, who was at the time at Jena University, thought it was the best thing that could be said from the standpoint of natural science against the philosophy of the unconscious. Many people said he is speaking for us, for he is one of ours. And Ernst Haeckel said that he himself could write nothing better against the philosophy of the unconscious. Thus it was no wonder that the first edition of this essay, titled The Unconscious, from the standpoint of physiology and the theory of evolution, was soon out of print. A second edition appeared, and now the author revealed his name. It was Edward von Hartmann. This silenced many of the voices who had previously said, "He is speaking for us, he is one of ours." But the remarkable thing had happened, that a person had shown that he knew everything that his most serious opponents could say against him. This does indeed prove that no credence should be given to the idea that something can be said against a view of the world that the person who advocates it would not himself have been able to express. For spiritual science, this is indeed a matter of considerable importance. Now, I have not been able to say everything today that I might have said, but spiritual science must know what objections it is open to, and it can only be wished that many of those who believe they have found deep scientific reasons with which to refute spiritual science might sometimes be able to consider how much better the one who is the butt of the objections knows the matter at hand than the person who is doing the objecting. So is it with a conscientious spirit researcher. He can, of course, not bore his audience by always also presenting counter-arguments. But if something is said on behalf of spiritual science, and if many opponents come forward with their views, they should first ask themselves whether what they are bringing could not have been better said by the person speaking on behalf of spiritual science. The task of the next lecture will be to pose the question, what is the right relationship of the soul to the counter-arguments, that it may itself engender from the depths of its being? Should it indeed be so, that since so many objections can be made against spiritual science, people have to regard it in the way that Goethe, in a somewhat exaggerated way, lets his Faust say, quote, "Could I but banish magic from my path." Close quote. Are the counter-arguments of spiritual science equivalent in nature to Faust's counter-arguments against magic? Are they of such a nature that a philosopher such as Geoffroy de Saint-Hilaire is right when he says, "With regard to observation of the world, only the following is worthy of consideration. We see that man is in many respects weak. Why should we not admit this weakness? And why should it not be a strength to come to terms with one's weakness? People are only too ready to confess their weakness with respect to wind and weather, to volcanic eruptions and events of the elemental world. They have no problem with admitting that they are weak with regard to what nature imposes upon them. When they sow their seeds in the earth and the unfavorability of the weather does not allow them to ripen and causes all their industry to result in famine. If people often have to take their weaknesses to heart, why should they not say out of sheer honesty, "The spirit can in many respects go beyond itself, but it is too weak and limited and cannot accomplish anything beyond what nature imposes upon them. So they cannot recognize anything beyond what lives in us by virtue of our nature. We must resign ourselves to it." If the reasons that have now been cited were so weighty that the next lecture could not be given, there would be no possibility other than such an attitude of resignation, which not only Geoffroy de Saint-Hilaire but many others feel out of a sincere, truth-loving attitude of soul, and believe they must represent outwardly, that man cannot gain access to a spiritual world, because the counter-arguments do not spring from a spirit of opposition, but from the nature of things itself. The debate about the nature and value of the counter-arguments of spiritual science is not merely a theoretical fact, but something that must emerge from the battlefield of the soul, where conflicting opinions constitute a battle that is more or less justified, and where one can recognize only through hard struggles which of the reasons advocated there can be victorious. If one openly and without prejudice weighs up the inner battle of the soul, and can say what speaks for and against a recognition of the spiritual world, one will not be a fanatical representative of this or that abstract or arbitrarily conceived principle, but someone who recognizes the principle that a quiet conviction rests on the basis of those foundations that can only achieve validity after, and not before, they have eliminated their counter-arguments within one's own soul. If the seeker after truth searches for his conviction in this way, he may say to himself that he may confidently approach the development of spiritual life in the future, for it is true what the serious truth seeker has said. What is untrue, and however often it may be put forward, will be rejected by humanity's evolving aspiration for truth. But what is true and had to struggle for its existence against dissenting arguments, as we always see with regard to events and processes in world history, finds its path in human evolution in a quite particular way, that one can stand before this development of truth over the centuries and millennia and can say, however many obscuring impressions, that is, prejudices and opposition, may rise up, the truth always finds cracks and crevices whereby it can assert itself for the blessing, advancement, and benefit of mankind. The end of Lecture 1. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 62 by Rudolf Steiner. 14 lectures given in Berlin, translated by Simon Blaxland-DeLange. This is Lecture 2, given in Berlin on the 7th of November, 1912, entitled, On What Foundation is Spiritual Science Based? In what I said a week ago, I allowed myself to cite a number of objections to or refutations of spiritual research or anthroposophy. It would be a misunderstanding if anyone were to assume that today's lecture will be devoted to refuting these objections, for it should be said at the outset that I do not intend to engage in a dialectical game of arguments and counter-arguments. The spiritual research of which I shall be speaking here, and of which I have always spoken, should be regarded as being in full harmony with science and modern culture. Hence the retorts that I mentioned a week ago were also not put forward in order that one might resolve them without further ado, but rather in the sense that they appear with a certain justification in the soul that truly takes into account the advances of our present-day intellectual culture, alongside the achievements of our spiritual science. They were put forward not as unjustified responses, but as objections, which within their limits are fully justified. And the feeling should thereby be awakened of the seriousness with which spiritual science should work, and of the awareness that it can take full responsibility for itself from its own sources, despite the fact that this spiritual research understands all too well, quite especially in connection with these objections, that it is thrown back solely on its own resources, as regards what is mainly a threefold hostility with which it is faced. One aspect of this hostility arises from contemporary science, or, at any rate, from that form of it that often believes that the foundations on which it is based cannot be contradicted. The second aspect arises from many forms of religious conviction. and the third derives from ordinary waking consciousness, which in many respects instinctively rejects what spiritual science, spiritual research has to say. It could easily seem as though the following question is clearly justified. How does spiritual science prove its assertions in the face of the objections that have been made? How does it prove what it has to say? In the course of these winter lectures, we will be hearing much about actual results of research concerning a supersensible world. In these two initial lectures, I need to be allowed to speak in a way that many people may perhaps find abstract, although it is not intended to be, and also difficult to understand or uninteresting. For even if some people cannot follow everything that I am saying in the first two lectures, they may nevertheless come to feel that the intention is to acquire a really good foundation for this spiritual research. Thus, a number of questions will be addressed today, which those who are more interested in receiving accounts of aspects of the supersensible world may find uninteresting. One question that may be raised is whether what are ordinarily regarded as proofs can be applied in a generally accepted sense to the establishing of a world conception. Can one consider proofs to be something that, should they indeed exist, contain the compulsion that every single person should be convinced by them? Everyone who seriously acknowledges a particular conception of the world usually believes that he could prove it, and he will present his proofs for this world conception with full confidence if he wants to be taken seriously. In contrast to this widespread belief, I should like to cite the view of an energetic and active German philosopher, namely Johann Gottlieb Fichte, who says, "The nature of one's philosophy depends on the kind of person one is." If one wants to arrive at the essence of what Fichte is saying here, and ask what he really means, one would say, it is not simply a question of proofs, but of what proofs one considers to be authoritative, what proofs have weight in order that a person may, in accordance with his soul development, gain insight into something or other. Thus we are guided by a philosopher such as Fichte toward our inner nature when it is a question of evaluating proofs. The requirement is therefore that a person has, through his inner development, acquired the capacity to be able to perceive the compelling quality of proofs. Expressed in plain terms, one could say, what ultimately is the use of any amount of proofs to someone who cannot believe in them? And there is much that we can discern about the nature of these so-called proofs from the methods deployed by many world conceptions that would appear to be based wholly on the firm foundation of scientific facts. When I say something in the way that I want to express it now, I always have to prefix it by saying, I believe that there is no one who can have more respect and recognition of the advances in natural science in our time than the genuine spirit researcher. And today I particularly want to say in advance that all the objections that were made a week ago were meant in such a way that they were justified to the extent that any direct refutation on the part of the spirit researcher of what was said last week would be unjustified. For the spirit researcher does not deny what scientific research maintains, and rightly does so. He fully acknowledges it. This fact must also be taken into consideration. Spiritual research is constantly opposed by natural science. On the other hand, spiritual research does not itself in any way oppose natural science, if one is in a position to appreciate the true state of affairs. But there are many scientific facts that are made use of today by streams associated with certain worldviews and seemingly placed in a certain light, such that one can be in full agreement with the facts, but not with the way that these world conceptions sometimes want to prove something on the basis of these facts. The facts that arise from natural science are, for the most part, only confirmed by spiritual research. And it may be said that the time will come when that which finds its justification through Darwinism and through the modern theory of evolution will find its true valuation through spiritual research. It can also be especially clear through spiritual research that the human soul, if it is to be active in the outer physical world, must, for certain mental operations, make use of particular parts or portions of the brain, just as for other tasks one uses one's hands. Just as the hand is needed for certain things that people do, so are certain parts of the brain allotted as instruments for soul experience. Spiritual science is well able to have an overview of the right meaning and significance of this assigning of resources. And it has absolutely no quarrel with what natural science advocates in this respect. On the other hand, the so-called proofs that are put forward are, for anyone who understands such things, often not very convincing. As for example, when, with respect to the true facts that certain parts of the brain belong to the life of soul, it is said that the soul activity concerned is eliminated through the illness of these portions of the brain, and one is therefore unable to perceive that the soul manages to carry out certain functions, as, for example, speech, in such a way that the speech center is eliminated. For someone who understands matters of cogency, such proofs have met with the problem of the famous, albeit non-existent, Professor Schlaucherl, who, as perhaps some of you will know, wanted to carry out a proof of how a frog senses things. To this end, he placed a frog on the experimental table and knocked on the table, and behold, the frog jumped away, meaning that it had heard the knock. Now he ripped off its legs and knocked again on the table. This time the frog did not jump anywhere, because its legs had been broken off. But because it could no longer jump away, Professor Schlaucherl concludes that the frog hears with its legs, for if it has no legs, there is no evidence that it can hear. If one cites such a scenario, one must of course crave indulgence. But it is logically and methodically in complete harmony with what is frequently adduced today for purposes of proof with regard to facts, that spiritual science would not by any means consider to be dubious, and which are even true. However, the proofs that are put forward are never really able to convince anyone who is able to judge what actually holds water. This is how it is with much that was presented in the previous lecture, as to how there is this weighty objection that can be made in a scientific sense by serious and respected natural scientists of the present, when it is said, in the past, people conceived of a life force, and they tried to explain all processes in the living body by means of this life force. But the 19th century has shown that there is no need for this idea of a life force, and that purely on the basis of the ordinary forces residing in certain substances, one can show in the laboratory how certain composite substances that were previously thought to be able to come into existence in the living organism only through the life force can be produced in the laboratory without it. So that the ideal of science must therefore consist in presupposing that it will eventually be possible to manufacture also more complicated substances of the living world in this way. Now along come the spirit researchers and maintain that there is in the living organism a special life body or etheric body which is necessary for living things to exist. But this is none other than a revival of the old life force. This could therefore only derive from dilettantes, who are in their comfortable way looking for an explanation in an area where, because of their ignorance, they are not taking account of the advances of true science. I should first like to explain through a kind of historical testimony how this whole inference has its effect on a soul who, while inclined in this direction by the, may it be said, justified advances of science, does not so readily accept its conclusions. I intend to demonstrate this initially by means of an historical example. People think that the notion of an etheric body or life body has been disposed of when it is said, it must be an ideal of science to compose living substance from its separate constituent parts in the laboratory. Hence one can no longer believe that life came into being through something supersensible. But one must regard it as an influence in purely material substance when one works in the laboratory and puts composite substances together from simpler ones. There was a time when people truly believed, more than a serious modern scientist would dare to today, that one could, in a laboratory, make not only a single living substance, but also living beings of the lowliest kind, even a little human being, the familiar homunculus. When people firmly believed that one could give rise to the homunculus in the laboratory, they did not by any means adopt this belief out of the idea that the supersensible aspect of living phenomena was created out of the world. The fact was that they believed precisely in the supersensible aspect of living phenomena. This is an historical objection against the assertion that there is an incompatibility for human thinking between believing in the supersensible origin of life and at the same time representing the view shared with modern naturalists that living things can be produced in the laboratory. The two things are perfectly compatible. And in order to see that this is so, one does perhaps need to introduce an essentially trivial train of thought, which is therefore no less significant for someone who not only does not allow himself to be hypnotized or be open to suggestion by a natural scientific worldview, but who is able to enter into the full dimensions of man's life of soul. Let us suppose that we have before us certain substances. We amalgamate them. We see, hypothetically, that something living arises out of them. Are we justified in drawing the conclusion that from what we saw of the individual substances before us, the life of the resultant phenomenon has come into being? No, we are not. And we are no longer so justified from the moment that we admit that the flies that have gathered after a certain time did not develop from the residues of food lying in the room. When we see a room full of flies, we can say that these flies are there because the room was a mess and bits of food were lying about. These bits of food were the condition, but they did not make the flies. However, flies are always present when the conditions are right, and when this is so, life will appear. But no one should maintain that it has arisen from them, but merely that they have been the cause that life has appeared. A supersensible process should also be assumed when such a sequence of events happens in the laboratory. Hence, from the side of spiritual research, it would be completely fallacious if it were to make a point of wanting, in a more or less ironical or witty way, to rise above what natural science strives towards as its ideal. It fully goes along with this ideal, and is in full agreement with it. But this does not render any less relevant what spiritual science contributes to a real, complete understanding of things. Let us take as another example the objection made against spiritual science insofar as it explains the phenomena of sleeping and waking, by saying that there is in man a supersensible aspect which rises from the physical body and etheric body when a person goes to sleep, enters into a particular spiritual world, and dives down into them again when he wakes up. We have mentioned the weighty objection, which is thoroughly compelling, that natural science tries to explain the phenomenon of sleep by putting forward a kind of self-regulation of the organism, by showing that the stimuli that are exerted by the impressions of the daily life to a certain extent use up organic substance, so that a point is reached where this organic substance, the life substance, must be restored. While it is being restored, a dullness extends over the consciousness, and once this restoration is complete, the outward stimuli can function again. Thus, we would have to do with a self-regulation of the organism, and could say, what is the need for a special kind of spiritual research that engages in a description of what is alleged to go forth from a person during sleep, if the phenomenon of sleep can be explained from the human body itself? The weight that can be attached to this scientific interpretation, which is absolutely true within certain limits, can be seen through the following examination. Even though what I am putting forward is only presented in the form of an outline, it harmonizes, albeit not in all its details, with the whole spirit of modern scientific research. So, what happens when the organism is lying before us in sleep, also in accordance with a scientific perspective? According to such a view, we must say, the organic substances that have been used up through the impressions of the senses and through other outward impressions are, as it were, repaired. There, therefore, occurs an inner process, a process that is wholly conditioned by the nature and being of the human body, the human organism. And we can, of course, explain what thus occurs inwardly only from what lies within the laws of the human body, within the laws of the organism. However, these laws of the organism can never, either in the present or in the future, give us anything different. Anyone who has real insight into these matters has to acknowledge this, as, for example, what the lungs give us for the breathing process. Anyone who investigates the human breathing process will be able fully to understand it from the laws of the functioning of the lungs. But what will not be understood from this is the nature and influence of oxygen. This needs to be investigated outside the lungs, for oxygen enters into the lungs from outside. And anyone who thinks he can come to know the nature of oxygen by studying the lungs would be gravely mistaken. The process enacted by the lungs, everything that takes place within the organism, can be studied from the inner aspect of the lungs themselves. In order to understand breathing as a whole, it is necessary that we go beyond the activity of the lungs and understand the nature of oxygen itself. And we shall gain nothing by way of knowledge of the nature of oxygen from the process of lung activity. We shall gain equally little by investigating what happens in the organism during sleep if we want to know about everything that occurs in waking consciousness from morning until evening, with all the impulses, passions, emotions, ideals, and so on that buffet us to and fro. Just as little as the activity of the lungs is one and the same thing as the nature of oxygen, and as sure we can be that oxygen has to enter the lungs from outside, we also know with certainty that everything that is encompassed within the phenomena of consciousness must unite with, must enter into from without, what we can study and observe inwardly during sleep as inner bodily processes. Such a train of thought is not so easy to grasp immediately. However, if you follow it through, you find it is no mere analogy. It is more than that. It is a kind of educational means enabling one to gain a right overview of the elements of the life situation that has been characterized. And anyone who really clarifies in his mind the relationship of the oxygen that is outside and enters the lungs to what happens in the lungs learns to recognize through such a concept, through such an idea, how he needs to think about what goes on during sleep outside the physical body, and what must be added to the processes that occur in the physical body during sleep if consciousness is to be experienced. Just as oxygen must be added to the inner organic processes of the lungs, if there is to be any real vitality in the breathing process. What one may refer to as the, quote, founding principles of spiritual science, close quote, is by no means as simple as people often think. Because there is nothing simple about such things, it may often seem as though they have been formulated as a result of some lightweight refutations from the world. It is actually a case of recognizing arguments and counter-arguments in connection with Fichte's adage as to what kind of person one is, that is, what kind of soul constitution one has, in order to see things in their true light. How often one hears people say, "Oh, here come these spirit researchers, or anthroposophists, saying that man, whom one can clearly perceive to be a single entity, and on whose behalf we have struggled to perceive as such, is divided into various members or parts, into a physical body, an etheric body or life body, an astral body, and an ego." Yes, they divide everything up in this sort of way. But it is not a matter of simply making divisions, but of engaging in methods of research in accordance with the justified demands of a thinking that really penetrates into the nature of things. If someone has some water, he will not disagree with the chemist when he says, as long as you let this water, in quotes, remain as it is, you will never arrive at its chemical components. For this you must separate it into hydrogen and oxygen. So long as one remains on such solid ground, one will probably not hear the objection, "You are committing a sin against monism, for water is a monad. You should not divide it into hydrogen and oxygen, otherwise you become a wholly superstitious dualist." One is not so likely to hear such an objection in an area of such tangibility, because here it is perfectly obvious that such a division needs to be made. What, then, is the main characteristic of a justification, of making such a division, if one is not merely considering water, but if one is surveying the whole realm of existence that comes into question here? The essential point here is that oxygen can not only be in water, but, as the chemist would agree, also in other substances with which it is able to unite, and that hydrogen can likewise unite with other substances, so that one can therefore divide water, and the separate parts can take up quite different connections, and have in these connections their particular destinies. If spiritual science was only concerned with distinguishing the components that make up a human being, thus the etheric body and the physical body, not to mention the other parts, one could say, you are making a division. But if you pursue spiritual research, and it is not possible to consider everything today, the situation is exactly similar to, for example, chemistry. We do not divide man into a physical body and an etheric body because it suits us to separate out the respective phenomena in this way, but because we do indeed need to show, just as hydrogen and oxygen, when they are separated from their water nature, have their different destiny in a variety of substances, so does the physical body in death undergo its particular destiny, as the etheric body and also the astral body form different connections. Just as the chemist pursues the path of water, if he is not content to leave it in the form of a monad, but conceives it as a duality of hydrogen and oxygen, so does the spirit researcher follow the path of the physical body, the etheric or life body, the astral body, and the ego into the most varied areas of life. This gives him the justification to speak of a real division. An objection that he would thereby be infringing against monism would be of a similar significance to the idea that dividing water into hydrogen and oxygen is infringing against it. It is, therefore, a matter of understanding through real insights into the situation, the value, the justification of objections, and also the limits of the objections. It can be seen from any true, serious spiritual science, if one really enters into it, that it does not skim lightly over the objections, but that it tries to find precisely through them the concepts for its results, that it really considers the arguments and counter-arguments. If we again refer today to Fichte's assertion that the philosophy that one has is shaped by the kind of person one is, we could also say what was said a week ago. Everything comes back to an inner subjective quality. The strength of one's convictions is not sought in what is presented outwardly, but in the way one has been able to relate to the phenomena of the world. We then come to a consideration of what was referred to in the first lecture, to the sources of spiritual scientific knowledge. It was said that these sources arise through a development of the human soul. We shall speak later about how this development unfolds, what paths the soul has to follow in order that it actually ascends to knowledge and perceptions of the supersensible world. Today, I shall simply say that the soul has to undergo inner processes such as meditation and concentration on the inner life. What is brought about by such processes? If someone really wants to become a spirit researcher and wants, so to speak, to make his soul an apparatus for spiritual research, he must endeavor to create for himself a similar state to what is otherwise experienced in sleep. That is, he must, through intense concentration of the will, be in a position to induce a state that otherwise arises only through tiredness in the form of sleep. He must be able to exclude all outer sense impressions, to suppress all brain-bound thinking. And nevertheless, he must avoid that condition that otherwise manifests itself in sleep, the complete emptiness of consciousness. He avoids this by giving himself up to quite definite imaginations. We shall characterize these later on, which are suitable for concentrating, for drawing together his soul forces, so that they become stronger than they would be otherwise. Whereas they are normally, as it were, thin, in quotes, and hence, when they leave the physical body during sleep, are unable to know anything of themselves or of the world because their inner perceptive power is too weak, they are strengthened and condensed through such meditations and concentrations. The person does not extricate himself from ordinary thinking in such a way that he has no knowledge of himself, as is the case with ordinary sleep, but rather that he is able to remain conscious and experience through the particular nature of this state, now I am hearing nothing through my ears. I am no longer seeing with my eyes or thinking with my brain-bound thinking, but I am now experiencing myself in the purely spiritual domain and experience a reality there. A normal and justified objection to such a description of spiritual research that is expressed is as follows. One can, through such a soul development, come, for example, to inner imaginative worlds, which one regards as an expression of a supersensible world. Through the way in which these imaginative forms arise, one can also have the opinion that they point to something real, but one surely knows, so it may be said, that someone who has hallucinations, illusory ideas, and visions also believes very strongly in these hallucinations and whatever else, and it is therefore completely impossible truly to make a distinction between hallucinations, illusory ideas, and so forth, and what appears to a spirit researcher. Why should one not also regard what the spirit researcher arrives at in this way as a mere hallucination? Quite apart from the fact that one can say that what is experienced inwardly in this way is purely subjective and cannot be verified at any time by someone else, as is, for example, the case with a physical experiment. However, it should be indicated that it does not lie in the nature of all truths that they can be found or even only confirmed through outer events. One can say that for anyone who wishes to think, the ideas of mathematics could be highly convincing, and they are arrived at inwardly. In order to indicate this, we need no more complicated idea than that 3 times 3 is 9. For such an insight, all that is needed is an inner imagination of the soul. And it is nothing other than a way of making this visible. If someone, for example, illustrates that 3 times 3 is 9 by means of 3 groups of 3 peas. It depends on the soul's inner development. If someone has the knowledge that 3 times 3 is 9, and he does not even need to confirm this through an outer process. He knows what he has experienced. He knows it without any outward verification. There is therefore an inner soul exercise for which external verification is no more than a way of making something visible and is confined to this, and through which one sees that this inner process is true. The difference between falsehood and truth in the supersensible world is experienced in a quite similar way, though on a higher level. The spirit researcher must want to pass through all the things that can lead him to knowledge. Where do hallucinations, visions, and illusions cease? And where does supersensible reality begin? Where the one ends and the other begins can only be seen in a manner similar to how mathematical truths can be discerned. But it can indeed be seen. Anyone who is a real spirit researcher and knows nature, which truly leads to spiritual research, will not in any case entertain the world with his visions. And if you find someone who entertains people about the supersensible world by speaking about his visions, you can presuppose that he is far from being a true spirit researcher. After all, the true spirit researcher knows that all imaginary, visionary life that is acknowledged by people in the outer world merely represents a projection of one's own soul into one's own space. And his science has its foundation not in this space, not in what people actually mean when they speak as ignoramuses about the imaginations of the spirit researcher, but in that which lies behind this rhetoric, once he has followed through the whole process of how the life of the soul is made objective, and how the wall that is erected as a reflection of our inner soul processes has been broken through. It is particularly important for the spirit researcher that he has recognized the nature of hallucinations, visions, and illusions in their connection with the inner life of the soul, and can say to himself for a sufficiently long time, what happens is something objectively definitive, but which can be grasped purely as an inner soul process. And it does not belong so much to the requirements of real spiritual scientific schooling to bring the soul through certain exercises to the point where it has experiences that are free from the body. It is rather more important that the soul acquires a right judgment about these experiences outside the physical body in the purely spiritual domain. From a certain point onward, the soul knows through what it is experiencing that it is no longer experiencing subjective processes, but that it has stripped away its subjectivity and is entering into an objective space which is objective for everyone, just as mathematics is objective, in spite of the fact that the burden of proof is a purely inward matter. The mistake that people who believe in their illusions make consists in that they are not able to maintain their power of resistance to the world of illusions for long enough. That belief enters in too early in what they are experiencing, that they do not for a sufficiently long time say to themselves about their experiences, this appears initially to be only a reflection of myself, and only when I have stripped away everything of a subjective nature from myself, as I have to do in the case of mathematics, will I enter into the sphere of objective reality. Thus the objection that with spiritual scientific experiences one is dealing with something of a subjective nature falls away. One has just as little to do with anything subjective as in the case of mathematical truths. When spiritual science is communicated, there is always no question of providing proofs. If this question arises, one needs above all to understand the nature of proof. If it had never happened that someone had seen a whale, no one would be able to prove that whales exist. From all the knowledge that he has, he would never be able to prove the existence of a whale, for a whale is a fact, and facts cannot be proved, but can only be experienced. A logical point of quite some significance is being made here, but one must first be convinced about its importance. From this same standpoint, it is not the concern of spiritual scientific communications to provide proofs of the existence of the supersensible world, or, for example, of the immortality of the soul, but something altogether different. Those who have been involved for a sufficiently long time in the genuine pursuit of spiritual research will come to be convinced of this. It is not a question of a logical, spiritistic tendency, but of learning to know and communicating supersensible facts. If the spirit researcher has, through the soul development previously described, come to be able to survey the life of the soul between death and a new birth, what he then does is to communicate the facts that he has to present as regards the life of the soul in the time between death and a new birth. Communicate what he experiences in the supersensible world. It is a matter of communicating experiences, or facts, that he passes through or traverses in his soul. One can also say what results with the help of these communications. When it is shown how the soul continues to be a self-contained entity when the parts of the body disintegrate, how the soul then undergoes certain processes, how it experiences something in a purely supersensible world, and gathers the forces for a new life in order to enter again into physical existence. When this is stated in all its details, it is indeed being shown how the soul lives when it passes through the portal of death. Then facts are being referred to. This is a matter of referring to facts, of communicating facts rather than an abstract proof. Now, one might say, such learning about these facts only has significance for someone who can perceive the spiritual world, someone who has a developed soul. Oh, such an objection appears to be highly convincing, and it should definitely not be thrust aside. But anyone who knows the real life of the soul will also acquire a completely different relationship to this question to what many people think. So we need to raise the question, are we inwardly convinced in ordinary life when someone gives us abstract proofs of something? Let us take an example. Shall we say the picture of the Sistine Madonna? Someone who has no idea of what lies in such a picture comes before this image. Another person is beside him and begins to try to convince him of what is in the picture, while the one who listens understands absolutely nothing of what he is saying. He can spend a long time, in quotes, proving that there is something special in this picture. The person listening is unable to believe his proofs. For what really matters is not that one produces proofs, but rather that the listener has the possibility of believing in these proofs. Someone else stands in front of the picture, a second person comes up and speaks to him, and the listener now has the possibility of perceiving something that is being expressed through the picture. Then, through what he has recognized, the other awakens within him what enables him to believe that it lies in the picture. This other person may not perhaps have been speaking in such a way as to prove something. He merely describes what is actively present within him, describes only that which speaks within him. And once the listener has grasped in his soul what the other is speaking about, and then himself looks at the picture, he then sees something else in the picture, with the result that he knows it is indeed there in the picture. What matters is not an abstract cogency of proof, but that someone comes toward us who knows what lives in the picture, and that we are really able to be receptive to what is in the picture if we have the will to gain an insight into what is there. This is how it is when someone confronts the world and phenomena relating to humanity, and the spirit researcher approaches him. Were the spirit researcher to try to come with abstract proofs, the person who is not in a position directly to experience what the spirit researcher says in his own soul cannot possibly be convinced by a proof. But the spirit researcher does it just as the one interpreting the picture of which I have been speaking. He explains what has arisen in his soul, which he has first made an instrument for the spiritual truths that stand in the background of spiritual and human life. He gives the facts that he has experienced. And if the other person is in a position to be able to receive these concepts and facts into his whole life, he now sees the world in such a way that through what the spirit researcher has to say, this becomes the content of his own soul. Of course, it cannot always happen like that. If the spirit researcher, the one who has spiritual experiences, comes to the listener with quite obscure assertions, which for him may well be truths that he has experienced, if he tells him, and he may have experienced much in the spiritual world, about all the beings that are there and what they do, the listener, who may be hearing it for the first time, is not in the least obliged to believe what he hears. He will not and cannot believe it. Why is he unable to believe it? Because the gulf between what he experiences in his soul and what such a spiritual seer has experienced in his soul is too great. It would be equally unjustified if someone believed he could say that in 30 years a new world Savior or a new Messiah will come and be expected, who will impart great truths of a quite particular kind. This person could only make such an assertion to another person who had not been prepared for it, if he had no respect for the human soul and for the achievements of human culture. But there is a way of doing this quite differently, by taking up what every unprejudiced person can follow up to a certain point. Thus it must again be stated that the objection that spiritual research is valid only for someone who, because of his developed soul, is able to enter the spiritual world is unjustified. This is not correct. One can undertake research into the spiritual world only if one makes one's soul into an instrument for perceiving it. But one is, so to speak, obliged to clothe what one experiences there in such concepts as can, in accordance with the cultural circumstances of the time, be understandable for every human individual who approaches them without prejudice and does not resist them through, for example, a presumed or false erudition. Hence, it is far rather a question of how the facts of clairvoyant consciousness are communicated to an age than that such facts are communicated. One can, for example, experience when someone confesses to have read only one book and then believes himself entitled to make a judgment and to be able to say, these spirit researchers always begin to use the word, in quotes, esoteric, when concepts elude them. But it could also be the case that with the person concerned who says something of this kind, the word esoteric always has the consequence that his concepts become empty of meaning, so that the word esoteric has a numbing effect upon his thoughts. Thus, if someone puts up a resistance in this way and does not call upon what is within his soul in order to enable the results of spiritual research to work upon himself, then, as we saw last week, it is completely natural that the most fundamental objections against spiritual research will be put forward. But if the soul devotes itself in an unprejudiced way to what spiritual research gives, the healthy human understanding, healthy unprejudiced thinking, is sufficient in order to share in the experience not of what fades from view in the unschooled soul, but of what can be understood by it. For how does every human soul relate to the spirit researcher, who has a judgment about certain specific facts of the supersensible world because he has ventured into it? Each soul relates to the soul of the spirit researcher as a germinal essence of life to life that is fully developed. And in the same way that in a germinal essence, for example in an egg, the complete living being is already contained, so in every soul is there present what only the spirit researcher can ever say to this soul. Just as in the undeveloped germinal essence, it can also be shown how the individual comes forth from it, so can the individual soul which receives the results of spiritual research that have been shared with it gain insight in a germinal way, but with a complete power of conviction into the spiritual worlds. Hence there is never any foundation for accusing someone who relies not merely upon his intellectual power of logical ingenuity, but upon the full power of his soul, that he must be a gullible person if he lets himself be drawn into what the spirit researcher has to say. The intellect alone will not be able to accept it. Thus, it is actually possible to test spiritual science, as opposed to accepting it on authority. This has always been so, and it will always continue to be possible. It should be pointed out that I didn't call today's lecture, quote, on what foundation can spiritual science be proved, close quote, but, quote, on what foundation is spiritual science based, close quote. That is, where does it come from, and how can the human soul acquire a relationship to it? This relation will, for many people, be really difficult to find, for the reason that many objections against this spiritual science seem to carry weight. How should it not have weight? And here I again come to a point where I have to speak abstractly and more uninterestingly. When someone says, the spirit researcher maintains that in his supersensible consciousness he can follow the soul to the time beyond birth or conception, how it lives between death and the next birth, and how it then makes its way into the present life. Now, one can indeed show, it might now be objected, how certain qualities that the soul develops during life are fashioned in childhood or before birth in the body of the mother. Perhaps for many people there is nothing among the objections against spiritual research that has such weight as just this objection. Those who have often heard such lectures will know how I also make such objections myself. As for example, in the Bach family, there have been so many musicians of varying degrees of talent, so that one might, with a certain justification, make the point that a person receives that which makes him a musician purely through the physical line of inheritance. Thus one can make the point that it is through heredity or through acquisition during life that what a person later manifests as his particular qualities and as his individuality comes to belong to him. Oh, such an objection, if one lives with it and abandons oneself to its suggestive power, is very significant. And every spirit researcher will understand that there are people who are unable to free themselves from it, and who are very strongly influenced by the force of what is put forward in this regard. But there is something else that belongs to this matter of being impressed by the cogency of arguments, namely the awareness that there can be causes, correctly identified causes, which, nevertheless, do not cause anything, which are not actually the reason that something arises. I am saying something that is apparently very paradoxical, and for someone who allows the weight of spiritual scientific facts to work upon his soul, it is unnecessary to be drawn into this. But the point at issue here is that in responsiveness to the age in which we are now living, we develop an awareness of what can show us from a philosophical standpoint that there can be causes which nevertheless do not cause anything. Why does a hen have feathers, a beak, or this or that property of its body when it comes into being? Someone can surely say, it has inherited these from the parental hen, and the causes for the particular form of the beak and so forth are the inherited characteristics that we find in that hen from which the feature in question derives. But one needs to see that something else of significance is involved when the qualities of having feathers, of having a particular beak and so on, which are possessed by the mother hen, also appear in the daughter hen. Something may be a correctly identified cause, but it is necessary that one particular germinal essence, among others, arises if the causes can become, in quotes, causes. What matters is not that one refers back from what follows to particular causes, but that one shows to what extent the causes also have been able to become causes. Here we are standing at a point where spiritual science, out of its own facts, can acquire a relationship with, for example, Darwinism. No one who is not a presumptuous but a serious spirit researcher will quarrel with the facts and serious observations of Darwin and Darwinians. He will even agree when Darwin asks, "Why does the kitten snuggle up to someone when he comes close to it?" The researcher indicates that it has already been snuggling up to its mother on the bed, and one sees from this that the later event is connected with the earlier one. One can refer to the causes as to how a person has this or that quality, which he has perhaps received through the mother before he was born. One can make such statements. But one has not said anything about the extent to which the causes have now become causal elements. Everything that can be said by a world conception that is seemingly firmly based on the ground of natural science, which can be explained through inherited characteristics and so forth, is indeed readily accepted by spiritual research. And anyone of this persuasion who raises objections is usually living under the presupposition that what they say is not acknowledged. They are acknowledged, but the other party does not realize that causes have first to become causal elements, so that what is at issue is therefore something at a much deeper level than he realizes. This is generally the case today, that people always only judge what spiritual science endeavors to draw forth from the depths of existence on the superficial level that they are themselves able to survey the world. If this were not always happening, articles like the one that appeared last Sunday in the title Berliner Tageblatt, which by its own admission is based only on a single book, would not have to be written. I should, by the way, like to ask what one would say to someone who had made a conclusive judgment on, for example, chemistry based only on a single book. But this is what our contemporaries do. One might say that spiritual research has weighty reasons to feel substantiated in the present time. For those who have been listening for some while to these lectures, I should probably say that much has been said here from a philosophical background. Whoever recognizes this may perhaps come to the judgment that many philosophers must have supplied proofs for the immortality of the human soul. I must myself admit that I have never felt really comfortable with what has been put forward from the philosophical standpoint as regards proofs for the immortality of the soul or for a supersensible world. For what philosophers mostly have in mind are only the concepts of things. Thus, with respect to the human ego, philosophers themselves merely have the concept of the ego. However, it should be just as clear that nothing real can be deduced from the concept of the ego, as it is clear that a painter who has barely painted at all cannot paint a picture. One should be equally clear about the fact that the image of the ego says nothing for the ego itself. Anyone who becomes involved with spiritual science will see that a conviction of the reality of the ego is acquired through something entirely different, namely through the whole path of the ego's continuing existence after death. Thus, what innocently trusting philosophers adduce along these lines cannot lead one to feel at ease. But from what those who, as opponents, make such powerful denouncements put forward, anyone who looks at things more deeply acquires a really good proof for the nature of the ego. For there are philosophers who say that they could understand the ego as nothing more than a summation of all possible physiological, etc. activities. One then sees that these researchers say all manner of things, but what they say has no possible relationship to an ego. They are, in this respect, along the same lines, although in an opposite sense, as those who want to explain the phenomena of life through the life force. For just as the life force is superfluous to requirements, so not only is nothing explained by the explanations that are put forward for the life of the soul, but they are equally superfluous when it comes to a true investigation of the soul. It then becomes apparent that such would-be interpreters actually leave the soul in peace and do not come anywhere near it, so that, therefore, the soul remains intact and proves to be something that outward explanations are unable to approach. Only if, in the consciousness of the time, the feeling arises that one cannot judge spiritual science superficially, but only through an intensified study of it, will all purely external judgments about spiritual science cease to be able to carry any weight. As it is with scientific objections, so also with the objections that were put forward in the first lecture in a moral or religious aspect against spiritual research. When, for example, it is said that it is infinitely more worthy if someone does something good out of pure selflessness, with the view of being annihilated in death, out of the insight and the will that the good that is done passes over into the general whole, that if he does it in view of a compensating balance in ensuing earthly lives, such a judgment has absolute validity and should not be quarreled with. It is true when it is said that a person does something good purely out of egotism, if he believes that through karma he will, as a kind of reward, be the recipient of something beneficial in a new earthly life, or if he refrains from an evil action because it could manifest itself as a kind of punishment in the new life. It is certain that one can view such an assertion as grounded in egotism, and that one can therefore say with full entitlement, what spiritual research is alleged to say about man would therefore promote an egotistical quality among human beings. Schopenhauer once rightly said, you know that I do not by any means always agree with him, that, quote, it is easy to preach morality, but difficult to implement it, close quote. What does it mean to implement morality? It means to bring about a state of soul through which a person can accomplish a moral action. Anyone who has experience of people knows that it is not only easy to preach morality, but also largely futile. For people are not very good at knowing all about moral principles and very bad at acting on them. If it were merely a question of listening to moral preaching, there would be far more moral people than is actually the case. Someone might say, for instance, let us take a parental couple who make every effort to encourage their children to become decent and capable people. For, so say the parents, if we make them into decent and capable people, they will be able to be a support for us in old age, and we will be able to derive all sorts of benefits from them. If the parents bring their children up with this in mind, it is a highly selfish point of view to have. But let us suppose that the children do become respectable citizens, so that they are decent and capable people when they have grown up. Then the parents have, to be sure, done something egotistical, but they have not themselves been preaching morality, but have established it. And it could turn out that if they make their children into capable people, and the children then later manifest something quite different than they would have imagined, they may arrive at quite another ethical attitude. This would also be a case of the parents establishing a moral attitude rather than preaching about it. Let us suppose that someone may not have had the opportunity to think in terms of a compensatory balance for wicked deeds in his next life. But by performing actions under the influence of such a perspective of karma, he gradually develops a moral view of the world. It will be established out of human nature. To be sure, someone who is still at a lower moral level will act out of an egotistical view of karma. But a person who has arrived at a higher standpoint and therefore has a higher attitude toward karma will be capable of fulfilling selfless moral demands. Thus, what matters is that one does not refer abstractly to something by giving expression to an egotistical notion of karma, but that one shows how it leads a person toward a higher development. This could be further explained by showing how spiritual research is directed toward the true reality of human nature. If someone were to raise the other objection that many people might say to themselves, I have future earthly lives before me, so I need to become a decent person only in later lives. Now I still have time. Now I can still be a disreputable person. This would be an objection that can also be countered theoretically. But in order to approach it in the right way, one needs to be aware of the practical implications. One must know that someone who is of the view that he does not yet need to be a decent person, but will become so only in his next life, has, through such an intention, exerted an influence upon his next life. If he does not decide to become a decent person, he will not have the necessary basis for his next life either. He therefore now acquires the capacity in order that he may subsequently become a decent person. He takes steps to gather together the forces for this. Thus, little by little, it might become possible again to speak about the justified moral objections. The religious objection can also be taken into account. People say that spiritual research needs to explain that in every soul there is a spark of the divine, and that a human being increasingly develops this divine spark from life to life. A spark of divinity, therefore, comes to dwell within the human breast. I try to show how one may relate to this matter, and how one may present it in its true perspective in the first scene of my mystery play titled The Soul's Probation, 1911. It is true that through such an interpretation, one may be called a religious principle, the feeling of dependence on the divine outside which man stands, the childlike looking up to this divinity, external to himself, is lost. But one should also acknowledge that which can be said from the other standpoint, that a person can fully see that the divine world has implanted a spark within him which he must experience and must bring to full development, that he can indeed come to see that he bears within him a divine spark, and if he leaves it undeveloped, it will wither away. The sense of connection with the divine, together with the necessity of having to develop this spark, is an impulse of an infinitely much greater strength than any other religious impulse. Anyone who involves himself with spiritual science will see that there is never any question of antagonism toward any religious confession. People think that because religious faiths and denominations are so eager to oppose spiritual science will also oppose them. But a similar situation prevails here as with the previously characterized scientific objections. Spiritual science is not hostile to the intentions of any religious faith, for its concern is with the relation of the human soul to the supersensible worlds, while religion has to do with the relation to the individual soul. Anyone who is really able to see this will understand how it is absolutely possible for someone to engage in spiritual research despite being involved in a religious faith of his own choosing. However, as spiritual science becomes established through becoming accepted in the world, it will be able to give man what one may call a deepened conception of the life of the soul, both of the soul life of the individual and of the interaction between individual souls. Anyone who is able to convince himself, only to a small extent, that all outward human interaction can only be an outward picture of how souls relate to one another, will have an insight into the immeasurability of what results for the soul if it comes to understand how the individual soul relates to other souls, how the individual soul can relate to another soul when it has rightly grasped the nature of the destiny of one soul with respect to another in the life between death and the next birth. What the destiny of an individual soul is, what it means to be separated from another soul, what it means to acquire a new relationship to the departed soul, if the soul that has remained here is able to know something of the supersensible world. New light will be shed on all human knowledge and on all other areas of human life, when that which can be derived for each individual soul from the depths of the supersensible world can become incarnate in human souls. The recognition, perceiving, and understanding of spiritual truths is not merely a matter of thinking about reality, but of becoming livingly part of it. This has not only been recognized in recent times by spiritual science, but has actually been recognized wherever people have spoken out of a real knowledge of the spiritual world. I say what I have to say regarding the place of spiritual research with respect to those who reject it, without really knowing much about it, not on my own behalf, but on behalf of Johann Gottlieb Fichte. If there is much of a serious, perhaps for many wounding, nature in what he says, one should bear in mind that it comes from a man who, with full enthusiasm for spiritual research, wished to proclaim his anger toward all those who, without really wanting to acquire an insight into spiritual research, reject it and think they have to attack it. Fichte makes the following stern pronouncement, quote, "All they can do is to pour their enmity upon that conviction which they find so shameful, of a higher aspect in man, and all those phenomena that would seek to confirm that conviction. They must do everything they possibly can to keep these phenomena away from them and to suppress them. They battle for their life, for the finest and most intimate root of their life, for the possibility of continuing to endure. All the fanaticism and all the rage associated with it has, from the beginning of the world to this day, derived from the principle, if the opponents are right, I am a miserable wretch of a human being. If this fanaticism can attain to fire and sword, it attacks the hated enemy with fire and sword. If these are not accessible, there remains, this is still also applicable to our present time, the tongue, which, if it does not kill the enemy, is nevertheless capable of powerfully laming its activity and outward influence. One of the most used and favored tricks with this tongue is this, that they confer a generally hated name upon the thing that they specifically hate, in order thereby to decry it and surround it with suspicion. The lasting power of these tricks and appellations is inexhaustible and is constantly augmented, and it would be futile to aim for any kind of completion. I shall call to mind here just one of the most usually hated names, that whereby people say that this teaching is mysticism. Observe, first and foremost, in intention the form of that accusation, that in the event that an unprejudiced person would reply, "Well then, let us accept that it is mysticism, and mysticism is an erroneous and dangerous doctrine. So let them say his piece, and we shall listen to him. If he is mistaken and dangerous, this will have every opportunity to become obvious." Those people would, in accordance with a categorical decision that they believe, that they have dismissed us with, have to answer there's nothing further to listen to. For a long time, probably from well before you were born, mysticism has been decreed as heresy by the unanimous resolutions of all our reviewing councils and subjected to excommunication. Close quote. Steiner again. This is what Johann Gottlieb Fichte says. Fichte expresses himself in a way that can also have validity today about the relationship of spiritual research. Let us say, to those who want to trust only their senses and want to have the world arranged in accordance with what their senses impart to them. Fichte compares such people, although this comparison is perhaps not wholly justified, those who would trust only their senses and do not want to admit that there is a more adequate knowledge of truth, with the deaf and dumb, and those who are born blind, who have also not wanted to acknowledge sounds and colors, if those who can see speak to them about such phenomena. Now someone who is blind and deaf cannot be compared with those who do not want to accept what can be given through clairvoyant research, because every soul is capable of finding a relation to supersensible truths. But, Fichte says, quote, that one also cares for the deaf and dumb, and those who are blind from birth, and has thought out a way of educating them that is worthy of gratitude, that is, from the deaf and dumb and the blind. But if one were to apply this manner of instruction to education in general, also for those who are born healthy, on the grounds that there could also be some among them who were deaf and dumb and born blind, and one were certain that one had seen to everyone's needs, if the person who can hear were to speak just as laboriously, without any respect for his hearing, and to learn to recognize the words on people's lips, like someone who is deaf and dumb, and the person who can see were to read letters through touch, without any respect for his vision, this would earn very little thanks from the healthy, although of course this would immediately be resolved as soon as the arrangements for the lessons open to everyone were made contingent on properly seeing to the needs of the deaf and dumb and those born blind. Close quote. Steiner again. If one were wishing to make an objection to what Fichte is saying, one might perhaps remark that it would not even work with those who are born blind and the deaf and dumb. But if it were a matter of those who trust only in the senses and their reasoning power to come to think of how the world might be fashioned, they would not view this as those who can see perceive it. They would curse and swear and reject all spiritual interpretation of the world other than their own, while regarding what they say about the world as beyond reproach. They would laugh scornfully if it were put to them that only someone who knows about such a matter should speak about it, and that those who know nothing about it should keep silent. The main motivation for all who deny the validity of spiritual research is simply that they know nothing of it. Logically, it would be a basic requirement that only someone who knows about something should be entitled to speak about it. But such motivating factors leading to people rejecting something of which they are ignorant are used in our time to reject a spiritual scientific conception of the world. However, anyone who is able to experience in his soul what was said in the first lecture, and does not need to await the objections that he may experience in himself, and is capable of identifying in his spiritual life, will always find a path toward making a beginning with spiritual research. So that what I have expressed in the first scene of title The Soul's Probation may become a guiding principle. Through this it may be possible for the knowledge that can be imparted from the supersensible worlds, for all that we may hope for in life, for our strength in what we do in life, for our sense of certainty in life, and for everything that we need for a worthwhile human existence to be brought together in the whole fabric of our consciousness. Everything that can be said, what one can say by way of uplifting the soul, of enlivening it and imbuing it with feeling, can be summarized in the words, "You are not alone with your thinking, feeling, and will. As you live with your body in the substances that are spread out in the entire universe, so are you living with your thinking, feeling, and will in something that is disseminated in the entire cosmos, in the widths of space. This means that the words that I have brought to expression at the point previously indicated in my mystery play can become a conviction. Quote, "In your thinking, cosmic thoughts are living. In your feeling, cosmic forces are weaving. In your willing, cosmic beings are working. Lose yourself in cosmic thoughts. Experience yourself through cosmic forces. Create yourself from beings of will. End not in cosmic distances through dreaming play of thought. Begin in widths of spirit, and end in the depths of your own soul. You will find aims of gods, knowing yourself in you." The end of Lecture 2. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are 2 publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works Volume 62 by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Results of Spiritual Research, translated by Simon Blaxland-DeLange, 14 lectures. This is Lecture 3. Given in Berlin on the 14th of November 1912, entitled The Tasks of Spiritual Research for Both Present and Future. Spiritual science, as it is meant here in these lectures, does not wish to be something that springs from the arbitrary whim of this or that person, and is accordingly based on the subjective idea of an individual or several people, but rather a spiritual conception of the world that involves itself with a certain necessity in the needs and demands of our time, insofar as this time is a recognizable product of the evolutionary history of mankind. Only if a world conception is in a sense demanded by its time can it lay claim with a certain justification to those confident words that were spoken in the first lecture of this winter series. Only on such terms can it be said on its behalf. However much hostility may be directed against it from one direction or other, if it contains something of the nature of truth, it can rely on the fact that truth, however hard people try to bury it, will always find cracks and crevices through which it becomes more widespread in the cultural life of mankind. We shall now try not with vague generalizations, but with concrete facts, to indicate how in the course of the last few centuries, and especially in recent times right up to the present, the seeking human soul has been steadily developing toward what the spiritual science that is being advocated here wants to be for the questing human soul. Anyone who feels inwardly compelled today to seek explanations of life's riddles in order to imbue his life with strength and certainty surely cannot fail to pose questions concerning what natural science, which far from being unappreciated by spiritual science is fully recognized by it, has come to promulgate. Countless people today do, after all, believe that it will depend on a further development of scientific questions, on scientific research, whether it will, by bringing together these scientific facts and laws, also become possible to arrive at a worldview which gives man insight into what lies behind the phenomena that he can perceive with his senses, that he can comprehend with his intellect, and with which he feels connected in his existence. Phenomena that he endeavors to recognize in order that he can acquire a real understanding of the destiny of his soul and of its work in the world as a whole. In the light of such a longing and such a hope, it should be said that in the course of human evolution, the relation of the soul to what outward science is able to represent has completely changed, as exemplified in the fact that the relationship that we can have to science with respect to questions of the soul is able to show us that our time should be characterized not simply as a time of transition, to use a trivial and frequently employed term, but one that, as regards spiritual research, is eminently a new beginning. We need only to recall the example of a great personality who, like many others of his kind, has continued to bring spiritual culture forward, namely Kepler, who is the actual great fashioner of the Copernican world conception, whence many questions of our modern conception of the world are nevertheless raised. Even though not everyone has a devotion to spiritual science, surely there is no one who would not be able to say that through such achievements as those of Kepler's, mankind has succeeded in experiencing the movements of the heavenly bodies with the pure objectivity of science and its laws. And how, someone might say, can, additionally, the belief exist that these movements of the heavenly bodies are in some way ruled by spiritual beings, to whom spiritual science seeks to refer, by spiritual beings who stand behind the material world and its laws, since everything can, after all, be explained in a mechanical way? What is the need for spiritual forces of whatever kind standing behind these physical laws? Such a claim appears highly persuasive, and one can indicate that it was precisely the release from long-established prejudices of the old spiritual world conceptions that people such as Kepler achieved through the explanations that they gave of the movements of the heavenly bodies in space from purely physical laws. But if we study Kepler himself objectively, in his particular soul qualities, and without historical prejudice, we find remarkably that everything that guided Kepler's gaze to the celestial spaces and gave him his real inner impulses to discover his great mighty laws emanated from the awareness of being embedded with his soul in spiritual archetypes of existence, in the influence of spiritual beings who fill the heavenly spaces and exert their influence through time. It was clear to him that what he ascribed to the planetary movements as laws, in quote, could be instilled within him only through the laws being the thoughts of divine spiritual beings. If we investigate what these impulses that Kepler had were based on, we would have to say that they had their origin in that the whole course of human evolution has always maintained the connection of the human soul with the soul's spiritual domain. And in Kepler's time, the existence of such a domain was still naturally accepted as part of traditional general belief, as a means of inspiring and giving wings to the soul and engendering wakeful thoughts within it. But who could deny that this quality, that stood so clearly in the background of Kepler's creative work, has, in the course of recent centuries, gradually faded from view through what has arisen from it, so that today the human soul can very easily believe that Kepler's laws and everything that has come into existence in this way could be used as proof against the acceptance of a divine spiritual world. If we survey the period from Kepler through the centuries to our own time, We see how that which is still born from the consciousness of man's connection with the divine spiritual realm increasingly itself obliterates this consciousness, and how a time is approaching, empowered and enhanced by the achievements of natural science, by the emergence of significant knowledge from the scientific sphere, when the human soul will, because of the abundance of this scientific material, and of what has been discerned on a material level, gradually become incapable of ascending to the spiritual domain. One could say the way that our intellectual development has unfolded in recent centuries can be characterized such that the increase in what it has brought forth is great and worthy of admiration, but that the possibility of the human soul being able to gain an insight into a spiritual world on the basis of these achievements has, precisely through the abundance and the nature of these achievements, been well nigh destroyed. We can come to see this if, for instance, we consider the way that Goethe, with his manner of researching into the processes of nature, was positioned in the whole ideological framework of his time. It is interesting how, for example, Hermann Grimm, this brilliant and at the same time profound student of Goethe's work, feels himself to be obliged to characterize Goethe's place in the scientific developments of his time. Hermann Grimm asks, how did people in the centuries before the time of Goethe think about man's relationship to nature? Anyone who knows these centuries will admit that Hermann Grimm is right. They differed from the later view that man stood on the earth and people believed themselves authorized, in connection with the nature of animals, plants, and so on, to view man as something like a conclusion of the whole of the rest of earthly and indeed world creation. That people believe themselves to be entitled to say, the meaning residing in the whole of evolution is that one can, if one looks upon stone, plant, and animal, recognize how an inner being has gradually evolved, already having man in view, in order to put everything else at the disposal of man and his own purpose. How far there was still an intention to subscribe to the Mosaic story of creation is not the point. But this conviction was indeed present, to see in all kingdoms of the world something like an impulse that already includes man, and makes everything else merely the preparation, whereby man, who has been spiritually there from the beginning, is made the pinnacle of the whole of creation. What was it that gradually developed from this? Firstly, as Hermann Grimm also says, astronomy began. The earth became an insignificant cosmic body in the universe, and man's position on the earth was such that without any previous antecedents in the other kingdoms, he had arisen as a necessity of nature, so that he was not justified in associating his significance with the whole origin of the created world. Geology assumes that vast periods of time have elapsed before man appeared on the earth, which in a scientific sense would by no means show any evidence that the purpose of all this was to prepare for a future appearance of humanity. In a certain sense, one may call Goethe a radical natural scientist. I have frequently mentioned here that through his own scientific discoveries, his endeavor was to separate out from opinions about the outward structure of man's being what could distinguish him from the other organisms of the earth. And one may call Goethe an evolutionist before Darwin and the other proponents of the theory of evolution in our time. But Hermann Grimm correctly points out how Goethe did not allow himself to accept that behind where Darwinism sees nothing more than material processes, he could perceive a spiritual world that spiritually evolves in all material processes, so that man comes to find his place there. We have a remarkable saying of Goethe's that makes us so clearly aware that although he was so thoroughly scientific in orientation, he was at pains to place man at the summit and crown of spiritual existence. He says, "What, in the end, are all the millions of stars in the world? For if a human eye, EYE, is not eventually able to perceive them, and then observe them, and receive them into his being." And not without justice. If we peruse all these scientific facts and laws, there is much that can substantiate the right to pose the question, where in this outer world can we find something other than man that could become for us the grounds for the supposition that the Spirit holds sway in all living and lifeless things? Where, if we consider man himself scientifically, once it has been ascertained that the life of the soul is bound up with the processes of the brain, do we find an indication regarding thinking of soul existence outside the confines of birth and death? One needs today only to turn to one of the more significant and renowned philosophers, for example, the world-famous Wundt, and one will everywhere find, when such philosophers base their work on natural scientific research, that certain conclusions, certain results are drawn from scientific facts, and that the philosophers always, so far as I can see, arrive at a conception of the spiritual, but that in the moment when it would be a matter of taking hold of the spiritual domain, they are compelled to grind to a halt. Why is this? For the simple reason that the whole manner of thinking that has developed with the support of scientific research and accords precisely with scientific facts yields no possibility of finding the path within these habits of thinking, within this whole manner of research, from matter and its laws to real spiritual happenings and their essential nature, because at every point the thread of thought breaks off. Why did it not break off with Goethe? Because Goethe was still imbued with impulses that had come as primal elements in the evolution of mankind. Because there still lived in him something of what has remained from the historical past, from ancient spiritual perceptions, which we shall come to later. And because his soul was in a certain sense not as yet devoid of what had come toward the soul in a certain spiritual path in the course of the centuries, when its outward perspective was colored by the things of the material world. But our time evolved rapidly, and hence through its rapid development, in those who structured their habits of thought in accordance with natural scientific research, there is hardly anything left of what was still present in Goethe. We have therefore experienced that Darwin has displayed the inner relationships of living beings more fully and searchingly than Goethe, but nevertheless, in the whole significance and manner of his research, he was unable to go beyond a certain point. Whereas in the whole nature and significance of his research, Goethe saw the spirit behind outward phenomena. The Darwinians, not Darwin himself, were obliged to conceive of that which did not prevent Goethe from coming to the spirit as an obstacle to approaching the spiritual domain in some way. Thus we can understand that those who see their real hopes for an outlook on the world as lying in modern science are inevitably largely disappointed. To be sure, something of what existed amongst mankind is not so easily lost. We can experience in the most recent times that even serious researchers, who wish only for science, are by no means of the opinion that this science must present only outward facts, but could very well serve as a means of substantiating the ongoing course of a world wisdom that lives in material things. It is interesting that an historian from the school of Ranke, Lord Acton, was able to say as a history teacher to his listeners in the course of an important university address in Cambridge in 1895, "I hope that the whole way that historical facts are described will reveal the working of a divine world wisdom." Yes, Lord Acton even spoke in those days of the influence of the risen one, in quotes, in history. Thus we see that from the times when the existence of a spiritual world was accepted as a matter of course, there extends into our time a continuing thread of research, a living echo of the whole scientific thinking of such a set of convictions. That in this sense of being carried by what emanates from former times, the soul continues to feel itself to be imbued by the world of spirit. But it is equally true that anyone who forms a strong link today with the thought forms of natural science, and for example takes up the idea that the various soul functions have their corresponding expressions in processes of the brain or other parts of the nervous system, that such a person may, by working through a series of facts, easily say to himself, yes, for what man is enabled to think, feel, and experience in the material world, there are always factors that the researcher can identify. But as for what might lie before and after it for the soul, natural science tells me nothing. How widespread is the error that because natural science is unable to reach beyond its observation of facts and their laws to the spiritual domain, it must therefore also reject all notions of this domain. And yet it is again characteristic of the whole situation of the modern world conception that those who base their ideas on the standpoint that we can arrive at a conception of the world only by bringing together scientific facts and laws are forever warning about jumping to conclusions, about forming hypotheses on the basis of a few facts, in order to draw conclusions as to how the life of the soul is linked to this or that, how the world situation is, and so on. Such a warning emerged only recently at a significant place. At this year's gathering of naturalists, the leading naturalist Wettstein gave a talk about biology, about the science of life in the way that it can be utilized for the prevailing worldview. And from the relevant facts, he warned about drawing general conclusions as regards this view of the world. But many people, nevertheless, believe that one should therefore wait for answers to the riddles relating to the life of the soul until science has finished researching the facts. This kind of idea, and to be specific, it would have to be voiced by someone wanting to gain insight into the mysteries of the soul and the spirit in order to come to conclusions about them, who was wholly immersed in the world of scientific facts, reminds one of a beautiful saying of Goethe, quote, "In order to understand that the sky is everywhere blue, one does not need to travel round the world." Close quote. I should like to show in concrete terms how the path of the human soul to its mysteries in the spiritual domain is in a certain sense independent from everything that the various laws of natural science, the various laws of learned people, are able to give to the human soul. In order to substantiate this, I should like to refer to the following fact. In the 19th century, there was a notable philosopher in Munich called Moritz Carrière. He was one of those who tried to understand the world and its phenomena out of a richness, not only of thoughts, but of real scientific erudition. Through his great work about cultural development, Carrière has indeed shown how he brought together one fact after another of what was taught in olden times, in order to understand the passage of the spirit through world evolution. From all such processes, Carrière formed a worldview that I am all the more glad to mention because it wholly preceded the development of a true spiritual science, a worldview that out of itself came to an insight of the soul's connection with a spiritual world that is extended through space and time in such a way that there is a connection between that which resides physically in the human body and the substances and forces that are spread out in space and exert their influence in time. One day Moritz Carrière was shown the manuscript of a simple man, someone who was not in the least learned, who had none of the richness of the erudition through which Moritz Carrière had come to a perception of the connection that has just been described of the soul with the world of spirit. This simple man was called Steiner, and he was born in 1813. As the result of a life which there is no time to describe here, it came about that Steiner had to spend many, many months alone. He let himself be carried away by the revolutionary movement, and this led to his imprisonment. But despite his lack of learning, he was a highly sensitive soul. In the manuscript that he showed Moritz Carrière in the 1870s, he relates how in his solitary cell he pondered and pondered, filled only, as befitted the spirit of his time and of those who had surrounded him, with materialistic opinions. But how his soul had become desolate in solitude, how it had suffered from the hunger of having something in which it was unable to believe. Then he goes on to explain how, from his cell, he heard some remarkable singing that rang forth outside, which reminded him of experiences of his early childhood, and brought him into connection with other experiences, how this again released a spark of joy in his soul, and how this impulse that was thereby given to his soul, an impulse of inner freshness and activity, released thoughts in this simple, unsophisticated soul that Steiner now wrote down. And this was the manuscript that he later sent to Moritz Carrière. When one reads it, Moritz Carrière later has it printed, one must say that Carrière was right. Steiner, by abandoning himself to the soul that in solitude poured forth imperiously from his breast, found something that in the same way represents the soul's connection with the world spirit, as Carrière was able to portray it after he had a life of erudition and science behind him. One does not need to travel round the earth to understand that the sky is blue everywhere. The path to the spiritual domain has quite specifically to be found in a way other than by merely summarizing scientific laws or by drawing conclusions from scientific research. But the debate with natural science has to be a very different one. No worldview can exist today, and no worldview may exist, because the needs of the human soul would brush it aside, that would be in contradiction with natural science. Hence it had to be so sharply emphasized in the first two lectures what can be said on the part of natural science against spiritual research, and how spiritual science has to relate to this. And it cannot be emphasized often enough that one should feel mistaken with respect to any spiritual scientific knowledge, if one now uses it to oppose a justified result of natural science. But if one again considers this natural science, and if one has a sense and a heart for the necessary authority that must flow from it, one will all the more have to indicate what can confuse the soul, what must necessarily confuse it, because of the abundance of what is there if he wants to tread the path to the Spirit. This too I should like to substantiate by means of examples. I shall draw attention to two researchers, who both stand on the ground of the history of evolution, on the ground of natural science. Both researchers conceived of the emergence of separate living organisms from one another, as the Darwinians also did, but they excluded man. They were clear that one does not have to apply the laws applicable to the animal world to man, but that just as one must derive his bodily nature from the physical realm, so should one derive his soul-spiritual nature from a soul-spiritual context. They were both completely clear about this. They were just as good at researching nature as they were in their understanding of spiritual matters, but their habits of thinking were dominated by those of natural science. They thought as one thinks as a true natural scientist. How did the one, Mivart, and how did the other, Wallace, a contemporary of Darwin, think about the actual processes of evolution? Wallace said to himself that man could not so simply be included in the animal kingdom, already for the reason that there is in the outward structure of the brain a considerable difference between man and the most highly evolved apes, even if the comparison is with a primitive person. And because the brain of an ape is, by contrast to the brain of a primitive, far too imperfect for man to have evolved from the ape purely in the direct course of evolution. The other researcher, Mivart, found that the level of civilization of a primitive person does not differ outwardly from the developmental level of a highly evolved ape. But if one considers the intellectual activities of the primitive, and in contrast those of the highly evolved ape, one would have to presuppose that although the brains of both have so much similarity to one another, man does not belong to the animal kingdom. If one again considers the brains, one sees very clearly that man's brain has not evolved from the brain of an ape through adaptation to outward tasks, but through civilization it develops all possibilities in such a way that it only appears that everything has been brought about in order that it could become a tool of civilization. Thus, because the brain of an ape and the human brain so strongly differ from one another, one of the naturalists, Wallace, believes that he must accept that there is no relationship between man and the animal kingdom. And for Wallace it was precisely the similarity of the intellectual qualities that was proof for what he was saying. For Mivart, his contemporary, the exact opposite was the case. He was of the view that if one compares the intellectual qualities of the primitive with the highly evolved ape, there is so great a difference that, on account of this difference, it would be impossible to accept a fundamental relationship between the primitive and the ape. We, therefore, see two naturalists, both accustomed to thinking in accordance with natural science, who, for opposite reasons, pronounce their opinion. The one, because the qualities of the primitive and the highly evolved ape are so similar, the other because they are so different. If then two researchers, who are both inclined to derive man from a spiritual origin, can become so confused by the abundance of facts available as regards their grounds for proof, how is anyone who is even more biased in his prejudices in favor of purely materialistic thinking to be not rendered still more incapable of arriving from the sheer abundance of available facts and laws at a spiritual awareness? Natural science merely leads us from fact to fact. When we have spiritual science, we can, from this spiritual science, actually understand natural science and place it in its true light. However, the laws of spiritual science can never be derived from natural science. Thus it will inevitably happen increasingly that the human soul will be drained of spiritual nourishment if it depends on scientifically valuing only what comes from natural science. Natural science will itself achieve its greatness and significance by knowing its own limits. However, anyone who even to a small extent casts an eye upon human soul life will soon find that the soul needs answers to the question of the spirit for its strength and confidence, and for what it has to do in life. Whereas in former times we have substantiated this when we spoke of Kepler and Goethe, and we could find other examples, such answers were available to the human soul in the way people experience the world. This is not the case today. And a new task arises today that we have been able and will continue to characterize, the task of spiritual science. Precisely that which has disappeared through the greatness of natural science must again be found independently through spiritual science. In that the paths are shown on which the human soul can attain its spiritual home. Anyone who rightly understands the age in which we are living will, once the background to the present situation has been thus described, grasp the extent of the need and longing that manifests itself increasingly to comprehend the world also out of the spirit, and to establish an independent spiritual science alongside natural science. When we enter into specific issues, such as the law of repeated earthly lives, that is probably rejected by many spiritual believers today, we see it gradually coming to find its place in modern culture. For example, in Lessing's treatise titled The Education of the Human Race. Again and again we see, even though there is little awareness of this today, how in the 19th century inwardly consistent researchers of the soul have been led toward the law of repeated earthly lives, which is alone appropriate as a means of understanding the human soul. The more that natural science celebrates its great triumphs on the ground of matter, the more does the longing blossom for the spirit to pursue its own paths. I should like to show by means of a further specific example how the course of modern cultural life is such that, as though out of itself, it leads to what spiritual science wants to be in our time. I want to draw your attention to a thinker and researcher, concerning whom I shall be speaking further in the course of these winter lectures, and who is interesting with respect to a yearning for spiritual science, namely Hermann Grimm, the art historian. A person with extensive and comprehensive knowledge, he manifests himself to us as one of those in modern times who strongly feel the urge to go beyond a purely natural scientific view of, in particular, human life, but who are held back by the impulses and forces of the age from taking the final step of embracing spiritual science. Whoever carefully peruses Hermann Grimm's writings will see that he seeks a world principle, though not a dead world principle, but a creative law which the practical historian can adhere to and which must be something different from so-called historical ideas. Ideas are just as little able to create something as, with reference to the image from the last lecture, a painter who has been painted can paint a picture. Ideas are something dead. Only something living can achieve anything. Hermann Grimm looked for the living in history, for what is able to work creatively from one age to another, for what in the primal age of humanity created the form of the human soul from impersonal foundations, and then magically brought forth its individual achievements from age to age, from one popular culture to another. And what did he think that he had as such found? Creative imagination. There was also a German philosopher, Froschammer, who viewed imagination in this way, not only in historical processes, but also as a creative force in nature. Hermann Grimm did not, as he wanted to, manage to show how imagination is actually a kind of divine force that lives in the will and brings forth deeds in human history, just as the individual human being calls forth from himself the deeds that his soul accomplishes. What he did was to enunciate in the light of this view that behind historical development there lies the creative imagination, that everything has come about from the creative imagination. But what is the imagination to him? Do we not see in the urge of a researcher to be able to understand the facts a drawing toward something spiritual, which, however, is no spirit? For the creative imagination remains a mere abstraction, which is indeed more living than historical ideas, but for someone who thinks realistically is nevertheless only an abstraction. One might say that a researcher, such as Hermann Grimm, is pushing hard at the gate of spiritual science. He cannot remain with outer material facts and external happenings. He sees behind all outer events that which imagination creates, and he objectivizes it in what happens in the world. but no one can recognize anything real, a truly creative force, in the imagination. It remains an abstraction, and only if one penetrates to what is no longer an abstraction, to what is spiritual, which is as real as anything sense-perceptible, only if one penetrates to the spiritual facts, which are not ideas that have been written about, but are intrinsically real, can one understand how that which is around us is really happening in the world. Thus we see in such a deep thinker how the longing of our time draws him to the spiritual domain, and how the grounds of hindrance that have arisen through the age are so mighty that human beings are unable to come through the gateway to the world of spirit. Do we not see how this spiritual science has tasks for present and future that correspond to the longing, the urgency, the demands of the age? Let us look at the forces hindering modern souls more precisely. In the longing for the spiritual domain, we can recognize so clearly how human beings can, if they have a clear insight into the circumstances of the age, do none other than wish for the spirit and its laws, but how they are as yet unable to reach the world of spirit, and are now, as it were, awaiting it. Wherever one looks, one observes the urge toward that which one does not yet know. But one can see very clearly in the nature of the urge that a time will come that is no longer so far away, when people will understand that spiritual science is the solution to the longing, to the urge that they have. Not so long ago it was possible to see in the bookshops on every station a book that was indeed not written by a man who would easily give way to effusiveness of any kind. This book was not the work of an introspective loner, of someone who is unaware of the intellectual and spiritual needs of the age. If spiritual science is wanting to demonstrate its legitimacy, it should not rely on those enthusiasts who, in their sectarian way, want to understand what can help humanity further, but it should indeed make reference to what is expressed in the book in question, titled A Critical View of the Age by Walter Rathenau, which was written by someone who is directly involved in industrial and commercial life and knows how our times really function. Not that I would want to agree with everything in the book. On every page there is something I can take issue with. But what does Walter Rathenau say? He presents exactly what I have sought to establish at a somewhat deeper level out of the spirit of what has unfolded in the last century. According to Rathenau, through the advances of natural science, a general mechanization of life has come about. Whereas man formerly tried to interpret what presented itself to his senses out of the spirit, he now explains it from a mechanistic standpoint. But the relationship of one person to another has also been mechanized. Mechanization is what has come about through the great advances and the significant achievements of the age. And one can sense, and Walter Rathenau indeed feels this, how the soul becomes barren amidst this intellectual and social mechanicalness, how it gradually becomes empty in the context of such aims, how one can indeed take nourishment from it, but because of this mechanistic quality cannot assuage its hunger. What many of the best modern authorities have said is also expressed here. If one stands up for what the soul craves spiritually, one will be able to see that even if the soul is content with something of an illusory nature, the hunger will become all the more manifest. So we see how a person who is thoroughly in tune with the age writes, quote, "The age seeks not its meaning and its God, it seeks its soul, which has grown dark in the mingling of blood, in the whirl of mechanistic thinking and desires. It seeks its soul, and will find it. Of course, against the will of mechanization. It has been of little account to this epoch to develop the soul nature in man, It is set out to make the world profitable and hence rational, to shift back the threshold of wonder and to conceal what lies beyond. Nevertheless, we are, as ever before, surrounded by mystery. It manifests itself beneath every smooth surface of thought, and from every daily experience it needs but a single step to arrive at the center of the world. Mechanization has been unable to rob the individual of the three emanations of the soul: love for created things, for nature, and for the Godhead. For the life of the collective whole, they have been dispersed to the point of insignificance. Human love has sunk down to cold pity and to a duty of care, and nevertheless signifies the moral summit of the whole epoch. Love of nature became a sentimental pleasure for Sundays. Love of God, overshadowed by the ruling operation of mythological dogmatic rituals, was enlisted in the service of this or that interest, and therefore became suspect not merely to ignoble natures. There is probably no single way in which people can render themselves unable to find their souls, if only by having delight in flying. But humanity will not fail to keep to the beaten track. No prophets or founders of religions will come, for no individual voice will be heard by this deaf age. Otherwise it could still listen to Christ and Paul. No esoteric communities will take over the leadership, for an occult teacher will be misunderstood by the first pupil, never mind the second. No unified art will bring its soul to the world, for art is a mirror and a plaything of the soul, not its originator. What is greatest and most significant about all this is something very simple. Nothing will happen unless, under the pressure and urgency of mechanization, of lack of freedom, of fruitless battle, humanity will sweep aside the hindrances that impede the growth of its soul. This will happen not through thinking and brooding, but through free understanding and experiencing. What many people speak about today, and some understand, is something that in future many, and in the end all, will understand, that no power on earth can stand up against the soul. Close quote. Steiner again. Insofar as such words express longings, and insofar as our time demands the spirit, one can be wholly in agreement with them. It should only be added, there is a clear sense here that the writer knows what the age needs, but there is a total lack of awareness of what can satisfy this urge and these needs. Also in evidence is a clear judgment that the justified individualism of our time is no longer suitable for receiving an individual religious founder or prophet, or for establishing occult schools on some kind of sectarian basis which seeks to call itself, in quotes, esoteric. True spiritual science will want neither the one nor the other. True spiritual science knows how the truly esoteric has legitimacy, if it does not wish to become exoteric, but remains within itself. For it is not a question of what seeks to establish itself as something esoteric, but, rather, of what wants to find its place in our time, such that it can be accepted by a sound manner of thinking. To this extent, the authority of a prophet of whatever kind will not be able to satisfy the age in which we are living, but only a truth that is wholly independent of a human individual and his subjective individuality, and to which the human soul can dedicate itself if it so wills. To the extent that this is so, what is here intended with spiritual science tallies precisely with the words of this practical person, Walter Rathenau. But why is it so difficult for people in our time to approach spiritual science? Why is there something like an unscalable wall between the urgency of the age and true spiritual science? This is another way of showing where the actual hindrances lie. What, for example, would someone say about a natural science that wants to be a science, in quotes, and wants to engage with the needs of the time, If the person, wishing, in this sense, to be a natural scientist, were always only to answer every question regarding the connection of the physical human body with scientific facts by saying, whatever aspect of the organization of man's physical body you may want to consider, it corresponds to what you also find outside in nature. Can anyone conceive of a serious natural science that only always answers any question that one may ask? This is nature. Nature is behind the movements of the stars. Nature is behind chemical reactions. Nature, nature, nature. A mere word. Can one possibly imagine that a person who behaved in this way would be regarded as someone who really knew anything about nature? Again, one can say, the impulses of the human soul to enter the spiritual world have recently become so weak that the urge that manifests itself so actively in our time comes to expression in what in spiritual science would bear a considerable similarity to the situation in natural science if people were always only to cry, nature, nature, nature. Some important voices are raised who energetically declare that the natural scientific research of our time must direct man to affairs of the soul. But in demanding this direction of attention toward the soul, they do not go beyond emphasizing, quote, man has a soul, there is a soul, close quote, and so on. Quote, soul, 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 spirit, 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 close quote, they say. Just as the somewhat unsatisfactory natural scientist would say, nature, nature, nature. So we see, and the facts that are being stated here are by no means insignificant, how a significant individual of our time gives a lecture at a festive celebration at Harvard University in America about how a general world conception that leads to the spiritual domain must be born out of natural science. Dr. Eliot, a man who stands firmly on the ground of natural science, and who is thoroughly knowledgeable about present-day scientific research. I should like to cite a passage from a lecture that has been given at a place of such eminence. Dr. Eliot said, quote, men have always attributed to man a spirit distinct from his body, though immanent in it. No one of us is willing to identify himself with his body, but on the contrary, everyone now believes, and all men have believed, that there is in man an animating, ruling, characteristic essence, or spirit, which is himself. This is something just as real as the body, and more characteristic. This spirit or soul is the most effective part of every human being, and is recognized as such, and always has been. Close quote. Steiner again. Dr. Eliot says nothing further, other than referring to the soul, in quotes, in an analogous way to how someone would always only refer to nature, nature, nature. We have in our time not yet reached the point where the thought habits with respect to the spirit would sink into the same mold as with nature. In natural science we distinguish oxygen and hydrogen and water, and we do not say oxygen and hydrogen belong to nature. This is how we enter into the specific details of nature. Spiritual science similarly has to come to what lives in the soul by way of forces and activities, not only to relate to a, quote, general spirituality, close quote, but to a spiritual world, to a specific realm of the spirit that is distinguished in detail, like the individual facts of natural science. Only when spiritual science comes to contemplate the various facts of the human soul, in the way that natural science studies the various facts of the natural world, will it be able to give the human soul what it demands. The purpose of the next lecture will be to give an indication of this process. But the main thing is to discuss how, in our time, there is the urge toward something regarding whose nature and significance people continue to lack clarity, and how the task that awaits spiritual science in our time is to bring a knowledge of the world of spirit, just as natural science brings a knowledge of the facts of nature. And just as natural science considers its task to be that of tracing a substance that is also to be found in the human body, as it has evolved out in the world, in order to understand the whole context, so will spiritual science consider its task to be that of relating a particular function of the human soul to the spiritual forces and spiritual creative principles out in the universe. From this it will also recognize how that which lives in the human soul relates to the whole universe, to space and time. Only through this can it arrive at answers to the riddles of immortality and man's destiny between death and a new birth. Abstract references to spirit, in quotes, and soul, in quotes, cannot in general lead to something fruitful. They will always only lead to doubt with respect to the true answers, for example, regarding the question of immortality. Only when one sees that there is a connection with something altogether different that is not subject to the transitory course of time will these questions find an answer from spiritual science. If one bears this in mind, one may indeed say, the tasks of spiritual science for the present and future are similar in nature to the tasks placed before natural science at the dawn of the scientific developments of the modern age. Just as at the time of Copernicus, Galileo, Kepler, and so on, the old traditions were superseded, and the human mind itself was directed toward natural scientific facts, with the result that a pursuit of this path until our own time has led to a certain abundance of scientific achievements. So must it be the most serious task of our time to establish a spiritual science with a degree of thoroughness and to indicate the paths that the soul has to follow in order to gain access to specific spiritual beings and spiritual facts. Natural science has not had an easy time of it. It has also had to struggle against obstacles, as we are again experiencing in the case of spiritual science. I have often referred to these obstacles. Thus, for example, Galileo sought to explain to people in his time how throughout the Middle Ages it was believed that the nerves of a human being proceed from the heart. And he wanted to show how the nerves have their source in the brain. Then a friend said to him, "This contradicts everything that Aristotle has taught." In spite of the fact that this is not what Aristotle meant, it was believed that the nerves of a human being originate from the heart. Throughout the Middle Ages, people did not look at nature itself, but simply maintained old traditions and prejudices. So when Galileo demonstrated to a friend, by means of a corpse, that he should convince himself that nerves issue from the brain, the friend replied, "If I look at it for myself, it seems as though the nerves derive from the brain, but this contradicts Aristotle. And when I come in conflict with Aristotle, I believe Aristotle and not nature." This demonstrates how strong people's prejudices can be. And when later, wholly in accordance with Galileo, Francesco Redi delivered a crushing blow to the prejudice that was still dominant at his time, that living beings could develop from something non-living, that lower animals, worms and the like, arise from river sludge, when he expressed the principle, quote, "Something living can only arise from the living," close quote, and that it is simply a matter of inaccurate observation if one believes that worms could emerge from river sludge, where there is no germinal seed present, he escaped Giordano Bruno's fate only by the skin of his teeth. Now, when today the spiritual scientific researcher says, "If you believe that in a developing child, everything that it manifests in a soul sense is conditioned solely through inheritance from its parents and ancestors, your observation is inexact. It derives, far rather, from a spiritual seed that passed through a previous earthly life, was on the earth, and then underwent a life in the spiritual world. When, in this way, spiritual science refers to a spiritual seed, as Francesco Redi pointed toward a material seed, you are again encountering the prejudices of the age. If today people are no longer burned at the stake, there are now other means whereby such assertions can be made harmless, or at least ridiculous. The way in which the age treats its people does of course change from one epoch to another, but the nature of prejudices remains the same. Similarly, the age in which we are now living is the time for researching spiritual needs, just as the age of the dawn of natural scientific development was the time for exploring natural scientific needs. And if natural science has, through its fruits, brought to mankind a raising of the level of outward culture, the fruits of spiritual culture will be of a completely different nature. They will, above all, be fruits for the life of the soul. How does many a person today suffer because of the prejudices of natural science? Thus a human individual may, if he believes in the conclusions of natural science and denies the spirit, quite likely say to himself, I possess individuality of a certain kind. I look at my blood relationships and must recognize that I am the result of the way that I have inherited them. Then a sense of depression, a lack of energy, and an inability to battle against destiny afflicts many a soul. For if it is so that a person is merely the result of inheritance, it would then be impossible to keep the baneful influences of inheritance in check, just as it is impossible to prevent from striking someone. But if spiritual science does not remain a mere theory, but becomes a power within the soul, so that a soul essence lives within us for which we have been given through the line of inheritance as merely an outward garment, and which must seek ever deeper and deeper forces within itself, there grows the courage, the hope, the energy wherewith to master and improve that which manifests itself in outward bodily existence as weakness through spiritual forces. Then there is no longer a moment in human life when, with respect to the spiritual forces within man, one can lack the confidence to overcome outward impediments. So it is on many levels. Thus merely to believe in the matter in which the life of the soul is said to be entwined is enough to suppress our happiness, our energy, whereas spiritual science, if it becomes a living inner power of the soul, can give us confidence to withstand the mechanization of life. This is another task of spiritual science, that it will create the possibilities in all areas for relating to life in a sure and healthy way. Dr. Eliot also in his way promises a science that is sound and healthy, as he is also someone who knows the urge of the soul toward the spirit, while having the attitude of the student of nature, who would always speak of nature, nature, nature. He says, such a new science will not speak of death and sorrow, as does the old science, but of life and joy. I gladly share his view that the soul eagerly awaits a world conception that is oriented toward life and joy, that wants to turn away from and not be overwhelmed by death and sorrow, with which old world conceptions that have specifically confronted man with the riddle of death are mainly preoccupied. I gladly believe that people want to reject death and sorrow, but death and sorrow will come regardless. Human beings are not at liberty to resist to this extent and to say that they want to get rid of death and sorrow and want to have life and joy. But death and sorrow will come anyway, and one must be prepared to deal with them. And yet one can only do so if one knows the living spirit that even takes life beyond where outer nature has placed death and sorrow, and which also knows the creative principle in grief, suffering, and sorrow. Moreover, we shall see that spiritual science, as it is meant here, is able to view that force of evil which hinders evolution and is at variance with life, as something that nevertheless advances world development and serves life. One might say, what the truth of spiritual science, where it arises not from the arbitrary whim of an individual, but from what a person can recognize today, if he rightly comprehends the world that surrounds him through paths of the soul leading to a spiritual knowledge, can signify, in the context of world evolution, can become apparent by comparing how the spiritual scientific researcher relates to the natural scientific researcher at the dawn of the modern age. Let us turn our attention to Giordano Bruno, in whom the world conception of Copernicus comes most succinctly to expression. How does he stand within his time? He takes up the laws of Copernicus, directs his attention toward the widths of space. Previously there was a world conception that was wholly reliant upon outward sense perception. When one hears today that everything is uncertain, that has not been investigated by customary science, one could object that this was how science itself was viewed at the time of Copernicus and Giordano Bruno. So long as people relied on what their eyes conveyed to them as regards the starry heavens, they did not have the right view of the outer world configuration. It was only when they went beyond outer sense experience and began to focus on thoughts that through inner energy they found what is today recognized as true. Only when Copernicus and Giordano Bruno arrived at the point of overcoming the deception of sensory appearance were they able to indicate how mistaken people had hitherto been, to believe that the earth is a fixed point in space, around which orbit the moon, the sun, and the planets, then the sphere of the fixed stars, and behind it the so-called eighth sphere, which is the boundary of everything. If you direct your eyes into the celestial spaces, there is no eighth sphere, which you put there yourself, but there is the blue firmament, and the widths of space are filled with worlds like ours, and we gaze into a sea of infinity, if we are able to overcome the boundary that we ourselves have set. The overcoming of limits of space was the greatness of the worldview of Copernicus and Giordano Bruno, in that it was recognized. Because man's gaze did not extend any further, people believed in an eighth sphere, whereas in truth the widths of space are unlimited. Mankind stands with respect to spiritual science on exactly the same ground. Just as Giordano Bruno showed that the blue vault of heaven is there only because man's gaze is unable to reach beyond it, so does spiritual science show that human life between birth and death is limited only because the perspective of an ordinary person cannot go beyond this. Just as little as the firmament is a boundary for the contemplation of the world of space, so are birth and death no less a limit for the contemplation of human existence. A limit that we establish because the perception of an ordinary person extends only so far. As through natural science, the natural boundary of the world was swept away, and cosmic space was opened up, so are the limits of birth and death swept away for man by spiritual science, in that it teaches the eye, EYE, of the spirit, to direct its attention to the life of the soul in eternal duration, in the same way that natural science has in the dawn of modern times directed its gaze into eternity, or, to be more precise, into the infinitude of space. Exactly the same today as then, though in a different realm. Just as it is true that natural science, which turned toward outward human life and toward an outward knowledge of it, has yielded infinite advantages and achievements, so is it also true that the perceptive quality of the human soul that extends beyond birth and death and beyond the purely temporal will bring infinite value as regards what the soul needs for its life. For spiritual scientific research will, if it is rightly carried out, be transmitted to the human soul and will there become life, will engender strength and confidence, will place us in the whole social context and bring to the soul that for which those souls who are beginning to understand, even to a small degree, are so greatly longing. It is absolutely true, not only in theory but in life and in strength of will, that spiritual science will achieve what I have tried to summarize in some words with which I would like to conclude my presentation today, which was intended to show the nature of the spirit, significance, and purpose of spiritual science, and what it is to mean for the human soul. We can express the significance and purpose of spiritual science somewhat as follows, quote, "All that lives in widths of space speaks to the sense of man, transforms itself in course of time. The human soul, as knower, enters unconfined by spatial widths and undeterred by bonds of time into the realm of spirit land." The end of Lecture 3. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, these podcasts can be heard at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 62 by Rudolf Steiner, 14 lectures, entitled Results of Spiritual Research, translated by Simon Blaxland-DeLange. This is Lecture 4, given in Berlin on the 21st of November, 1912, entitled The Paths of Supersensible Knowledge. Already in the introductory lectures to this year's winter cycle, I have frequently made reference to the sources of the supersensible knowledge of man, which, together with its relationship to the world, is the thematic basis of this whole cycle of lectures. I have indicated that these sources of supersensible knowledge reside in the human soul, in every human soul, as slumbering forces and faculties which can be brought forth in intimate inner experience through appropriate means, so that a human individual can become capable of gaining insight into the spiritual worlds. The development of these faculties will be characterized this evening in broad outline. Further explanations of what I shall present today will be given in the further lectures. If the object is to present an initial understanding of how the supersensible forces of cognition, slumbering in the soul, can be called forth, one can always draw attention to a phenomenon or fact that is enacted in the case of every person in the course of 24 hours, the alternation between sleep and waking. People usually take little notice of these riddles of life that are a familiar part of everyday life, and the infrequency of this attention and the oppressive feelings that can result readily call forth the longing to resolve such riddles. Some of these more troubling riddles of life will be addressed in the next lecture. Today, however, I shall begin with a riddle that, as a matter of fact, only eludes attention for its enigmatic quality, because the phenomenon in question is so familiar, namely the alternation between sleep and waking consciousness. In order to maintain ourselves in life, we must, with every day, pass from the state of consciousness to that of unconsciousness. What has actually occurred, we need only to indicate it in layman's language, when someone passes into the unconscious state of sleep. The receptive capacity of the senses ceases. Thinking, which is linked to the activity of the brain, insofar as it is engaged in the outer world, ceases. We feel all the activities and all the acts of consciousness that fill our daily lives sinking into the oblivion of sleep. It would be a logical impossibility for anyone judging without prejudice to think that all our conceptions, our feelings, sensations, emotions, and passions, indeed all that we have by way of ideals and ideas, that surge within us from morning to evening in a conscious state, pass, every time we go to sleep, into nothingness as far as our being is concerned, and the following morning again come into being. Only a logical bias can deny that a person's soul spiritual essence is also present while he is in the unconscious state of sleep. If today we hypothetically presuppose, the following lectures will justify this presupposition, that while someone is in sleeping consciousness, the soul spiritual core of his being has withdrawn from his physical body and from the forces that enliven it, and is living in a spiritual world, it is not improbable that this is the reason why this person, whose soul spiritual essence has withdrawn from his body, is unable to perceive his surroundings in the way that he perceives them when in the physical world he avails himself of his eyes, his other sensory tools, and the instrument of his brain. It is, I say, not an improbable supposition to think that a person's soul spiritual forces have the initial purpose of making it possible for there to be a world around him in the ordinary life of the senses and the brain, and that when, as in sleep, he does not have the possibility of perceiving through these instruments, they are too meager, too weak, actually to behold, feel, and think what they might then be able to perceive. Such a supposition could be proved to be correct only if it was actually possible to draw forth the forces that are supposedly weak from their hidden recesses. That is, if one were in the position to give substance to or concentrate the soul forces that are in ordinary life thin, so that instead of what a person experiences in sleep, when he ceases to make use of his senses and his brain, a condition could arise that is similar to sleep, while nevertheless being in a certain sense completely opposite to it. This condition would have to be similar to sleep, and that a person would not forcibly, as in going to sleep, but voluntarily, bring about a process of withdrawal from the senses, or from the brain, through his inner forces, through his will, so that he could make it possible for himself to be fully awake, but not to see his surroundings with his eyes, or to perceive anything with his other senses, and to bring both eyes and the other senses to a state of complete silence. In other words, that he is able likewise to suppress ordinary thinking, that thinking which engages in everyday life through ideas concerning the outward physical world of the senses, while in being able voluntarily to suppress what otherwise enables him to perceive, he would additionally have to be capable of not entering in his soul spiritual essence into the unconsciousness of sleep, but of concentrating forces which are otherwise weak or rarefied, so that he can rightly be active without his body, outside his body. The question arises whether what has just been expressed can in some way be achieved. This can, of course, be answered only through what the person concerned brings about on his own account, namely through the fact that he enters into the position of applying to his soul the means whereby what has been characterized occurs. By applying such means to the soul, one comes to supersensible knowledge. The path to supersensible knowledge is not one that leads there by outward means, that requires all manner of machinations existing purely in the outer world, but it is an intimate, inner path, and everything that must be undertaken for it occurs in the depths of the life of the soul itself. Now, if we are wanting to ascend to the worlds that have the potential to explain to us the outer world in which we live, if, therefore, we want to ascend to the supersensible worlds, there are 3 stages through which we must pass. A fuller description of these 3 stages can be found in the book titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, How Is It Achieved? Reader's Aside, also known as How to Know Higher Worlds. End of Reader's Aside. They can be indicated here only in broad outline. In characterizing these stages, I beg you not to become fixed on particular words, partly because the words are habitually used today to mean something quite different, and because these words do not resound well in the thought habits of the present, because they are used for all sorts of things of which one has a vague or imprecise knowledge, and also for certain things that one rightly rejects. Thus at times a particular kind of feeling is called forth when one hears these words. And it is easy to see that for the things that are to be spoken about here, it has to be as it is, for our language is there for the outer world. Hence the words for what is to be characterized are derived from the outer world, and cannot ever be precisely suitable for what lies outside the outer world of the senses, for which language has been created. The first stage of higher supersensible knowledge is what is referred to as imagination, imaginative knowledge. And I would ask you not to make the mistake to which I have just alluded, of understanding by this quality of imagination, for today's purposes only, what I shall immediately characterize. The second stage of supersensible knowledge is inspiration, and the third stage is what, if one uses the word as we shall later characterize it, and not as it is often imprecisely used, one can call intuition. To these three stages of supersensible knowledge, the outward sensory and intellectual knowledge that we employ in ordinary life, and also in acquiring knowledge of the outer world, is related as a kind of preliminary stage, so that one can, in all, if one adds the supersensible stages of knowledge, speak of 4 stages of human knowledge. Now there are many ways, and many ways must also be used, of raising oneself from the ordinary knowledge imparted through the senses and intellect to the first stage of supersensible knowledge, imagination. And, because there would not be time for a detailed description, I want to emphasize specifically how the soul can achieve this with one of the means. Others can be found in Title Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, of awakening the supersensible faculties of knowledge slumbering within it. One of the means is what is referred to as meditation. If we pose ourselves the question as to what meditation is in a spiritual scientific sense, we would have to say, meditation is devoting oneself to a mental picture, a thought sensation, or a will content, in so intensive a way and in such a manner as does not happen in ordinary life, but as is suited for concentrating or condensing forces that are otherwise present in a rarefied form in our soul life. Although the alternative path is also possible, it is good not to use for such soul knowledge ideas or mental pictures that one would otherwise encounter in ordinary life, or in the pursuit of ordinary knowledge. These mental pictures can also be used, but they are not as good. The mental pictures that are of the greatest use for meditation are of a symbolic nature. I should like to develop one such symbolic mental picture here, which will already be familiar to some listeners from other contexts. It may at first appear grotesque and paradoxical that it would be asked of anyone to let what will now be spoken of to take effect within his soul, but we shall characterize afterward why it may happen. Let us suppose that someone imagines that he has 2 glasses before him, an empty glass and one partially filled with water. He now visualizes himself pouring the water from the glass containing water into the empty one, and imagines that in pouring the water from the one glass into the other, the glass that had water in it does not, as happens in the outer world, become emptier and emptier, but ever more full. This is indeed a paradoxical idea, but this idea has a symbolic quality, and it should live as such in the consciousness of the spirit researcher. It is a way of symbolically characterizing for our soul the nature and essence of human love. With human love, and with everything that has to do with the idea of love, it can be said with certainty that the source of love is so infinitely deep and of such infinite richness that if we see ourselves in comparison with the reality of love in the world, we must on every occasion modestly admit that this riddle of love is in its true essence surely unfathomable for every soul. And the more we have this feeling of unfathomability, the better it is for the content and intensity of our life. But we can know and emphasize one quality of true love with all clarity, and this is the quality that is portrayed to us symbolically through the image of which we have just spoken. A person who behaves lovingly toward another person by enacting deeds of love never becomes poorer or emptier through what he does out of love, but he becomes ever fuller and fuller, ever richer and richer in his soul life. This quality of love is clearly exhibited before us if we imagine the picture of the two glasses and of pouring water from one into the other. We do something similar when we apply this to another area of cognition, and thereby arrive at important conclusions for the outer world of the senses. Let us suppose that we have before us a circular plate-like form consisting of an unknown substance. If we have an initial look at this circular form, we can say that the nature and composition of this substance are unknown to us. However, there is one thing that we can do if we want to come to know something about this disk. We can draw a circle. Then we have extracted something from this disk, namely, that it is circular. And what we have extracted from it is definitely true, however little we may know otherwise about the object. This is what we are doing when we think mathematically, and the whole of mathematics is in this sense symbolic in nature, that we emphasize something symbolically. This process of forming images that can be perceived with the senses and then apprehended by the soul is, as regards experiences of a soul and spiritual nature, the preparation for imaginative knowledge. Were someone to say that the spirit researcher sets out to allow images and symbols to live in his soul that do not correspond to any truth, and that he thereby embarks from the premise of thinking untruths and letting them live in his soul, one would have to answer, of course, the true spirit researcher is aware that what he allows in this way to live in his soul as symbols does not correspond to any outward reality. If he were for a single moment to mistake the symbol for a reality of some sort, he would not be someone who was on the way to supersensible knowledge, but rather on the way to illusion. The purpose of these symbols is not to depict outward realities, but to live in our soul, so that we connect and combine them with our soul life and concentrate upon them. Once we are in a position to think about such a symbol so strongly that we employ the whole power of our soul to allow only this symbol to live in our soul and put all other outer impressions and other thoughts aside, so that we bring nothing but this image to the focal point of our consciousness, such an image is for this very reason better than a direct impression of an outer reality, because such an impression always draws our soul forces back to the outer reality and, as it were, takes us out of ourselves. But if, with the full awareness that we have something that is a pure fabrication, we have formed for ourselves a pictorial mental image to which we now devote ourselves, this is something that contains reality only insofar as it is derived from it. Whatever images we may form, we have taken them from outer reality. These images have been imagined in colors, forms, and so forth. They are derived from outer reality, but they are not related to it. For in outer reality it does not happen that a glass becomes fuller when one empties it of its contents. Such an exercise has the consequence that the soul has to concentrate its forces in a completely different way than if it is helped by what it has otherwise experienced. If the person who wants to follow the path into the supersensible worlds has the patience and endurance repeatedly to practice such concentrations of his soul life, he will be able to have a quite definite inner experience. Having such an experience is the first step toward imaginative knowledge. He will have the experience that he has by this means inwardly change his soul life, and that after some time he can become aware how from his soul itself, without his having brought this about, symbols or images appear, and in such a way that they come before him with all the appearance of reality, as is otherwise the case only when we have had perceptions of the outside world and have formed ideas or mental pictures about them. Whereas in ordinary life mental pictures rise up from the soul as mirror images of outer reality, through the exercises in question, ideas arise from the depths of soul life that are, of course, initially only images. But the elevation of soul life consists in that the soul feels itself inwardly strong, and that it can enter into a state that is similar and yet of an opposite nature to that of sleep. In sleep we withdraw from all outer perceptions and also from the thinking that is bound to the brain, but we fall into a state of unconsciousness. In imaginative cognition, we likewise take leave of all outer perceptions and of all brain-bound thinking, for we suppress all of this. But nevertheless, the soul does not become empty, does not become bereft of consciousness, but images rise up from its depths, images that become ever richer and richer, ever more all-encompassing, and that appear like a new world before the soul. This is the world of which indications have been given in these lectures, that can, by someone lacking expertise in such matters, easily be mistaken, also in its true worth, for the world of pathological illusions, hallucinations, delusions, and the like. But only someone who does not know reality on this level, but judges only in accordance with soul pathology, can make such a misjudgment. For there is a great difference between ideas that are even in the smallest degree pathological and those that have been arrived at in the true sense through methodical soul development. Anyone who has learned even only a little about what is referred to as pathological soul manifestations, such as hallucinations, illusions, or delusions, knows one thing, that those people who have succumbed to such notions believe so firmly in their reality that the belief that they evince for experiences of the outer world of the senses cannot compete with it. This is what is characteristic of delusions and illusions, that those who have fallen prey to them also develop an overwhelming belief in them. Nothing is more difficult than to talk a person who has illusions out of them, and they do not even need to be on the level of hallucinations, but may be no more than ordinary delusions, paradoxical ideas. When, for example, a person begins in a pathological way to develop within himself the idea that he is being persecuted by another person, it is extraordinarily difficult to coax this idea away from him through mere persuasion. And what happens is that such a person builds up the most astonishing logical thought structures in order to prove how right he is to perpetuate such delusions. A person can be possessed by what comes over him, and he firmly believes in the objective reality of such ideas. If you review only to a small extent what is said in the book titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, you will see that while a person is in the process of letting such images and ideas work upon his soul, everything is at the same time done by a right spiritual schooling to ensure that, in the same measure that this world of images blossoms in the soul, any sense of being imprisoned by these images, any belief in them as an objective reality, is driven from the soul, so that at no moment is the spirit pupil ever able to arrive at the idea that what is thus arising for him by way of imaginations is an objective reality. All spiritual schooling is aberrant if it does not at the same time evoke in the soul the clarity that miraculous creations, such as new worlds that manifest themselves from time to time, have, in the way that they present themselves, no objective reality. Its sole purpose is inwardly to enliven the soul, in order to make it richer in itself, and, to use a paradoxical expression, inwardly more real, filled to a greater extent by what is truly real. And this is the best, indeed the only, right achievement of the pupil, that he knows that the imaginations that appear are none other than a mirror image of one's own being. When the spirit pupil develops the possibility of overcoming all belief in the reality, in the objectivity of these imaginations of his, in the moment that he receives them, the spiritual schooling has found its right course. For many people it is generally difficult to add the one to the other, since by engaging in exercises such as these they have, as it were, been gifted with a new world, with a world of, at times, magnificent ideas and mental pictures. Thus it is for many such people an extraordinary source of satisfaction and comfort, something that fills them with a sense of congeniality. And anyone who sought to impart to them, even to the least degree, the belief that this has no objective reality, but is merely a reflection of their own being, and that their own being is only being expressed more fully than before, would be viewed by them as an enemy, as someone who is ruining their finest inner aspirations. But it must be understood that such imaginations, in the way that they initially appear, are not suitable for giving true knowledge of the higher worlds, but only provide a bridge for the soul. For a quite different task now begins for the soul, that task which gradually leads from imagination to inspiration. There now begins a kind of battle between the soul and that which appears in this way as its imaginations. In order to characterize the nature of this battle, I need to employ a picture from ordinary life. In ordinary life, we constantly have the experience that we do not have a full awareness of our inner life. Just think how it would be if you had everything that you had ever imagined in your consciousness. You would be able to recall ideas that you have had several decades ago. These reside in the depths of your soul, and at any opportunity they are summoned forth. This means that in ordinary life, one has the possibility to forget and to bring forth from the soul what has been forgotten. Thus one has the possibility of drawing forth from one's consciousness what it experiences in terms of ideas, and to separate this from one's conscious life so that it abides within one's soul independently of one's conscious life. The content of one's consciousness can therefore become submerged so that it ceases to be part of one's conscious life. Although a somewhat different situation pertains in this realm, something similar has to be achieved as regards all our imaginations when we become spirit researchers. We must be able voluntarily to obliterate from our soul every imagination that appears, to extinguish it, and bring it into a state where it is cast forth from our consciousness as a forgotten idea that we can later recall again. This is necessary. In the whole area of our imaginations, we have to achieve mastery over every single imagination. We have to be able to make every single one independent from us. Any conscientious spirit researcher who wants to carry out spiritual research that he then wants to share with the wider world, again and again sees to it that he thrusts down, makes unconscious, obliterates what thus appears before his soul as a picture. Then it returns again, though now not only voluntarily, but through something entirely different, through an inner power of which we become conscious only in this moment when we stand at the appropriate level. And not all imaginations come to the surface of consciousness, but we have the clear awareness that there are imaginations that remain submerged and are not brought to the level of conscious knowledge. Or if they reappear, they show themselves to be of such a nature that we reject them. Imaginations change when they are recalled by us. They are then also something entirely different. They come through to us in the same way as perceptions of the things of the physical world present themselves. For the same reasons why we are, if we are of sound mind, able to distinguish outwardly something that we have dreamt, something that does not exist, from something real, we can similarly recognize the true reality, the spiritual essence of what reappears as an imagination. When such things have been discussed, it has been asked, by what means can someone be convinced whether the imaginations that he has cast forth from his subjectivity and has given over to the realm of objectivity in order that they may be given back again, represent realities or unrealities? After all, we know that there are suggestive forces and fantasies that are so strong that they overwhelm a person, so that he experiences as a reality something that is not actually there. This has been exemplified by someone who is so sensitive that without drinking lemonade, he has the taste of lemonade in his mouth by the mere idea of doing so. This is an example of an instance where something manifests itself that does not really exist. One might therefore attribute certain imaginations concerning reincarnation to a similar deception. An objection of this nature can always be made. It can also be maintained in the realm of dialectics through a mere play with words, though not where reality is concerned. For anyone who develops his soul in the manner described arrives at the same possibility of distinguishing between truth and falsehood, just as one distinguishes between truth and falsehood in the outer world, where one also only has the soundness of one's mind, one's common sense, as a basis for distinguishing truth from falsehood. Anyone who, for example, recalls Schopenhauer's proposition that the world with which I am surrounded is my idea or mental picture, can form for himself an idea of what is meant. I do not underrate the philosophy of Schopenhauer, otherwise I would not myself have edited it and written an introduction to it. But great minds often make the simplest errors. For the proposition, quote, the world is my mental picture, close quote, can be refuted if one draws attention to the very trivial fact that if someone forms for himself the idea of a piece of steel heated to 900 degrees and thinks of his fingers as he does so, he does not burn himself. He will never burn himself by having such an idea, however much he may be filled with it. But if he has an actual piece of steel, he will burn himself. Thus he can distinguish the reality of an idea not through concepts and philosophies, but through experience. And there is no other way of doing so. And there is also no way of making distinctions on the supersensible level other than by acquiring through schooling the right relationship with supersensible reality. Thus it is necessary for our consciousness that we know that the way that imaginations manifest themselves initially can be attributed to our soul itself, and they are therefore merely a reflection of our own being. A person can have the most wonderful imaginations, but he would do well to interpret them by saying to himself, what do these images that appear before my soul tell me about my hidden feelings, my hidden suffering, my beliefs and superstitions? When he sees in the images nothing other than the reflection of himself, he has acquired the right state of consciousness to follow the paths into the supersensible world. He must then be prepared by the strong forces residing in his soul to be a fighter against himself. He must tear out by the roots what he has often sought most strongly to believe in, what he most loves, and what for many people could already signify a state of bliss, and be able to let it be immersed in a sphere of forgotten ideas. When he has then so selflessly wrenched from himself what his soul has achieved and has surrendered it to the world, it then comes back to him again as inspiration. He is then at the point of being able to live with those beings, the actual beings and facts of the supersensible world, to whom such ideas belong. At first, such imaginations appear thoroughly familiar to us, because we are able to investigate how the way they are formed is due to the fact that they are a reflection of our soul. One can always prove from the world of imaginations that their character is a reflection of ourselves and of our state of soul. But when they reappear, the situation is completely different. The images that return are not the same, but different in character, something new that we have not previously encountered, and which presents itself no less as a reality than do outer realities show themselves to us. Nevertheless, one has a totally different feeling toward them. We stand with regard to the things of the outer world in such a way that we have an external relationship to them. A table that we contemplate is outside us. Where the facts and things of the higher worlds that we encounter are concerned, we have, if we have prepared ourselves for this in the manner described, at the same time as an inner experience, the awareness that we have been able to gain access to them only by having given something to them that we have first brought forth in ourselves from the depths of our soul. Indeed, just as an object is lying before me, and I want to take hold of it, and I must stretch out my hand and become aware of its reality, so, by means of what I achieve only through the method described, do I have to separate what has come toward me in the form of an imagination from my own egoity, submerge it in oblivion, in order then to reach out with my own being to a world that I can take hold of. People register their objections to many things, also with respect to what I have just said. But however much one may look around, and with however much goodwill one may familiarize oneself with these adversarial comments, one thing always becomes apparent. The people who repudiate what has now been said have not as yet understood it. This is shown by the way in which they speak about it. And it does not occur to anyone who has understood it to want to refute it. Thus one very frequently encounters this supposed objection that one hears. But surely these supersensible imaginations that you have and which you consider to be impressions of beings who inspire you are not to be distinguished from perfectly ordinary illusions or delusions. On the contrary, they differ quite massively from these in that a real spirit researcher has a consciousness that is different from them, a consciousness which enables him to maintain his healthy human understanding with respect to these things, and equally to the things of the outer world. Hence, superstitious or credulous individuals, those who are habitually referred to as dreamers, are the least suited to be real spirit researchers. Anyone who readily accepts a truth will quite definitely not be able to undertake proper research in the spiritual world. Fantasy and belief are the greatest enemies of true spiritual research. Despite the fact that fantasy in art and belief in reality can be the most wonderful gifts to spiritual research. For what can be researched in the spiritual domain can be transformed into something imaginative and into a work of art. Similarly, when it is said that what spirit researchers impart is something that speaks only to belief, the following principle applies. The spirit researcher believes what he knows. He would, however, also be a fool if he did not believe what he knows, but he believes nothing other than what he knows. What is actually being said is that we have to draw forth from the soul what we have acquired, that we must extend organs that have, as it were, become spiritual, and through them receive back the spiritual reality. When we increasingly come to live into such a soul life, we also grow more and more together with the beings and things of the spiritual world. It then comes about that what occurs in our consciousness is that we do not associate with these beings as one human being associates with another through outer organs, but through what speaks directly from being to being. What is, as it were, perceived directly by the beings, in that our soul is in immediate proximity to the being whom it perceives, so that it is, so to speak, not outside this being, but within it. Then initiation ensues, which is actually the conclusion of supersensible knowledge, of that supersensible knowledge that leads not into a vague, nebulous spiritual life, but into one that is penetrated with being and filled with reality. There is no other way of really coming into proximity with the Spirit and its existence than, as it were, to merge with it, as has now been described. But everything with which we do not fully unite ourselves can never serve as a proof for the Spirit, for there is no other proof than finding the point of coincidence between one's own experience and the experience of the Spirit. Anyone who wants to gain knowledge of a spiritual being must bring his soul to the point where he is able to let his own experience come together with the experience of this spiritual being. The whole course of spiritual experience, as it has been described, can make it understandable. It would serve no purpose to obscure the actual realities, and one must rather express them openly. That a person can most easily, already through imaginative knowledge, come to a knowledge of what I might call pure, in quotes, spirits, whose existence is purely spiritual, and who are not enshrouded with any mantle other than that of a sole spiritual nature. Spiritual beings who do not enter into incarnation, who do not manifest themselves in outer influences of nature, can be recognized already at the stage of imagination, if we do not yet have the capacity to reach through to inspiration. Thus it happens in such a way that the imaginations that we have submerged in forgetfulness return to us in a transmuted form, and we recognize them as images of spiritual beings who are as spiritual as our soul spiritual nature, as conceived without a body. On the other hand, one has to rise to inspiration if one wants to come to know beings who are, for example, connected with the elements of nature, with what radiates within nature, with the warmth relationships in nature, and so forth. In short, creative powers and beings who express themselves in outer existence and can be recognized there only in their outer manifestations. This is possible only through inspiration. To this end, what we have in our soul must be drawn forth more intensively, so that it reaches down further than in the case with beings who have a purely spiritual existence. And the strongest forces of seership must be used if one wants to come to know those creative forces which outer intellectual consciousness identifies only as materialistic nature forces, which are, however, in truth, creative beings. If we want to recognize these creative beings who lie hidden behind all outer existence, we must be able to draw our inner soul life forth from ourselves as strongly as is the case when we have ascended to intuition. This means that it is one of the most difficult challenges to come to know about the previous incarnation of a particular individual. For in the case of someone whom we encounter in the world of the senses, we are also dealing with what manifests itself in the effects of nature, in bodily influences. Behind these bodily influences, there lies something of the nature of creative powers. But for the spiritual seer, this is hidden behind the externalities of the body, just as the spiritual beings who are present in lightning and thunder and behind all nature are concealed behind such phenomena. And the one is hardly easier to find than the other. Thus, it is a frequent experience that people who come to intuition relate all kinds of illusions about earlier incarnations. It is therefore good if one sets as little store as possible by this. The true spirit researcher knows that this is something of the greatest difficulty, which even for a developed soul is possible only at fleeting moments. What has been said so far relates to the investigation of the supersensible world, of what lives and weaves within it. Anyone who prepares his soul in the manner described thereby makes his soul into an instrument for gaining insight into the supersensible worlds. However, for the spirit researcher who wants to communicate spiritual knowledge of the world, it is only then that the most significant task arises. For this beholding of the spiritual worlds is generally something that people who do not have the appropriate knowledge of it misunderstand and fail to appreciate. And this too forms part of a right appraisal of the paths of supersensible knowledge, that people are able to form a judgment as to what real spiritual knowledge is, and what is either a load of nonsense, charlatanism, or self-deception. It has to be said again and again, in order to engage in researching the spiritual world, in order to search for supersensible facts and beings, it is necessary for the soul to educate itself for this. But if a spirit researcher who has gained access in the right way to the supersensible worlds has appropriately clothed his observations in concepts which are familiar to anyone of sound mind and are in accordance with the right feeling for truth, what the spirit researcher describes can also be understood in the right way by anyone who does not labor under a misapprehension. A suitably prepared soul is needed for researching supersensible facts and beings, but never for understanding them. This is in a sense the mystery of the description of spiritual things, that once they have been investigated through supersensible forces of cognition, they can be described in such a way that they can be understood by anyone. One thing that clearly needs to be said is that the human soul needs the results of spiritual research in order to understand those things of which we shall be speaking in the next lecture about, quote, vital questions and the riddle of death, close quote. The human soul thirsts for ideas and concepts regarding what goes beyond death, for ideas and concepts that can really encompass the nature of the soul. And anyone who wanted to reject the idea of understanding the nature of the soul would probably be able to suppress, for a while, the soul's longing to solve the riddles of the world. But it will become all the more apparent that in refusing the soul spiritual nourishment, we are unable to suppress the hunger that presents itself and can drive the soul not only to despair, but to ill health. Both for his well-being and his self-confidence in life, a person needs the results of spiritual research. And all that is needed for the soul to become acquainted in the right way with the results of spiritual research is a good measure of common sense. A natural sense of truth is sufficient in order to understand what the spirit researcher communicates. For as long as it has not been researched, nothing can be said about it. But if it has been researched and rightly formulated, it can be understood. How very true this is can be shown by the fact that the spirit researcher receives absolutely nothing for his soul happiness, for everything that he needs in general for his soul, from his, in quotes, visions. He has a new world, but this new world is of absolutely no use to him so long as he has not brought it to the point where it has come to shed light on the soul life that we lead on a daily basis, and which yearns for solutions to life's riddles. What the spirit researcher can have from his research, he has fully in common with the others to whom it is related, and who understand it with a natural sense of truth and a healthy human understanding. But as regards what the soul needs for life, the spirit researcher has nothing through his research but solely through what comes about through the research and can be communicated to everyone. Moreover, the spirit researcher can only mean something to humanity as a whole if he is in a position to embody the results of his research in concepts and ideas in such a way that they can be grasped out of the ideas of the respective age, provided that they are sufficiently free of prejudices and preconceptions. There is, to be sure, a widespread lack of such open-mindedness at present, because people believe that other ideas, for example those of natural science, contradict these results of spiritual science. However, if one enters with greater precision into the results of spiritual scientific research, one will everywhere see that that is not the case. But there is something else that stands between the spirit researcher and his public. For the very fact that he is able to perceive the spiritual world means that what he beholds is widely unrecognized. People fall prey to the gravest errors with respect to the spirit researcher as such, precisely when they want to approach spiritual research or have a longing for it. To put it in a nutshell, I shall point out that the greatest error amongst well-meaning people is that because the spirit researcher has prepared his soul to gain insight into the spiritual world, they look upon him as a kind of, quote, higher animal, close quote, that he has something that places him ahead of other people. But through such a view, someone who cherishes the wish to come to supersensible knowledge succeeds only in placing barriers in his path. Out of a certain goodwill, it comes to be thought that the spirit researcher, because he can see into the spiritual world, is therefore a step above other people, and is of greater worth than they are, that it is a particularly worthy aspiration for the human soul, and its true significance to be able to gain insight into the spiritual world. That this aspiration manifests itself in our time in the widest circles has its origin in a circumstance that can be characterized in the following way. In former times, we also find communications from spiritual research that have been made to human beings. For the most part, however, only the results were communicated. There was not the kind of discussion of the methods, as is, for example, possible today, or as can be disseminated in a published book, such as Titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, or my book titled An Outline of Occult Science, or, readers aside, An Outline of Esoteric Science, same title, and the readers aside. For certain reasons, the methods were spoken about only before a few individuals in whose particular qualities one had complete confidence. This was appropriate for former times, because people in general had the right feeling, and also the sense for truth, to let the results work upon their souls, and also let their souls benefit from them, but not sufficiently to overcome the difficulties in order that the soul can enter the spiritual world. Today, souls live differently. Today, there is the possibility of a completely different thinking. Let us simply compare how people are able to think quite differently today, not only through the continued progress of natural science, but the way in which people learn to think quite differently through the advances in education than was formerly the case. Because of this, people today have been enabled to judge things better, and this means that things can be communicated. But this is only in its initial stages. Hence it is inevitable that mistakes will be made. One such error arises when one sees the spirit researcher as something special. However, simply because a person has heightened his level of knowledge in the manner described, it does not mean that he is superior to those who are unable to have such knowledge. Just as a chemist is no different from other people because he knows about chemistry, so is the spirit researcher also no different from the rest of humanity. The worth of a person is not determined by such things, but it is defined within certain narrower limits through intellectuality, through the power of sound thinking. A person who can think is of greater value than another person whose thinking is of poor quality. And in a wider sense, a person's worth is determined by his morality, through the fact that he fulfills moral acts and has a moral soul condition. He gains an advantage not through a particular soul development, but solely through intellectual and moral qualities. For this reason, the bad habit of considering that the spirit researcher who can behold the spiritual world has a particular authority, is someone special, simply because he can do this, a habit that is such a barrier to the path of supersensible knowledge, must be completely eradicated from those who want to approach such knowledge. This habit calls forth a belief in authority and a quality of blind discipleship, which are already bad enough in other areas, but which are worst of all in the realm of spiritual scientific research. For with regard to the matter of spiritual research, experience attests to the following. Anyone who has acquired healthy, sound, and logical thinking within ordinary life, as do other people who stand within ordinary life, carries this logical, healthy thinking also into the supersensible worlds. It is therefore able to judge what is real, what is right and true, and is, as a result, able to convey right judgments to his fellow human beings from what he has come to know. It is not by beholding the supersensible worlds that one formulates right judgments, but by entering into the situation with a right understanding, with good logic. A fool who is able to perceive a great deal in the spiritual world, who beholds vast amounts of all manner of spiritual things, because his soul has some sort of proclivity for this, will also speak a lot of pure nonsense as to how it is in the spiritual world. Whether one comes to the truth depends on how one is able to judge. Thus someone with a sound mind, even if he cannot perceive the spiritual world, is at any time able to judge whether that which someone who claims, however ardently, to have seen, in quotes, in the spiritual world, is nonsense, or whether it makes proper sense. If someone shows that he is unable to think properly, that he cannot connect things in the right way, then instead of listening to the spirit researcher, he would do better to pay proper attention to this problem. For then he will always know whether something is coming from an intelligent or a foolish source. Even more significant in this respect is one's moral state. Anyone who approaches the spiritual world with passions and unpleasant feelings and emotions, especially if combined with vanity and inordinate ambition, will see what is presented to him in a distorted and untrue fashion. He will perceive the worst parts of the spiritual domain, and these will appear to him in such a way that they do not impart truth to him, but bind him to illusions. His moral state has a decisive influence over what, as a spiritual seer, he is able to behold in the spiritual world. Thus, spiritual seership in itself is by no means a reason to set up someone as some kind of authority. It is far more important that we pay attention to the way in which spiritual research is prepared. And we must know that we wreak the greatest havoc if we do not watch attentively with our healthy powers of reason and see only what has to be objectively evaluated. This is the path for forming judgments about spiritual knowledge on the part of those who long for such knowledge for the benefit and happiness of their souls. When someone relates in this way to the spirit researcher, this relationship of the world to the spirit researcher is no different from the relationship of the world to other sciences and disciplines. Just as not everyone can go to the observatory or to the laboratory, relatively few people have real insight into the spiritual world, although a certain depth of insight is always possible today. However, it is not necessary for everyone to have such insight, for the fruits of spiritual knowledge can be understood by an unprejudiced mind when they are communicated. This can become the right relationship of the spirit researcher to his audience, and this is also the right way for human interaction to proceed. The more one endeavors not to regard the spirit researcher as an authority, but to rely on one's sound common sense to examine everything, and the more one measures everything that the spirit researcher says by how one views it, if one compares it with life, if, in other words, one uses one's sound common sense, the more firmly one stands on solid ground. We should make it very clear that spiritual science, to the extent that the world needs it, is accessible today to every human being because of the fact that it can be comprehended, even though not everyone can perceive the spiritual worlds. We are today already at the point where no soul is any longer denied the possibility of following the path into the spiritual world. It is a demand of our age that human beings are increasingly convinced that the path into the supersensible worlds is one that can be explored. This is the right course, in contrast to that which leads a person to a blind belief in authority. And only what is right has value for the happiness and benefit of the soul. These are some indications about the paths to supersensible knowledge, to that knowledge which truly leads us into a spiritual world that lies behind our sensory world, and which also enables us to comprehend this spiritual world. The spirit researcher himself only has something from the spiritual world for his own being and personal circumstances if he is not only able to perceive it, but can also understand what he has perceived. For to perceive everything without enabling it to be understood is of no value. But if it has been understood, and moreover with the sound common sense or healthy human reason as has been characterized, and a natural feeling for truth, then it is engraved in our soul, becomes intimately connected with it, and our soul immediately feels what resides within it, just as when the soul comes before a picture, it immediately feels what is in the picture, even if it has not itself painted it. Just as in order to receive something from a picture, it is not necessary that one must be a painter, it is equally unnecessary for the purpose of gaining insight, or at least sufficient insight, into knowledge that is highly necessary for the soul, for example, of immortality or passing through repeated earthly lives, that one can oneself form this knowledge in visionary perception, although it would be good if more and more people were able to do so. But the time demands that ever more people will do this, because the need to gain access to the supersensible world will come to be ever more pressing, if not overwhelming. Souls will increasingly be compelled also in a certain sense to become seers, to grow together with the spiritual world. This makes possible, whether in the form of an understanding of oneself or of another person, the possession of the supersensible truths, the supersensible knowledge that our soul knows, just as we know through outer science how all the outer substances that are in our body are present in the whole universe, so that we are, as it were, embedded in the likeness that is spread out in the entire universe. Investigations that have been made possible only through spectral analysis, how man has been fashioned out of the universe. Thus he also learns, through spiritually based research, that in everything that weaves and surges in his consciousness or in his subconscious, he is connected with a world of spiritual beings, who are indeed more real than the substances with which the body is connected. Thus a person gradually feels the fruits of spiritual research in his restfulness of soul, and feels also the strength to work and be active in the spiritual whole, in the divinely and spiritually imbued universe. But this enables him to know for the first time what he is, and what knowledge is necessary for him, that he lives calmly and actively, thinking, feeling, and willing in the spirit-imbued universe, and feels and knows himself to be connected with it. And this constitutes what the soul cannot do without, what it seeks, if it does not have it for a certain length of time. This requires the soul, if it is not to become a desolate, and through desolation not to become incapable, to work together on behalf of humanity, lest it does not only enter into a state of desolation as regards divine powers, but also into decadence. The awareness of this affinity with the supersensible worlds lies at the foundation of what was instinctively living in Goethe when he said, quote, "Were not the eye not sun imbued, it could sun's glory ne'er perceive. Were God's own power not in us laid, how could we God's delights receive?" Close quote. The eye is indeed sun imbued, EYE. The same power that is in the sun is in the eye. In this way, like can, as the old philosopher said, be recognized by like. There is a divine power within man. The whole world is impregnated with divinity. And because of this, the inner divinity can comprehend the divinity without. But Goethe recognized that the opposite is also true. Although he makes the whole world into a manifestation of the will, Schopenhauer is unable to see that not only is what is within us necessary for knowledge of the world around us, but on the other hand, the outer is also necessary for the inner world. Schopenhauer would say that the sun is there only because we have an eye. Through this reasoning, the strange philosophy has arisen which regards the world as without sound, without warmth, and so on. And all this is enabled to begin only when the human organs make their presence felt in the world. But Goethe rightly knew that not only do we see things because we have eyes and hear sounds because we have ears, but that an eye can come into being only because the sun is there. From his previous eyeless state, man became a being who can see through the fact that light filled space, and from the organism that as yet had no eye brought the eye forth. The power of the sun created the eye through the light that it radiated. Thus, it is not a matter of our bearing the divine within us and of simply projecting into the world the divine that we have first created within us, as is, for example, indicated by Feuerbach. But we must know that we would not have the, quote, this sense of God, close quote, within us, if the divine spiritual powers did not fill the world, and had not created an organ for the spirit within us, just as the outer sun has created the outer eye. So we can say, the consciousness that soul and world belong together, that gives strength and power to the soul, and enables it to rest and be active in the spiritual universe, is composed of two things of which we can characterize one with Goethe's beautiful words, quote, "Were the world not sun imbued, it could sun's glory ne'er perceive. Were God's own power not in us laid, how could we God's delights receive?" Close quote. But it is wholly in accordance with what Goethe says, if by complementing this one-sided truth with another that makes it into a complete truth, we add another verse, which could be worded thus, quote, "Were the world not sun-endowed, how could eyes from beings bloom? Were existence not God's revelation, how could men come to fulfill God's word?" Close quote. The end of Lecture 4. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are 2 publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works Volume 62 by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Results of Spiritual Research, 14 lectures, translated by Simon Blaxland-DeLange. This is Lecture 5, given in Berlin on the 5th of December, 1912, entitled Results of Spiritual Research for Vital Questions and the Riddle of Death. The greatest riddles of life that are of general human significance do not arise as a result of any particular scientific research, but confront us in the daily course of life. And the greatest poser of questions is life itself, with its constant flow of questions that not only arouse our curiosity and our thirst for knowledge, but can signify happiness and sorrow, satisfaction or despair to our soul. Spiritual science, as it is presented here in these lectures, is primarily concerned with resolving these questions posed by life itself, insofar as it falls within the scope of human knowledge, with gaining insight into the mysteries of existence. Even though this spiritual science appears as something new and unfamiliar, as compared with the ordinary science of today, this can be understood by anyone who merely casts an eye at those branches of ordinary science that concern themselves with questions of the soul, with questions of spiritual life. What people today call psychology or soul science can, in what it presents to a large extent, be investigated, and one will find that the great questions of existence, the great riddles of life, are dealt with very inadequately in science, as we ordinarily know it. One of the greater soul researchers of the present, Franz Brentano, has remarked in his title Psychology on how one finds questions answered, or how, at any rate, people attempt to answer them, in ordinary psychological research. How one idea follows another, how one feeling awakens another in the soul, how those soul forces may perhaps develop within our consciousness, to which we give the name of memory. All this, says Franz Brentano, could not possibly be a substitute for what psychological research formerly sought to establish as, in a certain sense, a solution to the mystery associated with the notion of the immortality of man's being. Similarly, today, one will search in vain in ordinary treatises about psychology for answers to questions such as the immortality of the soul, and also to other questions. Indeed, such questions are not even raised in the context of ordinary research. One very basic way of approaching the most everyday, great riddles of life is to raise the question, how is a person supposed to cope with himself and with the world when his experience of himself is such that at every age he becomes different, that as he grows older new tasks are placed before him in his life between birth and death? How should a person answer the great riddle of existence that presents itself to him every day, and which, as anyone can observe, is intimately connected with a person's entire being? The great riddle as to the source and significance of the fact that everything that from morning until evening floods our lives in waking consciousness by way of ideas, impulses, desires, passions, emotions, and so forth, is submerged when we go to sleep into a vague and indeterminate darkness when we begin the new day. Sleep and waking, which are so intimately connected with the riddle of human existence, are phenomena regarding which science must confess and must continue to confess that it has hardly anything to say by way of an answer to these riddles. And then there is the riddle of death that was mentioned previously. That riddle regarding which a significant researcher of recent times, already referred to here, has nothing further to say other than what results from the observation of the outward nature of the body. At the very beginning of his title Principles of Physiology, Huxley cites the words of the melancholic Prince of Denmark, quote, "Imperious Caesar, dead and turned to clay, might stop a hole to keep the wind away. Oh, that earth which kept the world in awe should patch a wall t'expel the winter's flaw." Close quote. And he goes on to explain what he wants to say by showing that the separate material parts of which man is composed are, when he crosses the threshold of death, so to speak, gradually scattered to the four corners of the earth, and turn into other material substances which are all around us. And how, if we would seek what has become of a human being, we would have to look for the material atoms, where they are to be found after a certain time in the cosmic expanses. That what has become of the atoms of the great Caesar is certainly not the question that actually concerns the human soul, is something of which ordinary science is blissfully unaware. For the real question is this: where are the soul forces that were active within Caesar? What has happened to them? How are they working further in the world? That this is the great question is something that ordinary science can no longer even feel. And then there is that question which is included in the significant word, in quotes, destiny. The destiny question that pursues us at every step in life and which presents us with a riddle that manifests itself to us everywhere. We see a human individual enter into existence, born in a state of misery and need, so that we can predict at his cradle that the lot that he has been granted will not be favorable. Or we see him enter life and with seemingly little in the way of attributes, so that we can again foresee that he will be of small advantage to himself or to others. In the case of another person, we see that he enters life amidst good fortune and abundance, surrounded by caring hands from his cradle, endowed with attributes which show from the outset that he could, both for himself and his fellow human beings, become a useful part of the world order. How much of everything that we associate with happiness and sorrow, and which comes toward us on a daily, even an hourly basis, is included in this question of destiny? One could say that the great questions of existence only begin from where science stops. And anyone who tries to familiarize himself with a world conception that is predicated by purely scientific foundations will say to himself, what has been presented to me in terms of a summary, however well expressed, of scientific truths shows to me only the beginning of the questions that I must raise regarding the great riddles of existence. I find little by way of answers there. With respect to all this, one must, however, emphasize that the present-day cultural environment offers scarcely any possibility for entering into questions that are of vital importance for the human soul, for the simple reason that as a result of facts and phenomena that have featured over the course of recent centuries, and which will be addressed in the coming lectures, the habits of thought, the conceptions underlying human thinking, have been directed more toward the outward material realm, and only really feel at ease when they can associate something with the judgment and research that derives from the world of appearances, or which is accessible to brain-bound thinking. For the most part, these habits of thought have been deprived of the possibility of acquiring insight into the human soul, of perceiving those events that are enacted specifically within the soul as opposed to the body. It is probably already apparent from the lectures given this winter that the answering of these questions does not have so much to do with whether a person is, through following the paths into supersensible life, as have been indicated in the last lecture, able to gain insight into those realms where answers can be given to the questions referred to. It has been emphasized on several occasions that certain things have to be researched on this path, but that the unprejudiced human understanding, one's unprejudiced judgment, is thoroughly capable of seeing what supersensible research is able to give. If this is so, it will also be understandable that the path of supersensible knowledge described in the previous lecture always gives the possibility of rightly comprehending what is in any case present in life, what life offers in every situation, and of receiving, through a right perception, answers to the great riddles of existence. The spiritual aspect of man's being is present everywhere. It is always there. And in order that it may impart to us knowledge of its immortality, it is not so much necessary for there to be a direct insight into the supersensible world, as rather a right view, such as can be evoked and explained, of what is actually going on within our life of soul. In evaluating what is referred to here as spiritual science, attention should mainly be directed toward the way in which life is considered, the way in which the phenomena of soul life are presented through the particular quality of thinking brought about by spiritual science. Anyone who wishes to examine this precisely will find that spiritual science considers the phenomena of soul life in connection with the outer life of material existence in such a way that the great riddle of existence referred to is approached out of a direct observation of life. It has already been indicated several times that spiritual science today is in a similar situation to natural science at the time of the dawn of the modern cultural period, when, for example, Francesco Redi expressed the great truth that is accepted as normal and is universally acknowledged. Something living can only arise from the living. With this, a powerful prejudice was combated, an assumption that was at the time not only confined to the general public, but dominated science as a whole, and this time lies only a few centuries in the past. In that some 3 centuries ago, when Francesco Redi was writing, people believed that lower animals, such as fish, earthworms, and the like, can arise from river sludge simply through the fusion of outward material substances. Francesco Redi showed that this was an inexact observation. He showed that no living existence can arise without a germinal essence deriving from a comparable living source being incorporated in the unorganized material substance, and formulated the proposition, something living can only arise from the living. Within the limits in which this proposition is being spoken of here, it is acknowledged by everyone from Haeckel to Dubois-Reymond. This was not so at the time of Francesco Redi. He first had to show how only an inexact observation could give rise to the belief that non-living matter could form itself into something living. Spiritual science is today in the same position with regard to the spirit as Francesco Redi was with regard to the living. Through the way that it is able to observe soul phenomena, spiritual science shows today that it amounts to an inexact observation if one believes that what comes into existence by way of a person's inner soul life could derive, for example, from inheritance, from the parents or grandparents, and so on, or could derive from what a person's soul receives into itself through outer experience, through an experience of the surrounding world. Spiritual science is obliged to show that the belief that that could be so rests just as much on an imprecise observation as the belief that a living form could develop out of non-living substance. Just as non-organic matter can only be composed from a living seed, so everything that the human soul forms for itself from inherited characteristics and qualities, everything that it receives from the outer world through the senses and through the intellect, can only be linked together with what lives and weaves within us as a living soul nature, if there is a living spiritual seed, a germinal spirit essence that embraces both the inherited characteristics and everything that is taken in from the surrounding outer world. Spiritual science takes this germinal, spiritual, or soul essence into consideration, and with this it is at variance with a very widespread prejudice of present times. If one speaks today of the special character of the human soul, if one speaks of everything that a human being represents, one will, and this is what has occurred as a result of the most conscientious research that needs to be recognized in its own way, refer to this or that which has been, in quotes, inherited from ancestors. People will always try, as it were, to link what lives within the human soul and what a person develops with one or another cause that lies within the line of inheritance, which they will allow to be influenced only by what streams in from without as a means of fashioning the whole nature of the human soul. A certain harmony between natural science and spiritual science will come about in this realm if one gives consideration to a question that spiritual science must constantly have in mind when there is any discussion of the essential nature of the human soul and of inherited characteristics, a question that is connected to the continuing existence of the whole human race or species. Within the line of descent, within what is passed on through the generations from grandfather and father to the son and so on, we see characteristics being inherited from generation to generation. But one thing comes toward us as a question if we consider this succession of human existence in the course of the generations. That at a certain time man, as it were, attains manhood, sexual maturity. He is capable of bringing forth his own kind, and therefore has the capacities which must exist in order that he may do so. As regards human evolution, therefore, what happens until sexual maturity is that until this point, man develops all the capacities which make it possible for him to bring forth a being of his own kind. But after sexual maturity, man continues to evolve. New forms, new content of the soul also appear after sexual maturity. And it is impossible to bring what the soul undergoes in its evolution after sexual maturity into connection with the whole evolution of the human race in the same way as that which a person passes through until sexual maturity as regards the human species. A sharp distinction must be made in man's whole relation to the world with respect to his evolution until sexual maturity, and with respect to the time afterward. This is a question which, as we shall shortly see, can be properly considered only by spiritual science. Another highly significant question emerges with this, which shows how what can be characterized with the term heredity should be understood in contrast to what takes place wholly in the human soul and belongs to human evolution. We can come to an understanding of what appears in a person and clearly manifests itself as a product of heredity within the human race by means of a radical instance, where something is inherited under all circumstances simply by virtue of his being a human being, who is descended from a being of a similar nature, a being of his own kind. Such a case is, for example, the change of teeth in approximately the 7th year of life. This is something that lies within the forces that the person has inherited and which manifest themselves under all circumstances, even if we separate the individual concerned from the human community and deposit him on a solitary island where he would grow up in an uncivilized manner. So is it with all qualities that have their origin purely in the line of inheritance. But if we take something that is as intimately connected with the human soul as language, we immediately find that the concepts of inheritance are of no avail. Where it is justified to speak of inheritance, the inherited features appear, as in the case of the change of teeth. Whereas, if we take someone to a solitary island and let him grow up without human contact, so that he does not hear the sound of a human voice, he will not develop language. This means that there is something here that shows us that there is something in the human soul that is not linked to heredity in the same way as the forces that we have primarily to regard as being inherited. Thus we could cite much that would show us how little one can rely on the forces of inheritance for an explanation of the totality of man's being. But when it comes to the study of the spiritual world through spiritual science, people make one error after another, errors that must simply be regarded as errors in logic, when they embark on making their judgments with a whole set of preconceptions. Thus, for example, they think that spiritual science wants to reject everything that natural science has to say, whereas it actually has the highest respect for the achievements of natural science. Thus, this is thought, for example, when spiritual science asserts that what we call the essence of the human soul derives not from the parents, grandparents, and so on, but can be traced back as a soul spiritual kernel to a previous human life, far distant in time. So that spiritual science says that a human being does not have only one, but many earthly lives. When we make our way into earthly life through birth, a soul essence or kernel enters into existence, which has received certain qualities, certain forces in earlier earthly lives. By virtue of the fact that it has received these forces in previous earthly lives and has, as it were, concentrated them within itself, it enters in a certain way into a new body, a new physical environment. Just as the living seed is incorporated in physical life into its inorganic surroundings, and from there takes up inorganic forces and substances, so does this human soul essence, coming from previous earthly lives, approach the inherited characteristics, concentrates and links them together, takes what the outer world can give, and thus forms and shapes the new life, which we then lead through the time from birth until death. The present life is again such a drawing together, partly of the inherited characteristics, and partly of what the outer world offers us. And when we pass through the gate of death, this soul essence is at its most concentrated. Then in the time between death and a new birth, it passes through a purely spiritual existence, and when it has, in this state, achieved the necessary maturity, enters through a new birth or conception into a new earthly life. That any aspect of conscientious and well-researched scientific results should be at variance with or even only affected by such insights as spiritual science is an unfortunate but nevertheless widely held prejudice. As has already been stated, spiritual science fully understands when a scientist comes along and shows how, through the mingling of the paternal and maternal seed, a particular individualization of the child's germinal essence takes place in each individual case, and how different the individualities of the various children can be as a result of the mingling of the paternal and maternal elements. Spiritual science fundamentally does not involve itself with the trivial assertion that it would be a proof for the existence of a distinct human individuality that in one and the same family the children are different both individually and from one another, for this individualizing element can be understood from the different ways that the paternal and maternal elements intermingle. If, moreover, the ordinary scientist comes and draws attention to how what a person manifests in life could be an indication of a particular organic constitution, or of a particular formation of the brain, or some such thing, spiritual science is in full agreement with this, and it is a sign of dilettantism in spiritual science not to go along with it. But if what natural science has with full justification to say in this realm is intended as an objection to what spiritual science indicates, that in spite of all that natural scientific research would propound, the soul essence of a human being first approaches the inherited characteristics in order to form a life, one is making a logical mistake, which can be characterized in approximately the following way. Let us suppose that someone sees another person before him who is breathing healthily, and he says, That this person is alive and is now standing before me as a living being is due to the air and the lungs that are manifest here. Who would deny that this is completely true? Just as little as this can be denied by any kind of spiritual science, it can, similarly, not be disputed when the natural scientist comes and takes into consideration the material conditions from the line of inheritance in order to explain the individual form of the soul life. This is just as true as if the ordinary scientist were to say, "This person I see before me is living at this moment because he has the air outside him and a set of lungs inside him." Is therefore someone who researches the natural world entitled to refute spiritual science when it says, in spite of everything that has been said here, what has taken place in your soul is determined, is soul spiritually determined, in a purely spiritual way, by what the soul has experienced in former lives. In spite of everything, the whole of a person's destiny is determined by the fact that he has himself prepared this destiny in previous lives? No, the natural scientist should not feel entitled to dismiss the spirit researcher when he makes such an assertion. The natural scientist who says that the person who is standing before me is living at this moment because of the air outside him and the lungs within him should no more be dismissing what the spirit researcher says than he is entitled to disregard someone who says, "No, it is not because of this that he lives, but he is alive at this moment through something quite different. This person wanted to hang himself, and he would quite definitely have departed this life through his suicidal attempt at that time if I had not come. I intervened, and because of this, he is alive now." So from this we see how the objective truth, that the person concerned is alive only because of the air and the lungs, does not conflict with the fact that he is alive at this moment, only because the other person intervened. This latter, incontrovertible truth, is no less at variance with the knowledge of the natural scientist that a person lives because of the existence of air and lungs, than what natural science has to say contradicts what spiritual science asserts, namely that the ultimate spiritual foundations for human existence lie in repeated earthly lives. Thus it is a matter of looking appropriately at the right thing, and we can well exemplify this by considering speech. Every spirit researcher who looks into the depths of things and understands natural science can understand that one can easily be tempted to say that a person is able to speak because he has a speech center in his brain. There's quite certainly some truth in this, but it is equally true to say that this speech center of the brain was only formed into a living speech organ through the existence of the world of language. Language has created the speech center. Similarly, all the formations of the brain and of man's entire organism have been created through soul spiritual factors. It is they that have imprinted something of a spiritual nature upon the undefined human material substances. Thus we need to search for the truly creative aspect of man's soul essence, or soul kernel, in the soul spiritual domain. We should regard the soul spiritual element not as a result of the brain, but in contrast, the brain with its refined formation as a result of soul spiritual influences. When we consider human life, it manifests itself to us at every point, such that we feel that what has just been said is reinforced by looking at life in a balanced and healthy way. Let us, for instance, again consider what we may call human evolution, as it unfolds in terms of the species, what therefore also develops within a person, when, so to speak, the forces working within heredity are fully developed, when he has developed a sexual maturity to bear within himself the forces that are able to bring forth a being of his own likeness. In contrast, the soul forces that constitute human evolution manifest themselves quite differently if we compare them to those forces that are present throughout human life as those that are, for example, developed in maintaining the species in reproduction. Within what lies in the reproductive forces, we see how, as it were, everything develops from within outward, how through the forces that are active in this realm, a person brings forth beings of his own likeness. That is, how what is within him is externalized. The forces that belong to inner human evolution take the precisely opposite path. One has but to be able to regard the spiritual domain in general as something real. One will then, from the outset, be able to accept the considerations that will now be presented as justified. How do we live our life if we take the inward soul aspect into consideration? We live it in a totally opposite sense from the way that we live our life as a member of the human race. As regards the species, all development takes place outwardly. In the individual life, all development is inwardly oriented. It occurs in such a way that we take that which comes toward us from without into ourselves and develop it further, and do not thrust it out as with reproduction, but that we concentrate what we experience in this way with ever greater intensity within ourselves, as it were. All the more intensively divest it of its character as something from the outside world, and make it the content of our own ego. Anyone who considers human life without preconceptions will find how it would, for example, be impossible for one's soul life ever in a single moment to have in its recollections everything that the soul is capable of remembering from what it has experienced. Let us imagine that one of the people sitting here were in this moment to have all the concepts, ideas, feelings, emotions, and so forth that have ever lived in his soul. This would be completely impossible. But has what we have previously experienced, what we have inwardly received, become lost, because at this moment we are unable to recall it? It is not lost. If we compare our soul life in successive moments of time, we shall find that what we have apparently forgotten, but has developed within us, and has made us a different person, is quite possibly more important than what we remember. In the course of our development, we do indeed always become a different person. We feel ourselves imbued with an ever-changing content. If we observe ourselves as we are now and compare ourselves with what we were some 10 years ago, we will not deny that we are a different person, and that what has brought this about are the assimilated experiences that have streamed into us, have been apprehended by us, and have taken the opposite path from the forces that serve reproduction. It is as though with our intuitive vision, with our reflections upon our memories, we destroy what we experience, but thereby take it into our ego. Our ego becomes continually different. Hence we can say that an exact observation of life shows us how this ego changes throughout life, and how it is the assimilated experiences that have brought about this change. We feel how the ego becomes inwardly fuller, ever richer, and more imbued with forces than it was when we embarked upon our youthful lives. At the foundation of this is a very significant phenomenon of life, to which insufficient attention is normally paid. Goethe, whose knowledge of life was profound, and who viewed life, above all else, in the way that it presented itself to him in his own personality, expressed the thought, "In old age we become mystics." What did he mean by this? What does Goethe mean by becoming a mystic? We must distance this thought from any suggestion of unclear, vague ideas. Goethe meant that as a person becomes more and more mature, he has increasingly less of what the world offers him outwardly, and that the forces of experience well up from the reserves within his own soul, wherein he has let them be submerged. Quote, a person becomes a mystic, close quote, means that his soul has become ever more full. It has come to contain more and more forces in its inner regions. If we look more carefully at what it is that our soul essence has brought together within us, at how it has assimilated what it has experienced and what it has made out of it, we will be able to bring those who have independently of their age become mystics a little further on the track of what is actually going on within the human soul. Let us consult the mystics. What do mystics mostly speak about? They speak of a, in quotes, second self, of a, in quotes, higher man within a person, of how in this human ego that develops within us from our youth onward, a second ego or self can unfold, which many mystics interpret as being divine. But the point is not to emphasize this, but rather, as they have felt, that as a person grows up, something akin to a second human being matures, that he takes hold of, that concentrates itself within him. We see the exact opposite with reproduction, whereby a second human being is born alongside the first and is thrust away from it. Whereas what becomes the, in quotes, second self is not something that a person thrusts away from himself, but develops inwardly to a point of ever greater concentration. Thus we can actually say that as a person lives his life, he develops within his individuality something that works in the opposite direction to reproduction. He does not give birth to anything out of himself. He concentrates something within himself. He does not let something go forth from himself, but imbues himself with something that the mystic can well relate to as a second man, who, as it were, develops within the skin of the first and attains an ever greater degree of soul spiritual definition. This is in the case of different people either more or less obvious, but the significance of such a course of human development is that the germinal process that we undergo is of an opposite nature, where we do not unfold, but, on the contrary, concentrate something within us. If we call the direction associated with reproduction one of evolution, of unwinding or unfolding, we can call that which the ego undergoes as involution, an inwinding, an inner forming of experiences. And it is natural that the inner vigor which the developed ego bears within itself as a second ego or self is the greatest when we are at the end of our physical life, thus when we pass through the portal of death. If we examine this and submit to greater scrutiny what has in this way come into being as a second self, we would have to say that people are not always inclined to look at this more closely. They become taken up with their lives, and they do not pay sufficient attention to the second being that is being developed. But if they devote enough attention to it, they will find that this second being has quite particular qualities. Above all, a very significant urge to have an independent and free relationship to what we are able to receive in later life. In life, as it proceeds, we will be living in a particular linguistic environment. However, what we have developed inwardly aspires toward a certain liberation from what only one particular linguistic environment can give, and to nurture a view of life that is free and independent from any specific linguistic environment. We want to grow beyond what one particular linguistic environment can give, and we thereby grow beyond that in which we had grown up when we were young. In our younger years, for example, we have to develop a certain formation of the ear. From what we develop within our ego, we notice that it is something that always wants to be freer and freer from our outward bodily nature. We are forming a new human essence that is independent of what has been fashioned from the outward physicality of our early life. This is what spiritual science would guide the soul toward. That from the human ego, a second ego or self is developed in the course of life, whose nature consists in that it feels itself all the fuller and all the more intense to the extent that it can feel itself independent of what has grown up from its early days. And if we consider this second ego that has been formed within our ego more carefully, we will see that it is endowed with such forces that we can characterize its whole nature by saying, this ego bears within itself the forces to form a new, a different human being from the one through which it has itself been fashioned. It is not an analogy, but merely a clarification, if we say that the ego that we have within us can be compared with the seed of a plant that has been formed from the root through the stem and the green leaves to the blossom. It is then most fully endowed with life and provides the foundation for a new plant. The whole being of the plant has come together in the seed, and when the seed is ripe, the stem, green leaves, and blossom die off. It is thus that a soul's spiritual essence matures with us. Just as the seed of the plant continues to grow when the leaves fade and the outer physical form of the plant approaches death, so does the soul spiritual essence within man mature as the outward aspect gradually dies, when the organs gradually lose their vigor and approach their demise. With this we have a right soul observation of the distinctive fact that comes to expression in that the inner strength of a new ego is at its greatest when we pass through the portal of death. Thus we bear this system of forces, these force relationships, through the portal of death into a world that can have nothing to do with the world within our body. Even if we do not want to pursue any further, the following lectures will show this, how the spirit researcher can also show us what happens with this soul spiritual essence developed within the ego in a purely spiritual world, which a human being experiences in a life that lies between death and a new birth. We can nevertheless say, in the same way that the natural scientist proceeds when he wants to understand plants, we can likewise proceed if we want to understand human nature. The natural scientist directs his attention to the seed of the plant and sees how the seed can enable the life of a new plant to flourish. Thus he seeks to understand the new plant from the basis of the seed, how the seed that remains appears again in a new plant. Similarly, the spirit researcher can observe man, how he enters life through birth or conception. We see how, to begin with, man manifests outwardly only that his organs are fashioned in a certain way. There then appears that soul life that we have characterized by saying that the time when it appears also marks the moment until which he is later able to remember. Then he will say to himself, before this time I was quite obviously already there, but I am only able to remember back to a certain time. This is that point in time when a person becomes capable of feeling himself as an ego. But there can be no doubt that he is already present as a being of soul and spirit. Why, spiritual science may ask, does the possibility of being able to remember back appear only from a certain time? Were the inner forces that bring this about not previously present? It would be a completely illogical thought to conceive of the soul spiritual dimension of man's being as beginning only at the time back to which a person can subsequently remember. The sleep of every day can teach us how the soul spiritual forces live in us before retrospective memory awakens. People today have all sorts of strange ideas about sleep. The right way of looking at it has already been partly addressed in the lectures about waking and sleeping. Thus, people today have the idea that sleep could only be brought about by something such as tiredness. I beg the listeners to the earlier lectures to be aware that spiritual science wishes to be precise in what it says. If someone were to say that spiritual science has itself declared that sleep derives from tiredness, this is not quite correct. For it was said that sleep is needed to take tiredness away. In spiritual science, It is always of importance to understand things very precisely, because there also has to be the endeavor to describe things with a similar precision. Can tiredness be the cause of sleep? Anyone who maintains this will be contradicted by life itself. Anyone who maintains that a person has to sleep only because he is tired will find himself contradicted if he engages in self-observation, or if he considers how often a pensioner, who is not at all tired, goes to sleep in the afternoon in his chair, despite not being in the least tired. And he will especially be refuted if he takes into consideration when sleep mostly happens, not when people are most tired, but in childhood. There needs to be accurate observation of what actually happens. Spiritual science shows that both during the ordinary state of sleep and also during the more subdued state of consciousness of a child, the forces that are used for consciously experiencing the world are sent into the organism and are active there. The same forces that we use from waking up until going to sleep in order to form ideas, sensations, and so on, work on us during sleep, but in such a way that the bodily forces that have been used up are replaced, are again restored. So they regenerate us. They repair what has been used up and is worn out. They form and work restoratively. Whereas in waking life they break up and disfigure the form, and this is indeed what we do during waking life. Sleep enables the form to be restored. That is, it works directly on the human physical structure. Because during sleep we are frequently using our forces of consciousness for building up certain forces that have fallen into disrepair, these forces withdraw from us, and we sink into a state of unconsciousness. Because at the beginning of life, before the moment arrives, until which we are later able to remember back, we in early childhood use the same forces that live in us and fill our consciousness for the more refined process of forming the organization of the brain. They withdraw from the conscious ego. The ego is present during early childhood, and it is a strange situation today if the way that the ego first appears is regarded as a determining factor in the study of human nature. Again, a significant error of logic. You can read whole volumes today where it is stated, we see how self-consciousness emerges, how it becomes established in a human being. One cannot think of anything more misleading than this. And in any other area one would strictly reject such a declaration, just as it would, for example, be rejected in the case of someone whose knowledge of a clock was confined solely to his awareness of how it is made. In no realm is this so. Similarly, with regard to self-consciousness, if one would examine how ideas are engendered, one would show the extent of the errors that are made in this respect. This can be done only by someone who concerns himself with such things from the point of view of spiritual science. Otherwise, people do not notice this. Ego consciousness, self-consciousness, is of such a nature that the gradual knowledge of the ego, of how it develops, has nothing to do with the reality of the ego itself. On the contrary, because the ego, the essence of human nature, evolves continually from the time when it is not yet conscious in the child until the time when it is experienced consciously, we cannot say that it is not there. It is there. It fashions the human being in his more refined aspects. Indeed, moreover, it fashions the human being in his connection with the whole of human life, something that we notice only if we study human life in a more or less selfless way. In the manner in which a person ordinarily observes life, he can say with respect to his destiny, I meet with one or another aspect of it. I have a liking for the one, but not for the other. I regard one as good fortune, the other as misfortune. The one is something that expedites my progress in life, the other is something that impedes it. However, this is only a superficial observation. For it could be possible for someone to be convinced that in every moment of his life he is nothing other than his concentrated destiny. That I am speaking to you now, what does it mean? It means that it is my concentrated destiny. My life experiences are being expressed to you. And I am nothing other than my life experiences, my destiny. And were I to take something away from my destiny, I would have to cut out part of myself. A human being is what he has made of himself, what his destiny is, what he is in a given moment. We cannot separate our ego from ourselves, from our destiny, or regard the ego as something different as regards its content from destiny. But in that we are, as a child, placed in a particular life's circumstance, we see how we are not only determined by our attributes, by our ego, even if we are not as yet aware of this, since our ego works through our blood circulation, and since it will also subsequently develop quite definite attributes and so on. But we also see that we have been placed in a particular national context, that we are children of particular parents, and have grown up in a particular climate, and have to live together with certain people. In this way we see that for our whole life we are determined by destiny. If we examine what we are consciously able to pursue and identify as our destiny, it is natural that we must identify this as the destiny associated with our ego, just as we have, through our circumstances, been placed in a life that is either arduous and burdensome or surrounded by caring hands. It is not only our later destiny that is connected with what we have ourselves done, but also the strokes of destiny that have come to us from the unconscious, and whose origins we are unable to follow with our consciousness. Thus we are led to the sole spiritual essence that contains within it all the forces that fashion the brain, formed the blood system, and so on, and thereby defined us. But we are also defined as regards our destiny by the same ego that has been placed in a particular life circumstance. In the realm of nature observation, this is admitted by every individual when he says, for example, "When I observe an alpine plant, I know that the whole of alpine nature belongs to it, and therefore the alpine plant cannot grow on the plain." What everyone admits in the realm of nature observation needs only to be applied to the sole spiritual essence. One will then see that the sole spiritual essence which pervades its bodily nature seeks out this bodily nature and enters into it, while on the other hand it also seeks out its destiny. If this destiny is felt to be harsh, and it is then said to the person, "You have created this situation for yourself. You have brought this upon yourself through your sole spiritual essence." If one ascribes the full responsibility for the harshly experienced destiny to the person concerned, this feeling is nevertheless based on a short-sighted observation. A deeper principle would judge differently, and we can gain an understanding of how it would do so if we draw a comparison from life by way of an example. Let us imagine a young man who, having a prosperous father, has been living at his father's expense and has not needed to worry about anything. Then the father, for some reason, loses his means of livelihood, and the son can no longer live in the way he did before. He will perhaps say, "What a bitter blow I have suffered! How unfortunate I am!" But if he has learned something, if he has been buffeted by life and has become a capable person, will he, when he has reached the age of 50, say something of that kind? No, he will now perhaps say, "That turn of destiny was something of a blessing for my personal life, for I would otherwise have become a good-for-nothing. This misfortune of my father has contributed to my happiness." What can be said from the standpoint of 18 years is not especially far-sighted. At 50, we can see further. The deeper life principle within us seeks out misfortune. It seeks out hardship and misery, because it is only through the overcoming of hindrances amidst hardship and misery that we have developed further, and thus become something that we would not have become otherwise. Viewed from a higher vantage point, and once we have admitted that there is in a person a deeper essential nature that goes from life to life and makes it necessary for us to regard life from a higher vantage point, much immediately becomes understandable to us. If we are able to see a person in such a way that as he approaches old age, he develops within himself a system of forces that prepares the way for a new human being, who is, well nigh, independent from what he has outwardly developed from his previous life, or from the circumstances of his present life, and if we see how he carries an inner tension of forces through the portal of death, then we can say, this human individual cannot now return into existence immediately after death. Why not? What would happen if he did so? He would find the outward environment still similar to that from which he has just departed, and from which he wanted to become free by developing his inner soul essence. Just as the inner soul essence does not have a direct relationship to itself, such that it wants to revert to being merely itself, so is a person unable to incarnate again immediately after death, for he would be growing into himself. This means, however, that the inner soul essence can reincarnate only after a certain time. During this time he lives in a purely spiritual atmosphere, not in the physical world. What has developed as a spiritual essence has developed in such a way as one sees the seed of a plant developing within the stem, leaves, and blossom, lives in a spiritual world, and it will feel itself drawn to embody outwardly what it has developed when other circumstances have emerged. That is, when the earth is changed such that the person concerned is growing into different circumstances, thus enabling him to develop further. Thus, between death and the next birth, so much time will elapse that we will, for example, not be born into the same linguistic area, and that other associated circumstances will also have changed. We know that outward earthly circumstances change over the course of centuries and millennia. We learn about what has taken place in the meantime, outwardly, in cultural terms, through being informed about it, through education. Thus, with our soul spiritual essence, we, therefore, take our leave from a particular time in history with the forces that we wanted to make free, and wait until new circumstances have been brought about on the earth, whereas we have to catch up on what we have not in the meantime been able to participate in through education. Thus, education and instruction have to supplement the attributes and capacities that we bring as the fruit of previous lives. In the relatively short time available, I have only been able to indicate what one may call a way of observing the circumstances in which the human soul finds itself. I have sought to ensure that this study is, on the one hand, strictly scientific, but that, on the other hand, something real is seen in these soul spiritual experiences, and that it can be perceived how in a person, as he lives amongst us, there is already being developed what will appear in a next life as a seed that draws upon the forces of inheritance together with the forces of the outward environment in order to develop further. Such a way of looking at the world as emanates from spiritual science can have an eminently sound influence not only upon theoretical life questions, but upon strength and certainty and upon the power of life itself. Anyone who, for reasons of his own, does not want to familiarize himself with spiritual science will not see that a sound and healthy outer life is conditional in many essential ways on a sound and healthy soul life. That such a soul life raise its forces into one's bodily nature. And that if the soul has become empty and desolate, and is unable to draw forth from itself what fills its consciousness with a sense of satisfaction. Then dissatisfaction, disconnectedness, a tendency of the soul life to be engulfed in confusion, manifests itself in nervousness and other unhealthy symptoms right down into the physical organism. Someone who does not see this may nevertheless experience it. Life poses the greatest riddles, and in instances that have significance for everyone, something occurs which one can only express by asking, from where else do certain illnesses afflicting a life that is discontent with itself derive then from the fact that the soul life is unable to regain health, is bereft of inner substance, and is therefore incapable of exerting its influence upon the bodily nature? But someone who finds the possibility of bringing the health-giving influence of a healthy soul life to bear upon the physical body will also be able to say the following. When a person in our time refers again and again to inherited qualities, and with respect to one thing or another, for example to a disposition toward a certain illness, claims that this has been inherited from his ancestors and there's nothing he can do about it, this idea is one that inevitably oppresses him in his deepest inner soul life and signifies a depressive soul condition which rapidly exercises an unfavorable influence upon the outward life of the body. And this is felt by the person concerned as a dispiriting influence that cannot be changed, because it lies wholly in the line of physical inheritance. However, someone who is from spiritual science able to gain the conviction that what is living in him is not solely a collection of inherited characteristics and forces, but something that as a soul's spiritual essence goes from life to life, can, if spiritual science is for him no mere theory, but something that pervades his life, develop the awareness that alongside all the inherited characteristics and forces, there lives within him his soul spiritual essence, from which he is able to draw the forces through which he can overcome these difficulties, even if the line of inheritance might bear a strong indication of decadence. The awareness that one can gain from spiritual science does not only answer riddles of life of a theoretical nature, but answers all questions that influence our entire feeling life as riddles, to which we have to have an answer in order to live within our soul. If we know nothing of that soul spiritual essence that hastens from life to life, we feel ourselves weighed down beneath the yoke of heredity, which oppresses us and makes us weak. We only feel ourselves to be strong and actively alive, and to be living as people with a soul and spirit, if we keep an upright stance with respect to our soul spiritual essence, and are able to say to ourselves, the forces of our soul spiritual essence are unconquerable, for it is they alone that bring together what we have been given through the line of inheritance, and through them we are able from the center of our soul to bring what is seemingly doomed to decline to a true ascendancy. The solutions that spiritual science brings are inscribed into life itself. But spiritual science will only be able to bring its true fruits if it can be linked in this way with the whole orientation and inner conviction of the soul. And if we become strong and not only clever through spiritual science, but we also become more capable in our thinking, especially with regard to certain more delicate distinctions that life asks of us, and gain in strength and judgment for a more refined conception of life. Just one example of this. When those who love to trace everything back to heredity investigate some significant individual with respect to his or her ancestral line, they will probably say that there are certain qualities that this person possesses which can be found in one ancestor, while other qualities can be traced back to another ancestor. And they may then say that this has all accumulated and been passed on, and the inherited characteristics have come together in this individual soul. They then coin the proposition, so you see that the genius stands at the end of a line of inheritance, and has been inherited from the ancestors. When expressed in this way, the lines of the thought have, so to speak, become crossed. For who would have proved anything through this succession of ideas? Something would only have been proved if one were able to show that the genius stood at the beginning of a hereditary sequence, though not if he or she appears at the end of it. For if the genius appears at the end of a sequence of ancestors, if you will forgive my saying so, this proves nothing more than if one were to speak of someone falling into the water and being wet once he has come out. This proves only that he has passed through a particular element and has taken something from it, since someone who has emerged from water is indeed wet. If one wanted to prove something through the line of inheritance, one would have to show that the genius stands at the beginning and not at the end of a line of inheritance. But people will leave this well alone, for the world speaks otherwise. Spiritual science seeks everywhere to pose and answer questions in the right way. One will then see that spiritual science is not at variance with natural science, but also that an answer does not suffice. Probably the greatest wisdom for life will be drawn from spiritual science if the whole of human education can be placed in its light, if man advances in his development in such a way that this is translated into becoming conscious of the soul's spiritual essence. The soul's spiritual essence will then develop with the person between birth and death in such a way that not only does that fullness of the soul that was spoken of earlier become a reality, but that the soul also becomes conscious of the second self, that germinal essence that becomes ever more concentrated. The awareness of this will then pass over into a different form of life. The person concerned will indeed see how the time is coming when his hair loses its color, his face becomes wrinkled, and the forces that support the outer organs wane. But he will then look at what he has been developing from when he was young, at what is for him the residue and inheritance of an earlier life, and will feel in the way one does with the seed of a plant, when the falling leaves signal the end of the plant's form, but the seed grows ever stronger. Thus the person will feel himself to be the seed of a new life, and will say to himself, "What falls away from you must go through death, for you cannot remain within it. For there must be another vessel that you can indwell. You must build for yourself another body, for you have already prepared it within you." He will feel the life that he will live in the far future maturing within him. That repeated lives are not without a beginning and an end, and how the question as to what extent these incarnations of man's essential being have a beginning and an end can be answered, will be considered at a later point. If a person regards life as a seed for a following life, he will also see how this life again develops a seed. He is then not clinging to a theory of immortality that he investigates philosophically, but he sees a succession of lives blossom and thrive, and fills himself with the awareness of immortality, because he knows that from every life the seed for a new life must arise. It is in the constantly growing and hope-inspiring life seed that the human individual finds answers to questions relating to the riddles of life and death. He does not only answer them theoretically, but embraces, understands, and experiences immortality in his living inner experience, and does not merely say that he has understood immortality, but he embraces the soul in its essence as a being that cannot but be immortal, because from every life it develops a new life seed, and the individual human being inwardly beholds the maturing of this new life seed. Hence we may say, spiritual science answers the question that arises from the riddles of life and death, not only theoretically. It does not only give a theoretical certainty, but it can inwardly transform our life in such a way that with the grasping of immortality we summon forces together and feel what goes from life to life and hence through all lives. So, in this way, theory is transformed into practice, the riddle of immortality into a grasping of immortality itself. This is the best fruit of spiritual science, when it is transformed from mere study into something that truly lives within us. And one may say, when spiritual science is understood by a person in this sense, then it is not merely something that makes an experience comprehensible to him, but something that immerses itself into his own soul as a life force and dwells within him. Thus, we may conclude our studies for today by saying that spiritual science teaches us, by also livingly demonstrating for the human soul what casting an eye over the rest of the world teaches us, the great vision of the constantly changing nature of life, and at the same time also of the eternity that forever manifests itself to us in all its changing nature. It teaches us the eternity present in everything temporal. As though in brass tablets the great life experience is inscribed in our soul, that everything that lives in the universe lives only by creating within itself the seed for a new life. And the soul only gives itself up to old age and death in order to mature immortally toward constantly renewed life. The end of Lecture 5. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works Volume 62 by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Results of Spiritual Research, 14 lectures translated by Simon Blaxland-DeLange. This is Lecture 6, given in Berlin on the 12th of December 1912, entitled Natural Science and Spiritual Research. Among the reproaches that are presently leveled against spiritual science and spiritual research, one of the most significant is that spiritual science or spiritual research is opposed to the assured results of natural science, which is, after all, and rightly, the pride of our present intellectual life, and indeed of the whole of our modern culture. If this reproach were to have any foundation, and that spiritual science and spiritual research have the intention of placing themselves in opposition to these assured results of natural science, it would be reasonable to say that this would not bode well for spiritual research. Not only would this affect any possibility that it may have of gaining access to the minds and hearts of people today, but also the very justification for its existence. Thus, in addition to everything that has been said in the previous lectures about the relationship of spiritual research to natural science, this special episodic study about the relationship of spiritual research to natural science will be inserted today, before considering on the next occasion a figure who is eminently accessible only to spiritual science, that of Jakob Boehme. Spiritual research, as meant here in these studies, presents itself without doubt as something that in many respects distinguishes itself from the intellectual habits and endeavors of our time as something new, as something that asserts its independence from the ways of thinking of present intellectual life. And the question therefore arises, how is it that precisely at a time when an educated person who is interested in a broad range of intellectual questions places considerable hope in what natural science is able to give, how is it that at such a time this spiritual science wants to succeed in putting itself in the very midst of the triumphant march of natural scientific thinking? This question can most easily be answered if one briefly surveys the intellectual life of the last third, or perhaps the second half of the 19th century. This is not the only time when natural scientific research has achieved one conquest after another and risen to its most brilliant heights, but also when the hopes that all conceivable information about the meaning of what one may call mental and intellectual life would surely emerge from natural science were to become ever greater and greater. Anyone who has, with full consciousness, accompanied intellectual life in the last third of the 19th century, or shall we say, has been in a position to let the great hopes of this 19th century intellectual life to exert their influence upon him, for example in the 1880s, could observe at that time how from all areas of scientific research the only questions that emerged were such as to place all human thinking directly on a new foundation that breaks all connection with the old. Attention will be drawn here to one instance of this. In the 1860s and 1870s, someone interested in intellectual matters could become familiar with what was at the time a more or less new area in science, namely the mechanistic theory of heat. Anyone involved at that time in scientific knowledge regarded something such as the mechanistic theory of heat as an immense achievement of the human mind. But perhaps the standpoint of such a person is of less interest to us than the standpoint of someone who was primarily concerned with the intellectual question of cognition. What did such a person see? Such a person had perhaps been able to observe that among the many sense impressions that besiege someone by way of his senses is the sensation of what one may call warmth, or shall we say warmth and cold. Like color, like light, and like sound, warmth is likewise initially a sense impression. A person feels through his senses how the world around him is in a certain state of warmth, and he initially perceives this warmth as an impression on his feeling life. At this time that has just been spoken of, it was, according to current research, considered to be a proven fact that what people call warmth, in the way that, as they believe, it works in their feeling, is diffused in space, pervades bodies, and affects beings, that what is thus objectively out there in nature is none other than the movement of the minutest bodily parts. Thus one could say, if you put your hand in lukewarm water and perceive a certain degree of warmth, this sensation of warmth is only apparent. What appears to you as a direct impression is only an apparent one. It is only an effect on your organism that is brought about by something. It is merely a miniature form of movement. You do not perceive the movement itself. The smallest parts of the water are in activity, but you do not perceive the activity or movement, largely because the movement is so rapid. You do not perceive it as such, but it makes on you the impression of warmth. When at the time books appeared, such as, for example, titled Heat, considered as a mode of motion, this was considered to be a great achievement of the time. And we then had younger people studying how the smallest molecular parts move in a liquid or gas, bump against the walls and against one another. And it became clear to them that the inner activity that is present stimulates the apparent sensation of what is referred to as warmth. From this arose a certain habit of thought, a particular way of observing natural phenomena. And I myself still recall that when I was a little boy, the head teacher of my school, enthused by this scientific achievement of his time, considered all natural forces as such, beginning from gravity and extending to warmth or heat and chemical and magnetic forces, merely as an illusory manifestation, and saw the truth as residing in those movements, in those delicate states of movement within bodies. That head teacher, his name was Heinrich Scham, for example, saw gravity, the tendency of objects to fall, purely in terms of a movement of the smallest parts of bodies. Within such an observation of nature, the only thing that could be said to be genuinely real was the space that extends into infinity, the matter divided into the smallest parts that exists in this space and the movements of this matter. And the hope could probably arise that just as one could, for example, explain heat, electricity, magnetism, and light as the refined working of the smallest parts of matter, one would also eventually be able to explain the activity of thinking, soul activity, as the refined working of that matter of which the body of a human being or animal is composed. There then came to be several phases in the evolution of natural scientific theories. Whereas in the 1880s, one had to conceive of, for example, light and the whole world of color, if one was a physicist, as a kind of appearance, and had to study infinitely complicated, refined functions and movements within matter and the ether. In the course of the 1880s, what occurred was that people began to have doubts about these refined functions and confined themselves more to considering the way that the phenomena and facts present themselves, to describing them through the means of calculation, and not so much to speculate about what is, after all, not perceptible, but merely underlying everything, that is, about the more refined functions of matter in the ether. This was how things were in the realm of physics. In this latter realm, it was the case that people saw no real possibility of coming away from the habitual kind of thinking that resulted when they considered these refined workings of matter in relation to anything that might make it possible to comprehend the spirit in a direct way. Something in natural science was, so to speak, holding them back from giving consideration to the spirit, as has been asserted here in the previous lectures. Certain other factors also presented themselves. Anyone who was involved with the developments in natural science did not only have to deal with what has just been characterized, but also with the outcome of everything that had, for example, resulted from the great discoveries of Schleiden and Schwann in the first half of the 19th century, through which the smallest parts within the organisms of plants and animals, cells, were discovered. This did not amount to a demonstration of the reality of atoms and molecules, but organic forms were traced back to their smallest building blocks, to cells, the forms of which were accessible only to the microscope. There then came the further influence of everything associated with the name of Darwin, and also of the great deed of Ernst Haeckel, who in the course of the 1880s extended Darwin's theory to human beings. Thus one was presented with a form of scientific observation which at its simplest began in the plant and animal worlds, and considered how the individual organs arose from imperfect to more perfected beings, and ultimately to man in such a way that one could, as it were, detect through comparison the emergence of individual organs that were more complicated from simpler ones. An immense wealth of knowledge was collected. The breadth and width of this material was indeed so great that, for example, in the 1870s, one of the most significant comparative anatomists of the present time, Carl Gegenbauer, could say in his title Comparative Anatomy, 1878, that in recent decades an immense amount of knowledge has been assembled, which shows how related living beings are as regards their organs, and that one would, Gegenbauer believed, have to await the possibility of raising this knowledge to the level of, in quotes, findings, or, in quotes, insights. And he had great hopes that it would be possible for the Darwinist method to show what a comparison of the organs of the highest living beings with those of less perfected beings would incontrovertibly demonstrate. That there also exists what, in a physical sense, may be referred to as a descent of perfected living beings from less perfected ones. Thus one saw the chain link up in the evolution from less perfected living beings to more perfected ones, and then to man, and one could say to oneself that through a kind of summation of those forces and activities that exist among the simplest living beings, and indeed even through a summation of the forces and activities of lifeless nature, there finally arises the most complicated being that we know, the human bodily structure. Enormous hopes were associated with this natural scientific ideal. The situation at the time was that it was difficult for people to understand the difference between what constituted scientific facts and the thoughts and speculations arising out of these facts, for any thinking person could see that there was a difference between the facts and the theories. The difference that existed could be outlined as follows. When people embarked upon research so carefully and so subtly, as Darwin himself did especially in his early years, they found an immense amount of material concerning mutual relationships, mutual points of comparison between individual living beings, from the less perfected animal and plant kingdoms up to man. But there was, they could say to themselves, a difference between what thus emerged as the fact of the similarity of the inner processes and what could only be thought about, the hypothesis, the acceptance of the idea of the descent of perfected living beings from less perfected ones. For this descent could not be derived from the facts that had hitherto become known. Researchers were confronted by a whole range of living beings of greater and lesser degrees of perfection. But descent as such remained, for anyone who really had his head screwed on, a mere hypothesis, if he wished to continue to stand firmly on the ground of natural science. But the material was impressive. All that emerged of this nature from natural scientific research entered deeply into people's souls, sometimes in a tumultuous way because of the magnitude of the insights that could thereby be gained. Much else also needs to be taken into account. For the purposes of today's lecture of orientation, there is much that needs to be investigated in greater detail. Thus reference must be made to the great discovery which, for example, Helmholtz had made in the area of the phenomenon of light, and the effects of light upon the organ of the human eye, EYE, and as Helmholtz had also made with respect to the phenomena of sound and tone, and the effect of sound and tone on the human ear, on the human organ of hearing. As a result of this, it became possible to gain insight into the process of seeing, which had hitherto remained mysterious, and also to understand what, for example, happens in the ear, and what a complicated, miraculous structure is to be found in the piano-like apparatus within the ear. In place of much that formerly seemed merely thought out, there was now some precise knowledge of the structure of the human organs. It could be said that what was outwardly only movement and activity was as though transformed. As we have just seen, such a transformation had emerged quite significantly from the mechanistic theory of heat. By what had been revealed about miraculous qualities in the organs with respect to the perceptions living in human souls. And the inner life of the soul is ultimately fashioned from what our organs form from the influences of matter and space. One can perhaps characterize the whole spiritual process that was being enacted within souls at that time by saying that souls were numbed by everything that had been discovered on a broader and a more detailed scale. There was a recognition that nothing had formerly been known about any of this. Many traditions that had existed regarding the human soul now seemed to be invalid whenever one began to study the influence of matter and its movements upon the human organism. That is, when one, in the true sense of the word, began to study natural science. For the spiritual scientist, what really mattered was not so much all the various details, but rather that it had to be admitted that in order to enter into the wide perspectives that a world of the truly factual reveals, something needs to be taken into account that one does not associate with old ways of studying the life of the soul or the spirit. In many souls that experienced everything in the last third of the 19th century, the following feeling arose. Such souls could say to themselves, "It is true that people in olden times have ventured to think much about the great questions, for example, about the alternation between sleep and waking life, about the question of the immortality of the human soul, about the questions of death and life, about the origin of existence, and so on. But if one compares the whole methodical way of thinking, the whole way in which spiritual research was conducted in those far-off times, whence such traditions of soul research may be evoked, if one compares this with the strict scientific manner of modern scientific research, that which has come from those ancient times is simply no match for the strict conscientious methods of modern scientific research. Even if the spirit researcher is not directly touched by the results of natural science, even if he is perhaps not in the least enraptured by them, one thing worked powerfully also on him. The strictness of natural scientific thinking, the conscientiousness, the enormous sense for truth that characterizes natural scientific thinking. With respect to such a fact, anyone who wanted to have anything to do with science, irrespective of whether this was with natural or spiritual science, had to develop the impulse that can be characterized in these terms. Science in the true sense of the word, such as can set the tone for the intellectual and cultural life of the present day, can seek its salvation only in that strict thinking, in that truly conscientious research that one can learn from natural science. Such an impulse is gradually transformed, and it also had to be transformed in the spiritual scientific researcher into a kind of scientific conscience. Such a researcher could say to himself, to be sure, as at all times, so also in modern times, the soul has the urge and the impulse to come to know its own nature and being, and above all else the processes that extend beyond birth and death. But only that which presents itself to its time in accordance with the model of natural scientific thinking can make an impression on someone who has a clear and unprejudiced outlook. Much could be seen appearing, as it were, on the spiritual market about all manner of soul questions. One saw much that was and is truly far removed from a conscientious mode of thinking that is in tune with natural science. It is true that such things may, through carelessness, through the laziness of contemporary thinking, sometimes make an impression here and there for a while. But such an impression cannot be of any duration, for even the laziest people will eventually ask, what can a conscientious thinking that is in tune with natural science say about what is alleged to have been researched about the spiritual world? Thus the need arose also for soul researchers to adapt their mode of research to the model of natural science. It could be said that the psychology, the soul teaching of the aforementioned Franz Brentano, which has been conceived to fill several volumes, is a kind of ideal picture of this, which has not been completed. Of all these volumes, only one has appeared, the first in the spring of 1874. And although it was promised that the next volume was to appear in the autumn of the same year, it has not appeared to this day. Brentano did not proceed in accordance with the model of those soul researchers, of whom it was said last time that they wholly exclude the great questions, such as the nature of the alternation between sleep and waking life, the question of the immortality of the human soul, and so on. But he wanted to deal with all these questions wholly in accordance with the model of strict natural scientific methodology. He failed. And why did he fail? Franz Brentano was never able to make up his mind to follow the path that is shown to be the one necessary for the present, by the very fact that such a spirit as Brentano failed after not wishing to do so. This path has been characterized in the preceding lectures, and especially in the last of these. It was indicated of this path that it alone is suitable for leading us into the higher realms, into the higher regions of existence, into that which also extends beyond birth and death. Franz Brentano could not summon the resolve to follow this path. That one must follow it if one wants to arrive at an endpoint or goal, is something that he has formally proved in a negative sense, through the fact that his study of the soul or psyche has been confined to the first volume, which has nothing to do with all the great questions that have been mentioned, that he has not been able to arrive at the great questions as he would have wished to do. I attempted to give you a picture of the intellectual and cultural life of the 1880s, which included anyone who at that time was looking for a path into the realms of spirit. If everything that has now been mentioned has made an impression, one will not so readily be able to relate to the initially sporadic testimonies of the growing interest in spiritual science that were appearing at that time. I shall merely draw attention to how not only in the midst of natural scientific research itself, but also of scientific education, a book such as titled Esoteric Buddhism by A.P. Sinnett found its place. I shall not now address the leading question that Buddhism here has nothing to do with the Buddha and what is known as the religion of Buddhism, but will simply state that with this book, which became known in German-speaking regions in the 1880s, an overview was given of world phenomena, of the great course of cosmic events, and also of the questions that relate to the nature of man's being, and also to the relationships concerning a life that extends beyond birth and death. What was communicated in this book could initially appear astonishing. For anyone who directed his attention toward spiritual things could in certain respects express agreement, as such, with much of what Sinnett writes in his title Esoteric Buddhism. There was little to disagree with as regards what one could and should think, even if one stood strictly on a natural scientific foundation. But one thing was at variance with the scientific education of that time. One thing that meant that one could indeed accept this book as an interesting phenomenon of the age, but that it was impossible to be fully in agreement with it. That in the whole manner of the book's presentation, in the way that things are brought together and traced back to their sources, nothing was justified in terms of strict natural scientific education and truthfulness. And that someone with a scientific education, however much he might agree with particular conclusions and other information imparted by this book, necessarily felt himself repelled by the whole manner of its presentation. It was a similar situation with many other books that appeared in this area. This was even the case with a book by an author who has a certain entitlement to fame, H.P. Blavatsky, which appeared at the end of the 1880s and the beginning of the 1890s, titled The Secret Doctrine. Anyone who had anything to do with these things could say to himself, there is in this book a deep knowledge and insight about spiritual things, but the whole way that it is presented is so chaotic, so intermingled with scientific dilettantism, that is especially demonstrated in the contesting of natural scientific theories and hypotheses, that no one with a scientific education can respond to this book in a positive way. Thus, two things emerged from this. For someone who, with his mind and heart, affirmed the continuing existence of a spiritual world, there was, on the one hand, the mode of thinking of natural science, the whole scientific way of forming ideas. Through this he could cultivate his scientific conscientiousness. Through this he could free himself from all dilettantism, if he seriously put his mind to it. Through this he could, however, also learn how strictly research is carried out about factual things, and how through such research about factual things one arrives at definite results that relate directly to life, that are fundamental not only for a theory, but for the actualities of life. On the other hand, such a person could say, yes, but when one seeks to gain from natural science itself something toward a spiritual interpretation of the phenomena of life, indeed, when natural science attempts this through its own resources, little can be squeezed out of it by way of spiritual content, and all the less so as it ventures more strictly into the realm of factual realities. This probably gave such a person who was confronted with this situation a reason to look back a little at the evolutionary history of mankind. From this he could learn that even if one ignores spiritual scientific research, something has been assembled in the various cultural documents of peoples and former epochs. Something is extant in the form of outward documents that contains a very extensive core of knowledge, which, if one studies it more closely, is not to be taken lightly. And the more one deepens one's knowledge of this assembled evidence, the more it offers by way of illumination about spiritual life, even if one cannot directly approach the way in which it manifests itself, or even the manner in which it must inevitably be found when presented in this way. For someone who works on a superficial level, something of the nature of what ancient Egyptian or Chaldean wisdom contains can be nothing more than an accumulation of dreamy imaginings. But anyone who enters more deeply into it will not find mere fantasies, but will actually see that a quality of enlightenment about the nature of the spirit and its influence is contained in these things in forms that from a modern perspective seem in many respects to be grotesque. And something similar to what can be discerned in Egyptian or Chaldean wisdom is also evident in ancient Indian wisdom, insofar as this evidence has been preserved. Admittedly, one should not view something like Indian wisdom with the impression of vast significance that it must inevitably make upon anyone with the eye of a modern philosopher, such as, for example, Deussen. But one will need to place oneself without prejudice within the inwardly illuminating quality associated with certain spiritual relationships. But one thing may strike one. From the manner in which everything is portrayed, it becomes apparent that a spiritual knowledge of the kind that manifests itself to us here is not gained in the same way or by the same methods as the ones we employ for our research today, which have enabled natural science to go from one triumph to another. But if one is sufficiently unprejudiced, on the one hand, to have a sure recognition of natural science, and on the other to become drawn to the way in which a spiritual achievement and a spiritual legacy emanate from ancient times, one will be able to be open to the overwhelming nature of these light-filled insights into spiritual life, and also to see how very different the methods must have been with which these spiritual scientific insights have been won in ancient times. It is indeed so that spiritual science itself shows us how, for example, what can rightly be called ancient Indian wisdom, which reveals to us penetrating insights into the nature of things, is obtained in a very different way. We find that wisdom is not gained through outward observation, not through that thinking which in our time we call natural scientific thinking, but by means of an inner process of self-knowledge, such as we were able to characterize also here for modern times. Yoga methods of self-education of the soul, were employed. These methods led the soul no longer merely to behold and perceive and understand as one perceives and understands in ordinary daily life, but to feel higher cognitive forces germinating within it, which are able to penetrate into the spiritual worlds that reveal themselves to us if we do but develop within ourselves the requisite organs. But for existence within physical life, everything that we have by way of soul activities is in a particular way bound up with the instrument of the physical body. And spiritual research now shows us how ancient Indian research was connected specifically with the instrument of the physical body in a manner that differs from our modern research, as it has been and continues to be conducted in natural science. Natural science conducts its research today through the senses and through the intellect, which is bound up with the instrument of the brain. What, did the yoga method bring to human beings? We can address this only briefly here, because our intention is to orient ourselves only around the relationship between natural science and spiritual science. The yoga method enabled a person to a certain extent to exclude the thinking instrument of the brain, even to exclude everything that is mediated by the rest of the higher nervous system. That part of the human nervous system which appears today in natural science as a subordinate part, but which is connected in the most intimate sense with what goes on in the human organism, namely with what we associate with the solar plexus and the sympathetic nervous system, became in the yoga methods the instrument for a strictly inward form of perception. Just as our present natural scientific research is bound up with the higher nervous system, those ancient methods of enlightenment were similarly connected with that nervous system which we today even consider to be in a certain sense of a lower order. But because this subordinate nervous system is linked to the forces of existence and to the life forces, and is intimately connected with that, through which man is himself merged with divine spiritual existence, because it is therefore associated with the sources of human existence, with the help of this instrument, one recognized the in-streaming of the spiritual world into the human organism. Thus, just as with the eye, EYE, one beholds the worlds of light, so with the instrument of the sympathetic nervous system did people behold the worlds of spirit, and perceived in them actual facts and beings. Anyone who can understand how someone who has thus penetrated into his own depths, by virtue of this instrument, is capable of relating to the universe, will also understand how that ancient Oriental wisdom has come down to us. If we investigate ancient sources of wisdom, we find that they are consistently unveiled, brought to the surface of human thinking through ancient methods of research, through yoga methods. Among different peoples we find the most diverse aspects of this wisdom, and if we do but devote our attention to them, we enter ever more into the depths of this wisdom and come to recognize how human beings approached it in those times, when they knew relatively little of modern physical astronomy, anatomy, physiology, and so forth. People living amidst ancient Indian wisdom had no knowledge of what it is like to live in a physical human body in the way that one does today. But they were able to engage with an activity of the organism by employing a deeper level of the nervous system. This was also the case with other peoples. By, as it were, casting one's eye over everything that was influential in terms of such ancient wisdom until the 6th century BC, one can approach a time approximating to the age of ancient Greece. There we find, in addition to much else, an outstanding thinker who has as often been misunderstood for the good as for the harm that he may have wrought, namely Aristotle, who was active only a few centuries before the founding of Christianity. He continues even today to strike one as a remarkable figure. If we peruse his work, we find in it, for the first time in many areas, something of what in our time one calls natural science. For in ancient wisdom there is no trace of natural science in the modern sense. Aristotle's contribution to natural science has been acknowledged in terms of the highest praise by people in the 19th century, who wish to stand strictly on and only on the ground of natural science. Thus we, therefore, find in Aristotle the starting point of what can be referred to today as natural scientific research. We additionally find in him a developed teaching of the human soul. I shall not enter into the details of his teaching about the soul, but merely draw attention to how what Aristotle says in this regard is related to what shines forth from former times by way of illumination regarding the human soul and its connection with the great spiritual worlds. One only understands what Aristotle has written about the soul if one is clear that everything that he says is given as a legacy of the old ancient thinking that was acquired in the manner that has been characterized. Aristotle is no longer familiar with the research methods of ancient times. They are more remote for him. But what he was able to say about the composition, about the divisibility of the human soul, about the difference between that aspect of the human soul that is related solely to the physical body, and therefore also to death, and that which participates eternally in a spiritual life after passing through death, what Aristotle is able to say about all this has as though come over from ancient times. It is something with whose content he is familiar, something that he has received, such that he could say, "It illuminates my understanding." But of the various soul members, he has knowledge only, for example, of the vegetative soul, the spirit soul, and so on. How the individual members connect with the spiritual world, he no longer has any knowledge. He is able to enumerate the various parts, describe and classify them intellectually, and also make them comprehensible in an illuminating way. But he can no longer show how these parts of the human soul are connected with the spiritual world. The approach pioneered by Aristotle was carried forward into later times. Natural science became increasingly developed. There was, of course, the low point in the Middle Ages and the new dawn of natural science at the beginning of modern times. But if one disregards this, one can say that natural science developed to an ever greater degree. What, then, is the basis of man's relation to natural science and to the objects of natural science? Let us imagine that a person was alone with his senses, that he was unable to open up, as it were, to link his senses to the kingdoms of nature that are outspread around us. What would individual human life be like without this relationship to nature? Consider this quite simply. If we were unable to form a connection with nature, we could perhaps dispense with our eyes and thereby have some possibility of something like an inner manifestation of light. But compare the miserable inner life in the whole physical world that a person could have through himself alone if he was unable to have a connection with the kingdoms of nature. Compare it with the rich life that is revealed when a person opens his eyes and his other sense organs to the kingdoms of nature and its impressions. We are human beings, in that we live not only in ourselves, but open up our organs to the kingdoms of nature that are spread out around us. And in that we are in a state of interaction with these kingdoms. Were we only to know what the eye, what our other sense organs are able to engender, how poor in content would we be as human beings here in the physical world. This gives some way of comparing what gradually became of the inner life of the soul in the times when natural science emerged and went from triumph to triumph. With regard to the life of the soul, what Aristotle had given was, as it were, taken further, and people concern themselves only with the observation of soul phenomena. However, this is as though one were to allow the senses to be active only within themselves. And to this day, this is what the official science of the soul does. Even in our own time, all content of official soul science is confined to what can be compared with the mere inner activity of our sense organs or our brain, when the thoughts of the brain are not directed out into the widths of the world. But we have seen in the previous lectures that through the methods of spiritual science, and this was also the case with ancient forms of spiritual science, the soul is affiliated to spiritual domains that are just as real and inwardly coherent as the realms of nature by which we are surrounded in the physical world are affiliated to the sense organs. These spiritual domains, these wholly real spiritual facts and beings, were for a certain time, which was to allow outward natural scientific research to come to maturity, not accessible. And so the knowledge of the life of the soul became increasingly impoverished. because a spiritual perspective of the very real evidence for the spiritual world was lacking. The soul was at best investigated in relation to its inner life, as Franz Brentano still did in the 1870s, as you can see for yourself in his title, Psychology. But the nature of his research is as if one were to investigate the I only with respect to what it can be out of itself, EYE, and not with respect to what it is capable of when it is directed toward the facts of nature. Now, one may say that it was precisely through a more exact perception of the physical processes of man's being that attention was diverted from the spiritual worlds with which the soul is connected. The soul is, on the one hand, indeed connected with these spiritual worlds that receive it when it has crossed the threshold of death, or when it enters another world through sleep. But the soul is connected with the physical world through its organs, through the entire nervous system, and through the entire circulation of the blood. Through the fact that natural science has become ever more significant in its methods, the attention of human beings was directed toward that connection of the soul that arises between the soul and physical circumstances. The results of natural science were in this respect so colossal that human beings completely found fulfillment in, for example, how the soul fully expresses itself in its associations with the circulation of the blood, and so on. Every new triumph of natural science was in a certain way unfavorable to directing the soul's attention to the connection with the spiritual world. It is also valid to look at it in this way. Anyone who wants to acquire familiarity with a clock will have a poor idea of its whole organism if he says, "When I look at how the hands of the clock move forward, there is perhaps a little demon sitting there who is moving the hands in a clockwise direction." If a person who says something of this kind felt himself to be superior to someone who merely studies the mechanism of the clock, one would have a good laugh at him, for only someone who really studies the clock's mechanism learns about it. And someone else again learns about the intellectual or spiritual life of the clock maker, or of the one who invented the clock, from the clock's mechanism. One can follow both paths, investigating the mechanical process of the workings of the clock, and getting to know the sequence of human thoughts that led to the clock's invention. But it would be nonsensical if someone wanted to infer that demons of some sort were setting the whole mechanism of the clock in motion. That aspect of research into human nature, which would correspond to tracing the sophisticated mechanism of the clock back to the thoughts of the inventor, has gradually been lost to humanity. For as regards the human soul, it would correspond to tracing thoughts back to the beings of the spiritual world. Instead, it went triumphantly in natural science from one fact to another, thus to what corresponds to the, in quotes, clock's mechanism. And one can make an interesting observation. The knowledge that is still extant from ancient times is usually lost to humanity in those periods when knowledge relating to it can be investigated with precision by natural science. It is remarkable that at the end of the 16th and the beginning of the 17th century, we see how the philosopher Cartesius, Descartes, still had a certain notion of how something spirit-like works within a human being, from the heart to the head, to the human head. Cartesius still speaks of certain life spirits that are not of a physical nature, but whose forces interact between the heart and the head. We then see how such knowledge increasingly disappears in the intellectual life of mankind. If anyone asks why this is so, he can be answered as follows. We see that simultaneously with this historical disappearance of the knowledge of spiritual processes relating to the heart, there emerges the knowledge of the physical organism of the heart and of the circulation of the blood. At the beginning of the 17th century, we first see how the English physician Harvey publishes his discovery of the circulation of the blood, and how Marcello Malpighi in Bologna was the first to show, as an anatomist, through the blood circulation of the frog, how elaborate the whole blood circulation is. Thus attention was directed toward processes associated with the senses. Knowledge about spiritual facts was, as it were, driven out by a precise knowledge of the sensory process. Whereas it signified a triumph for natural science that Francesco Redi, born in 1624, formulated the proposition, which stood in opposition to many assertions of a former age, that, quote, everything living derives from the living, close quote. We can nevertheless say that when humanity came to trace the organic element as such back to the seed or germinal substance, to the physically indeterminate aspect of the organic seed, it lost sight of how the spiritual aspect itself intervenes in evolution independently of the organic seed. The understanding for the spiritual seed or essence was lost to humanity. This happened by degrees. The more natural science advanced as a conquering force, the more lost did the awareness of the spiritual world become. Such things are not chance occurrences. They are also not something that one should censure or criticize, but they are necessary evolutionary processes of the whole history of humanity. This is how it has to be. It often happens that when one thing is in the ascendancy and arrives at a culmination, something else declines. What we today admire about natural science, and indeed recognize as necessary, presents itself to us, if we are aware of its true evolutionary purpose, in such a way that we say spiritual science does not have the least reason to take issue with natural science, if it keeps within its boundaries. It also has no reason to complain about the one-sidedness of natural science. For the great achievements of natural science to this day have come about not by mixing up scientific research with all manner of speculations, but only by calmly keeping one's gaze directed toward physical processes related to the senses. Indeed, one can discover in the dawn of modern cultural life how it was only through the opposition to Aristotelianism, also to what was inherently justified about its content, that spirits such as Galileo or Giordano Bruno arrived at their successes, in that they refused to include in their research anything other than what was accessible to their senses and was sufficiently informative. In our time, the spiritual scientific researcher must relate to the natural scientific researcher in such a way that he says, the more that natural scientific research is itself kept free from all speculation and all philosophizing, the more that one directs one's attention solely to the facts and does not conjure up all sorts of intellectual or spiritual essences, the better it is for natural science. The spiritual scientific researcher would wish to advocate that natural scientific facts are kept free from any speculative discussion of a natural scientific or spiritual scientific nature. Thus one can today, on the one hand, be a spiritual scientific researcher, and on the other hand, stand up for the authenticity and groundedness of natural scientific research. And it is merely a false preconception if one believes that the spirit researcher has to oppose natural science. It is somewhat different when one has to deal with numerous theories thrust in the direction of spiritual science that some people would wish to derive from natural science. The natural scientific researcher is then himself embarking on the path of spiritual science, and in the majority of cases he is only very little familiar with it. But one aspect of natural scientific knowledge nevertheless holds good both for spiritual science and natural science. This is the conscientious method previously characterized, the conscientious sense for truth, of which we have often spoken in these lectures, and which we also characterized as sticking with the facts. How do these facts arise? We have seen how they do through certain forces becoming accessible in the human soul, that from this soul give rise to the connection with the higher worlds, in the same way that the senses give rise to the connection with the physical world. Just as the senses ascertain the facts of the physical world and should leave them as they are and not tarnish them with speculations, so is it also a case of not philosophizing or speculating about the results of clairvoyant observation, but adhering also here strictly to the facts. Then one is indeed adhering strictly to the standpoint of spiritual science, but in a similar way in its realm to how one relates to natural science on its own ground. This is the approach of spiritual science as it is represented here. This is what a spiritual science that feels a responsibility toward the spiritual needs of our time should have as its unalloyed concern. And in any natural scientific research that is worthy of its name, this also immediately happens with respect to facts that are available to spiritual science when natural science has knowingly reached its limits. Here, again, some very strange results arise purely out of the facts themselves. I should just like to recall what arises if we consider the views of the great natural scientist Du Bois-Reymond, as he has expressed them in his addresses. The most significant of these was perhaps the one about the, quote, frontiers of a knowledge of nature, close quote, which he gave at the 45th Assembly of German Scientists and Doctors in Leipzig on the 14th of August, 1872. Here we find a passage, and I am still aware of the deep impression that this passage of his address made on me as a young man when it first appeared, where he says something along these lines. If we have a person before us in his waking life, natural science can say nothing about how feelings, ideas, wishes, passions, or emotions arise out of the activity of the minutest parts of his brain. Quote, what conceivable connection is there between particular movements of certain atoms in my brain, on the one hand, and, on the other, facts that are fundamental to my nature, which are indefinable and cannot be explained away? Quote, I feel pain, I feel pleasure, I taste sweetness, smell the fragrance of roses, hear the sound of an organ, see redness, close quote, and the resultant constant but questioning certainty that I must exist. It is utterly and lastingly incomprehensible that it should not be a matter of indifference to a number of carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, etc., atoms, how they lie and move, how they lay and moved, how they will lie and move, close quote. Du Bois-Reymond considered it to be impossible to understand the soul life of someone in a waking state through natural science. He therefore said, if we have someone before us who is asleep, in whom the life of feelings, ideas, wishes, emotions, and passions has been extinguished, we can understand this sleeping human being in a natural scientific way. We then have something before us that we can call an inner organic activity. But as soon as life enters into this organism, when the person wakes up, this changes. Then this life, this soul content, cannot be explained scientifically from what the natural scientist is able to understand. The sleeping person, thinks Du Bois-Reymond, is scientifically comprehensible, but not one who is awake. This is on the one side. Read, on the other hand, the latest treatises about the nature of sleep. You will everywhere find it agreed that natural science has nothing to say about the reasons for sleep, that it has nothing to say about people when they are asleep, which according to Du Bois-Reymond was something that can be ascertained. So we see on the one hand indications that natural science, on its trailblazing path, is admitting its limits, in that the soul life of a waking human being is scientifically opaque. While, on the other hand, we have in our own time to confess that sleep has to this day no explanation. Why not? Because sleep belongs in those regions where the spirit rays into ordinary life, and we cannot explain sleep if we are unable to explain waking life. In one of the first lectures of this winter cycle, I referred to how natural science can at best conceive of a mechanism that, after a certain time, automatically calls forth the urge to eliminate consciousness and sensory activity in order to take away tiredness. But as was previously said, if one confines oneself to the idea that sleep is brought about by a kind of independent process of the organism that proceeds on an automatic basis, one has no explanation of the elderly person who has not been working and yet has his afternoon nap. And we also have no explanation of a small child who sleeps most of all. In contrast, I have drawn attention to the fact that sleep is explainable only if we presuppose that when a person is asleep, only the physical body and the etheric body are lying in bed, and that when he goes to sleep, an essentially spiritual element, namely the astral body and ego, departs from his being. What is enabled to happen through a person's soul nature being, as it were, outside the physical and etheric body during sleep? We shall speak more fully about these things. Today the following brief indications will be given. When the soul nature, as such, leaves the physical body and its enlivening companion, something is called forth that is of an opposite nature to the waking activity of the soul. In waking activity, the soul is animated. No limb moves without the soul's knowledge. Mental images are, to the very least degree, called forth without the soul making use of the instrument of the brain. The soul must be active in the waking state. The opposite is the case in sleep. We can say that the soul enjoys its own bodily nature in sleep life. If we proceed in accordance with spiritual research, we do so in awareness of the difference between soul activity and soul enjoyment in the waking and sleeping states. And we comprehend the mutual relationship between soul work and activity and soul enjoyment, the latter of which must flow into soul activity if this is to be sustained in the appropriate way. Now, the elderly person no longer puzzles us by taking his afternoon nap, even though he is not tired. And we know that if the soul enjoys its body, it can carry this too far, and that one can sleep when one is not tired. We understand this if we know how, in certain constitutions, the pleasure of the bodily nature can be taken to excess. All this one will understand if one knows how to explain sleep from a spiritual scientific point of view. That is to say, there is an area where natural science believes that it has undisputed authority, and where spiritual science only has something to say to it insofar as the spirit pervades everything, including the processes of nature. But then there is an area where what natural science is able to research is no longer present, where there are indeed facts, but facts that can only be perceived if the process of perception is not of a sensory but of a supersensible nature. If spiritual science proceeds with the same conscientiousness and becomes accustomed to think in its realm as strictly as natural science does in its domain, it cannot come into a collision with natural science. With this, however, spiritual science stands on a ground which is in many respects at variance with what has gradually developed in the course of the cultural life of mankind. Thus we see how those who can be seen as the predecessors of true spiritual research, Goethe, for example, had to battle against that which arose that was contrary to a spiritual scientific endeavor. We see this most clearly if we look at the way that Goethe defended himself against Kant. It was Kant who sought to establish that the knowledge that has developed in recent times is bound up with the instrument of the brain, must be limited to outer experience, and is unable to penetrate into the foundations of the world with which our soul spiritual life is connected. This is the source of Kant's strict demarcation between science, in quotes, and what he calls faith, in quotes, and higher realms are for Kant accessible only to belief. Hence he puts in the place of knowledge about a world of eternity or of the divine spiritual, a belief that insists on the, quote, categorical imperative, close quote. Thus he decrees that the position of knowledge within spiritual science is one of pure belief. But Goethe says in his fine essay on title Contemplative Judgment, close quote, with regard to Kant, if one can, in the sense envisaged, enter with one's feelings into a spiritual region in which the divine spiritual originates and from which morality is derived, why should the human spirit, if it raises itself into this spiritual region, not also truly sustain the adventure of reason? For Kant called it a, quote, daring adventure of reason, close quote, if man wants to enter into realms in which, according to Kant, there can be no knowledge. The question that matters for Western thinking is, how does one make the transition from natural science to spiritual science? The point is not that one needs to combat natural science, but that one fully acknowledges it, indeed truly recognizes its successes, while nevertheless wholly in accordance with the model of natural scientific research, one extends human knowledge to those realms with which the soul is connected in its spiritual foundations, as regards those impulses that endow it with life, even when it has left the physical body and is preparing to form a new bodily organism. It will be the task of a true spiritual research increasingly to abandon in our time an unwarranted mockery of, or wish to take issue with, the justified claims of natural science. This will, of course, depend on spiritual science also only being recognized as justified if it is familiar with the current situation of natural scientific research, and if, therefore, it is not motivated by a spirit of dilettantism to infringe against what can rightly be demanded by a present-day scientific education. But just as the natural scientist cannot confine himself to studying the inner nature of the eye, the ear, the sense of warmth, and so forth, but explores how a person has to direct what the senses are able to experience inwardly toward the rich, solid surroundings of the physical world, so must the soul nature be recognized in that through self-education, through a new kind of yoga schooling, as was described last time, but through a new kind that is significantly different from all the old kinds, the soul lives together with that with which it is connected in the spiritual domain, and this begins only where natural scientific research reaches its limits. This is the precise relationship between natural science and spiritual science, but it also indicates the possibility of an ongoing, peaceful coexistence of and mutual understanding between natural science and spiritual scientific research. If what has already been said in the previous lectures in this respect is brought into connection with what I have been permitted to say today, in brief, about the relationship between natural scientific and spiritual scientific research, one will also be able to gain some understanding of the justified aspect of spiritual scientific research, and also of the possibility of spiritual research acquiring a place of equal importance in our modern age alongside natural science. And one will be able to hope that the justified objections, the justified reservations that still exist today on the part of modern scientists will gradually disappear once they see that spiritual science, far from being a lot of confused nonsense or a random set of assertions and superstition, is well familiar with what a natural scientific education of the present requires. If such a thing happens, spiritual research will increasingly appear as justified before the natural scientific conscience of the present. And people will gradually also be able to understand from what arises from the actual realities of cultural life that spiritual research is indeed both possible and justified, and that the objections to spiritual research actually belong to a realm regarding which one can say something similar to the way that Goethe once spoke about a different realm, namely about the need to raise oneself above all lack of understanding and all illogicality. With a view to summarizing the relationship of the spirit researcher to those who appear as enemies of spiritual scientific research, I should like, in conclusion, to say a few words by way of comparison about something that Goethe once said about an entirely different matter. Goethe was thinking about an ancient Greek teaching and explanation regarding movement, which, however, still had an influence upon modern philosophy. A teaching that asserts that when an object moves, one can observe it at every moment, and at every moment, even in the shortest period of time, it is at rest. It is at rest, even if only for a moment. Thus, there can be no, in quotes, movement, for at every point of time, a moving body is at rest, and therefore is without movement. This is Zeno's conclusion about movement, and this legacy from ancient Greece has continued to haunt the modern age. Goethe approached this objection to the idea of movement in a quite distinctive way, and he once expressed this beautifully. Quote, "If hostile forces you espy, stay calm, stay silent too. And if your movement they deny, surround them through and through." Close quote. I cannot but recall this verse when, as in recent times, I am assailed with the assertion, what you call spirit, in quotes, is the result of purely material activities, material processes and movements. Spirit is derived from matter. Just as, in the sense of what has just been said, movement derives wholly from stillness, and has nothing real about it, there is also nothing real about spirit that is not matter. If, in the way in which we are trying to penetrate into the spiritual world in these studies, one tries to gain knowledge of the spiritual world and enters rightly into spirit's essential nature, one may perhaps be inclined to define what spiritual scientific research has brought to light about the spirit in its relationship to the opponents and enemies of spiritual science by means of a small change of Goethe's words, and this may serve as a summary of what I have to say about the relationship between natural science and spiritual science, such that one characterizes the right view of the true spirit researcher with respect to his enemies as follows. Quote, "If something hostile does take place, stay calm, but cheerful too. And if the spirit they're minded to efface, brood not, and do not rue, and grant that ultimately they're right. It bodes ill for their spirit." The end of Lecture 6. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 62 by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Results of Spiritual Research, 14 lectures, translated by Simon Blaxland-DeLange. This is Lecture 7, given in Berlin on the 9th of January, 1913, entitled Jakob Boehme. At that point in modern cultural development, when we see the dawning of the New World conception, at that time when we have to record the great deeds of Kepler and of Galileo, and when Giordano Bruno, in a certain sense, outlines the great problem of the modern conception of the world, we encounter the solitary thinker who is the subject of today's lecture, the simple shoemaker of Görlitz, Jakob Boehme. He struggled with the highest problems of existence in a way that can deeply occupy our thinking and feeling to this day, and will probably continue to occupy people's thinking and feeling for a long time to come. This Jakob Boehme was a quite distinctive figure, who strove and struggled in isolation, while the various streams in cultural life were otherwise uniting to form a great comprehensive tableau. In a certain sense, one might say that the solitary struggle of Jacob Boehme is, from a certain point of view, almost as interesting as the totality of the various viewpoints that we encounter at that time. And then we see how, quite remarkably, what Jacob Boehme still found in his own century, in his inner solitude, achieved the greatest conceivable dissemination, bearing in mind that one is dealing here with a matter of deep spiritual significance. We see from what his opponents have said how far his influence extended, once only a few decades had elapsed after his death. Jacob Boehme has again and again been the object of appreciation and admiring, or dismissive and ridiculing attention. And when we observe the extent of his following and the forces that opposed him, we have the impression that both the adherents and the opponents knew that they were dealing with something quite remarkable. Such a phenomenon is particularly remarkable to those who want to understand every personality who appears in the cultural life of humanity on the basis of the immediate circumstances of his time and his surroundings. We see, for example, how the attempt is made to understand Goethe by bringing together all sorts of details, however insignificant, about his life, in the belief that by assembling these details one will be able to arrive at something that can explain some aspect of his intellectual life. It is not really possible to gain much that can lead to an understanding of Jacob Boehme in this way, for the external influences are difficult to establish through outward means. It is even harder to understand how he developed out of the intellectual life of his time. Many people have, therefore, come to think that in the case of Jacob Boehme we are dealing with a kind of spiritual meteor. Everything that appears here, everything that this personality had to give, seems suddenly to have emerged and come to manifestation out of the depths of his very particular soul. Others have then tried to explain that many of the things that Jacob Boehme said, and many of the ways that he expressed his ideas in words and phrases, bear a similarity to the formula of alchemists or other philosophical schools of thought that were still active at his time. However, anyone who looks more closely at Jacob Boehme's whole mentality will find that such a procedure has hardly any more value than if, in the case of a significant personality, who is, after all, obliged to use language as a means of expression, one were to examine his language. For when Jacob Boehme avails himself of alchemical formula, this is only the way in which he clothed his thoughts linguistically. But what makes so immense an impression on anyone who tries to understand him is an originality that one finds only in the very greatest minds. There are, on the other hand, certain aspects that are not entirely in tune with modern thinking, but which, for someone who is capable of entering into such things, nevertheless shed light on how Jacob Boehme was able to raise himself to his lofty spiritual level. In order to form a connection with his life, insofar as it is relevant here, we need to mention a few biographical facts. Jacob Boehme was the son of very poor parents and came from Alt-Seidenberg near Görlitz. He was born in 1575. In his early years he had to tend the cattle with the other village boys. He therefore grew up in complete poverty. And since in such an environment there are no particular means of education, we will find it understandable that Jacob Boehme could barely read as a boy of 12 or 13, and was able to write only with difficulty. But he had another experience during his childhood, which a faithful biographer heard him relate from his own mouth. This experience will first be recounted. As already noted, it is not one of those things that a modern consciousness would readily find intelligible. Once, when Jacob Boehme was looking after the cows with other boys from the village, he separated himself from the other boys, climbed a moderately high mountain near his home, the Landkrone, and in the broad light of day claimed to have seen something like a gateway into the mountain. He went inside and found there a vessel, a kind of vat, filled with pure gold. This made such an impression of awe on his soul that he ran away and retained only the memory of this extraordinary experience. One can, to be sure, speak of a dream dreamt in a waking state, and one may grant those who are satisfied with such an explanation the right to uphold it. But what really matters is not whether one calls such an event a dream, in quotes, or gives it another name, but what it releases in the soul of the person who dreams it, what kind of effect it has on the soul. From the way that Jacob Boehme subsequently related this event to his friend, we see that it had become deeply engraved on his mind, that it had liberated significant forces within his soul, so that it had the highest psychological significance for him. Let us, therefore, grant rationalists the right to interpret such an experience, which was in any event a significant happening in Jacob Boehme's soul, in the way that they also want to explain the event of Christ's appearance to Paul before Damascus. However, an explanation of this kind, which resorts to such interpretations, must also admit that a work of the significance as that of Paul, which is so intimately connected with Christianity, had its origin in a dream, in quotes. When he had this experience, the boy, Jacob Boehme, felt something like a profound stirring of soul forces, not otherwise active in his soul. It was a case of an inner liberation of forces lying deeply within him. This testifies to the fact that we are dealing here with a person who could descend more deeply into his soul life than many thousands of others. Mention should also be made of an event of a very similar nature, of which it must again be said that it continued to live in Jacob Boehme's memory in such a way that the radiance and significance of this event pervaded his entire life, insofar as this life was of an inward nature. In his 14th year, Jacob Boehme was apprenticed to a shoemaker, and often had, as it were, to be on watch in his master's shop. He was not allowed to sell anything. On one occasion, and again this story is related directly from the mouth of his faithful biographer, Abraham von Frankenberg, a person who immediately made a curious impression on Jacob Boehme, came into the shop and wanted to buy shoes. Because, however, the boy was forbidden to sell shoes, he explained to this stranger. The latter offered him a high price, and it then came about that the shoes were sold. But then the following sequence of events unfolded, which Jacob Boehme remembered for the rest of his life. When the stranger had left, and a short while had elapsed, Jacob Boehme heard someone calling his name. "Jacob, Jacob!" And when he went out, the stranger came up to him even more curiously than before. He had a sun-like, radiant quality in his eyes, and spoke words to him that sounded most distinctive. "Jacob, Jacob, you are still only little, but you will become someone entirely different, who will provoke great astonishment in the world. Nevertheless, remain humble before your God and diligently read the Bible. You will have to endure much persecution, but be strong, for your God loves you and will be merciful to you." Close quote. Jacob Boehme regarded such an event as far more significant than any other outwardly biographical events. And his biographer goes on to relate how Jacob Boehme told him that in 1593 he felt for 7 days as though withdrawn from his physical body, and as though living in an entirely different world. He felt as though reborn in his soul. Thus we are dealing here with what might be called a lastingly abnormal state of soul. But Jacob Boehme also experienced this, in quotes, rebirth of his, more or less as something that he understood as being able to take place within a human soul. He did not thereby become a dreamer or a false idealist, nor did he become arrogant, but continued to practice his craft as a shoemaker in all humility, and, one might say, in all sobriety. Even what he experienced in 1593, the state of being transported to another world, remained to him a phenomenon of which he said to himself, quote, you have had a glimpse of a joyous kingdom, a realm of spiritual reality, but that is a thing of the past." Close quote. And he carried on pursuing his craft in a completely matter-of-fact way. In 1600 and 1610, this experience of rebirth was repeated. He then began to record what he had experienced in his states of exaltation, since he believed that this was required of him. Thus, in 1612, he wrote his first work, titled Die Morgenröte im Aufgange, in English, Dawn in the Ascendant, later entitled Aurora. He said of it that he did not write it with his ordinary ego, but that it was given to him word for word, that he was living within a being that, in contrast to his ordinary ego, was of an all-encompassing nature, extended throughout the world, and immersed itself within it. However, the revelations did not do him much good. When some people became aware of what he had to say and what he had written, the manuscript of Aurora was copied and circulated in a small way. The consequence was that Gregorius Richter, the deacon of Görlitz, where in the meantime Jakob Boehme had established himself as a shoemaker, inveighed against him from the pulpit, and not only condemned his work, but managed to have him summoned before the council of the town of Görlitz. I shall now merely repeat the words that his biographer has made known to us. He relates that the verdict of the council was that Jakob Boehme must be forbidden to write anything further, for only those who are academicians were permitted to write, and Jakob Boehme was not an academician, but an idiot, and should therefore refrain from writing. Thus Jakob Boehme was branded as an idiot, and since he was on the whole a good-natured person, who because of the simplicity of his nature could not wholly think that people would consign him to damnation entirely without reason, he did indeed decide not to write anything further in the immediate future. But the time then came when he could no longer do otherwise, and between 1620 and 1624, the year of his death, he quickly wrote a large number of books, such as, for example, titled Das Buch vom Beschaulichen Leben, the Book of the Contemplative Life, and titled Die Signatura Rerum oder der Geburt und Beziehung aller Wesen, or Erklärung über das erste Buch Mose, Signatura Rerum, or an explanation of the Book of Genesis. But the number of his works is considerable, and some readers may find them baffling. Many have said that Jakob Boehme is forever repeating himself. It cannot be denied that he does say certain things over and over again. But if someone concludes that it is possible to know everything about Jakob Boehme if one knows a few of his works, on the grounds that he is always repeating himself, it must, while acknowledging that such people are making a valid point, be said that whoever contents himself with having read one book by Jakob Boehme and has no appetite to read any of the others does not understand much about him. Whereas anyone who takes the trouble to read his other works will, in spite of all the repetitions, not rest until he has read every single one. If we turn from such a characterization of Jakob Boehme's nature to trying to enter into his thought life, into his spiritual nature, it must be said that a person of today who lives only in a modern cultural environment will find much that is incomprehensible, not only in the content of his books, but also in the whole manner of their presentation. Everything seems at first to be completely chaotic. To be sure, one gradually gets used to it, but then for many people there continues to be something that is a difficult nut to crack, namely, that he comes up with strange definitions of words that are totally unintelligible to the modern mind. Thus, in his explanation of the world, he is always using words like salt, in quotes, mercury, in quotes, and sulfur, in quotes. And when he wants to discuss what sol and fur signify, and then finds all sorts of profound things to say, these modern minds then feel obliged to say that one cannot make head or tail of this. For what does it mean to offer explanations about a universal principle by giving individual interpretations of the syllables of a word, such as sol and fur that is quite alien to the modern mind. If, nevertheless, one continues to study Jakob Boehme, one finds that he clothes what he wants to say in all kinds of alchemical formula. However, only when one penetrates to what comes to living expression as Jakob Boehme's spirit in what he discovered, does one find that something is living there that is completely different to what we know today as scientific thinking, as thinking based on world conceptions of whatever kind. What lives in Jakob Boehme's soul most closely resembles that which has been characterized in these lectures as the first stage leading to a higher spiritual life, as the stage of imaginative knowledge. We have emphasized the fact that someone who rises from ordinary life in the sense world comes by way of a special development of his soul to the point where he perceives a new world of pictures, of imaginations. And it was emphasized, I would ask that you call to mind the way that this was described, that when a person has managed not only to form imaginations, but that pictures, imaginative conceptions, shoot up from the unknown depths of the soul life, and he experiences a new world, he must, if he would ascend to new insights, make the firm resolve wholly to suppress this first glimmering of an imaginative world in the soul, and to wait until it appears for a second time from a far more deeply lying world. The whole state of soul, the whole inner mood to which Jakob Boehme gains access, can best be compared with that which a person who attains supersensible knowledge experiences in his soul life. That is not to say that there is anything of what modern spiritual science proclaims as its methods to be found in Jakob Boehme, but there is no justification for the belief that all this became manifest in him as though of its own accord. He himself once said that he had unremittingly striven for the Spirit's, for God's, assistance, and that a radiant, imaginative world had resulted from this ceaseless effort. So we cannot say that his imaginative knowledge was purely of a naive nature. We should rather say that there was something naive about the way that he took hold of the means whereby a person is led to the heights of imaginative cognition. It can be assumed that such an imaginative power was his by nature. Thus he arrived at imaginative knowledge by exactly the same paths, only more quickly, more as a matter of course, than one can arrive through such methods as are described in the book titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds. How is it achieved? Thus Jakob Boehme stands before us as someone with imaginative faculties of knowledge. But this imaginative faculty struggles with a primal force of nature to the surface, as though carried by a strong inner will. Thus we see in him this strong inner will which is unable to find full expression in outward deeds. His humble occupation prevents this, surrounding his soul like a flood, so that his soul immerses itself in this flood. And from this will we see mighty pictures being engendered, through which he tries to solve the riddles of the world. With Jakob Boehme, it is not so much the various results that matter, but rather this mood and particular constitution of his soul. He feels that in his aspirations he is impelled toward something that has to do not with the ordinary cognizing human ego, but is connected with the forces that link the subconscious regions, the very depths of man's soul, with the entire cosmos, thus with what weaves and lives out there in nature. A person who has a serious yearning for knowledge indeed feels that in the process of cognition there is not only something rational, but something that he achieves for himself through suffering and pain, and through the overcoming of suffering and pain. And when he tries to gain insight into nature and existence with the means generally available today, he notices that through such means he actually becomes ever more distant from nature and existence. But when we uncover the forces in our soul that otherwise reside in the subconscious, we feel that they are connected with nature and existence in a quite different, more intimate sense. In order to explain this, I should like to make reference to the following. It is a familiar and frequently reported fact that when an earthquake or some other elemental event is imminent, certain animals flee from the place of the earthquake, or at any rate become restless, so that they are like prophetic harbingers of what is to happen. One might say that the instinctive life of animals is more closely connected with what takes place out in nature than is the entirety of man's state of soul. But in the depths of the human soul there lives something that is not the same as the instinct of animals, but is deeper than this animal instinct, and is also closely connected with the forces of nature. And in descending to the depths of his soul, Jakob Boehme felt himself to be intimately involved with the forces of nature. But one thing stands out particularly. It has been emphasized that only when what appears as imaginations and then lights up again as if of its own accord, only then does this second imaginative world have any value. Now, it is highly instructive if we compare Jakob Boehme's path with this. In 1600, he experiences a rebirth. He feels himself transported to a spiritual world, to a kingdom of joy. He then continues to live in sober simplicity. For 10 years, what he has experienced is as though submerged. It then appears for a third time in 1610. Did not the path that we have described as the right one manifest itself in Jakob Boehme's soul as a natural phenomenon? It is this that draws Jakob Boehme so closely toward what we have ourselves conceived as being the natural path into the supersensible world. If we take this into account, his experience will not seem as strange as it may appear to be at first sight. It will, of course, have no value for the objective knowledge of the skeptic if one deliberates at length about the combination of the syllables sul, S-U-L, and phur, P-H-U-R, or about such other things. But I ask you to recall what was said on a previous occasion about human speech, when it was explained that in the course of human evolution, speech actually precedes abstract conceptual thinking, and that Jean-Paul is absolutely right when he emphasizes that the child learns to think through speech, rather than developing speech through thinking. Speech is therefore of a more primal, more elemental nature than thinking. When we see how the whole of nature arises again in our thoughts, we feel how thought is separated from the realities of nature by a cosmic abyss. But when a sound bears a greater similarity to the sounds of nature, and language was, after all, originally composed of such sounds, when the sounds of speech are wrested from the human soul, something of the whole rulership of the world is working into the depths of the soul. And then a kind of echo of nature struggles toward liberation in an entirely different way than if something from the realm of thoughts is released as an echo. The soul of the present time no longer has any feeling for the affinity between speech and the sounds of nature. As modern souls, people struggle only gradually to feel that in all language there is something which directly resembles an echo of the impressions of the outer world. In a figure such as Jakob Boehme, who draws deeper forces from his soul with elemental power, it is only natural that he is, in this respect, carried back, as it were, also in feeling, to that awareness regarding speech, which was once characteristic of humanity, and which the child still develops to a more or less unconscious degree. If we now extend what has just been said to the somewhat puzzling discussions concerning the combining of syllables into words, we can understand that this is a way of feeling through the sounds of the impression that nature makes upon the human soul, of how nature wants to create a language through sound itself. Precisely because Jakob Boehme was closer to nature in his soul, he also lived more in speech than in thoughts. And his whole philosophy is more a matter of feeling, of sympathizing with what lives and weaves out in nature, than some kind of abstract understanding of anything. If one really allows a thought of Jacob Boehme's to exert its influence, one could say that one feels as though the relationship of the thought to what he observes is similar to the relationship of the sensation of taste that one has to the nature with which one feels in contact. This is how Jacob Boehme feels the contact with nature. He feels inwardly what weaves and works outside in nature. He shares in the life of nature, and in his characterizations of it, he does indeed transmit what he experiences, so that in his words one feels that what he has perceived continues to resound. To him, therefore, the words are also something that he especially feels to be the essence of the how in nature. So one does not need to ponder whether discussions regarding such matters as soul and fur mean anything particular for Jacob Boehme, but one should try to relive how this soul makes its experience of the world into an experience of the soul and gives as its revelations what the soul is able to experience. People do not understand Jacob Boehme when they have the idea that he perceived thunder and lightning, clouds and their transformations, or the growth of grass, as a modern human being does. The pathway to understanding him lies through the knowledge that with the flashing lightning, with the rumbling thunder, with the constantly changing clouds, something is transformed for his soul life, with the result that something takes place in his soul which represents the solution of the riddle that confronts him. Thus what happens in the world becomes for Jacob Boehme a riddle belonging to his own experience. If we consider him in this way, we now understand how he was able to wrestle with a task that we also encounter elsewhere in his time, and which has long occupied the minds of others, not least the greatest mind of more recent times. This same 16th century that saw the birth of Jacob Boehme was the source of the riddle of Faust, who places man's adversary, who draws man's striving nature down to a base sensual, or as Jacob Boehme's age would have it, devilish realm, alongside the striving and struggling human individual. Goethe struggled constantly in a poetic context with the problem which places evil into the world context. Does it not have to be asked again and again how it can happen that something irregular and inappropriate is inserted by hostile forces into the harmony of the universe, into the wise guidance of the world? This question regarding the origin of evil lies in the riddle of Faust. It actually lies already in the book of Job, but it came to particular prominence in the 16th century. How was this question able to manifest itself to Jacob Boehme? We need to take only a few words from title Dawn in the Ascendant, and we shall see at once that what is otherwise a world problem becomes for Jacob Boehme initially an inner soul problem. He says something along these lines. When a sensible and thoughtful person appears anywhere in the world, the devil immediately meddles with his soul and seeks to drag him down into vulgarity, banality, and sensuality, and to ensnare him in pride and conceit. Here we see at once that for Jacob Boehme this is a soul problem, that he seeks the power of evil that interferes with good soul forces in the soul itself. And the question arises for him, what does the soul have to do with soul forces that aspire toward evil? Thus the problem of evil, in the end, becomes for Jacob Boehme an inner soul question. But because for him, in quotes, soul and, in quotes, world correspond to one another, the soul at the same time expands into a world. And now what defines his particular impulse is that the question of evil develops into a quite different question, into the question of human and indeed of spiritual consciousness, of the whole nature of the life of consciousness. It is difficult today with our current conceptions to gain insight into Jacob Boehme's soul life and into the way that he related to world questions and their solutions. And one would not so easily be understood if one were to use Jacob Boehme's words. because they no longer have currency in our time. Thus I shall try, wholly in the spirit of Jakob Boehme, but with somewhat different words, to approach what he wanted to say about the question of evil, which for him becomes a question that concerns the whole nature of spiritual consciousness as a whole. Let us try to think how our consciousness works, and what our consciousness would be like if we were not in a position to take hold of what we have experienced in our soul, in our consciousness, as thoughts imprinted in our memory. Let us try to think how different our consciousness would have to be if we did not have the capacity to draw forth from our memory what we experienced yesterday, the day before yesterday, or several years ago. The whole content of consciousness rests on the fact that we are able to remember past experience, and our consciousness does not go beyond the point in time to which our recollection extends. It was then that we began to conceive of ourselves as an ego, to have the connecting thread of our consciousness, enabling us to establish ourselves in our life of soul. Upon what, therefore, does the whole nature of consciousness depend? Its basis is that we know that we are now experiencing something in consciousness. When we experience something, we are directly connected with this experience. In the moment when we experience something, we are none other than the experience that we are having. When someone imagines a red color, he is, in the moment when he visualizes this red color, united with the experience of it. When someone conceives of an ideal, he is in this moment at one with the ideal. Only afterward is he distinguished from his experience, whereas previously he was at one with it. Thus our consciousness is something that we have first experienced and then stored up as an objective reality in our inner soul life. Such a process of storing away makes our consciousness possible. We could not develop any consciousness if everything that we have experienced were immediately forgotten, removed from view. Our actual consciousness is awakened only when we confront our experience as a kind of counterpart, by placing ourselves over and against it. We can observe this with the simplest phenomena of our consciousness. Jakob Boehme extends this experience, which every consciousness can have, in his clairvoyant perception of the whole world. He says, if a divine being in the world had only had the capacity to live in itself, but not to confront its experience as a counterpart, consciousness would never have become a reality, even in a divine being. But for the divine being, the counterpart is the world. Just as we place our conceptions over and against ourselves and become conscious of ourselves through the object, so is the world the counterpart for the divine consciousness. And the divine consciousness has set forth from itself everything that surrounds us in order to become aware of itself. Just as we develop our consciousness only by representing our own experiences as a counterpart. For Jakob Boehme, this thought was not a theory, but something that brought him satisfaction with regard to a question that was a matter of destiny for him, the great Faust question. He could now say to himself, if I carry myself back in thought to divine consciousness prior to the world, as it were, this divine consciousness could come to itself, become real consciousness, only by setting itself over and against the world, in order that it might become aware of itself through its counterpart. Thus everything that lives and weaves and is has arisen from the divine soul nature, from a will of this divine soul nature, which developed the desire, as will, to become aware of itself. And it now became clear to Jakob Boehme that in the moment when the one-fold consciousness established the counterpart and wanted to become aware of itself, thus duplicated itself and, as it were, created the reflected image of itself, it created this mirror image in a multiplicity of individual members, just as the individual human soul does not simply reside in single limbs, but in limbs that have a certain independence, such as hands, feet, and head, and so on. One cannot approach Jakob Boehme by seeing him as a pantheist. It is necessary to follow through this train of thought consistently, and thereby understand that he conceived of everything that appears before us as a counterpart of the Godhead. The nature of man's being is also an aspect of the counterpart of the Godhead, which the Godhead has set forth from itself in order thereby to become aware of itself. Jakob Boehme expresses his viewpoint somewhat as follows. Human beings look up. They see the stars, the masses of clouds, the mountains and the plants, and often seek to presuppose the existence of another special region of the Godhead. But I tell you, you ignorant person, that you yourself form part of the counterpart of God. For how could you sense and become aware of something of the divinity in yourself if you had not flowed from this divine being? You derive from this divine being. It has placed you over and against itself, and has as though given birth to you, and you will be buried in it. And how could you be raised from the dead if an alien Godhead stood over and against you? How could you call yourself a child of God if you were not one with the substance and being of God? That Jakob Boehme does not have some ordinary kind of pantheism in mind is made clear when he says, "The outer world is not God. It will never in all eternity be called God, but a being in which God reveals himself." If one says that God is everything, God is heaven and earth and also the outer world, there is some truth in this, for everything has its origin from and in him. But what can I do with such talk, which is no religion? One cannot call him a pantheist. Just as the question concerning the essential nature of the world is not some kind of abstract pursuit for him, neither is the answer that he gives to it. Rather, is it an experience for him. He felt the conditions of his own consciousness and extended these to divine consciousness, because it was clear to him that his capacity of consciousness is an echo of the actualities of the world. And in the answer to the question of the soul and the divine nature of the soul, he also finds an answer to the question concerning the origin of evil. This is something highly characteristic of Jakob Boehme, which has aroused the admiration of some deep thinkers. Thus, for example, Schelling was significantly moved when he became aware of the way in which Jakob Boehme approached the question of the significance of evil in the world, and other 19th century thinkers also admired the profundity of thought with which Jakob Boehme tackled this question. It can be said of many people who have explored the question of the origin of evil that they have searched for its primal cause. What is characteristic of Jakob Boehme is that he goes beyond that absolute point that many people think that it is possible to go. For where is one to go if one does not want to stop at this primal cause? Jakob Boehme goes beyond the primal cause when he wants to solve the question of the significance of evil. He reaches to what he significantly calls not the primal cause or ground, but the groundless. And here we indeed encounter in Jakob Boehme an experience of the human soul that one can admire to the highest degree, if one has the requisite organ. To be sure, the ordinary soul, which has its roots in the modern world conception, will quite possibly not possess this organ. But one can have this organ which feels admiration when, in the case of Jakob Boehme, the transition is made from the primal ground to the groundless. It is actually something like the, quote, egg of Columbus, close quote, something extremely simple. For in the moment when Jakob Boehme had solved the world riddle for himself in the way that we have described, when it was clear to him that there is a relationship between God and the world, as there is between the soul and the limbs of the body, he was also able to say to himself, parenthesis, these are not his actual words, but in our endeavor to understand him more closely, we want to characterize the essence of what he meant, close parenthesis. When the world came into being as a counterpart of the Godhead, dividedness appeared in the counterpart, differences between the limbs, as we might say. A dividedness of the individual bodily members with respect to the single soul came to manifestation. Is not every individual bodily member good in relation to the functions of the soul? Can we not say that the right hand is good, the left hand is good, everything is good, insofar as it serves the functions of the soul? But, because of its relative independence, indeed precisely because of its inherent goodness, can the right hand not injure the left hand? Here we have, in contrast to what constitutes harmony, placed the independence of the bodily nature, that which needs to have no ground, in quotes, or cause, in quotes. We have placed this in the primal ground, which deed is the direct result of passing from the primal ground to the groundless. Just as we do not need to seek the cause of darkness in light, so do we not need to seek the cause of evil in good. But since for Jakob Boehme the world is the counterpart of the Godhead, the possibility arises in this world of dividedness for individual limbs or members to work in opposition to one another, in that because for the purpose of the world, in order that the world might achieve its goal, they must have their independence. They must also develop this independence. Thus for Jakob Boehme the root cause of evil lies not in what people give by way of an explanation, but in what arises as groundlessness, without there being any need to explain it. This arises of itself as a counterpart of the good. And now evil, what is inappropriate and harmful, becomes for Jakob Boehme itself a counterpart in the world to good, just as we become aware of ourselves through contact with an object. We move along in space, we do not think of ourselves, but we begin to do so as soon as, for example, we bump our head on a window. We become aware of ourselves through the counterpart, through the object. Just as Jakob Boehme places consciousness over and against the counterpart, just as he experiences himself through the counterpart, the good, the appropriate, the advantageous and useful becomes aware of itself, for him, through the fact that it has to preserve itself from the harmful and inappropriate. It becomes aware of itself in that evil, in quotes, becomes the counterpart of good, in a similar way to the objects that are experienced through collision with the outer world. Thus Jakob Boehme sees in good the power which assimilates its counterpart, just as a person constantly assimilates in his memory what he has himself set forth from his consciousness. Thus we find a constant absorption of evil, and hence an enriching of good with evil. And as darkness relates to light, in that light shines into the darkness and thereby becomes visible for the first time, the good only becomes an effective influence by working into evil and by relating to evil as does light to darkness. Just as light is differentiated through darkness into various colors, and could not appear as light if it did not encounter darkness, so can good fulfill its function in the world only by experiencing itself through its counterpart, through evil. This is how Jakob Boehme views the world. He sees good having influence by virtue of the fact that it finds itself confronted by evil, but that it takes evil into its own domain, as it were, absorbs it. Thus a pre-earthly event is visualized by Jakob Boehme in such a way that he says to himself, the Godhead once placed other spiritual beings over and against itself. These were, like our present nature at a later stage, a counterpart of the Godhead. Thus these beings were already a counterpart of the Godhead, whereby the Godhead achieved consciousness of itself. But they related to the Godhead as limbs that turn against their own body. By this means, for Jakob Boehme, the being of Lucifer came into existence. What is Lucifer for him? He is the being who, once the counterpart has been created, made use of the dividedness, the manifoldness, in order to rebel against his Creator as an independent counterpart. Thus, in the forces of the world that are differentiated from and struggle against one another, Jakob Boehme finds what has to be, what contributes to evolution as a whole, by being absorbed in the evolutionary process. In the same way, he also visualizes that all deeds of the opponent of the gods are in order that the deeds of the Godhead itself may come to fulfillment all the more strongly through the counterpart, absorbed by the Godhead, and that the self-fulfillment of the Godhead will become all the more glorious through the forces which the opponent develops. Jakob Boehme pursues to the deepest level the thought that extends the experiencing of consciousness to the cosmic experience of the origin and primal state of evil. And he expresses it, and this is not something that he has given as a theoretical solution to the world riddle, but what he has experienced, by means of a simple formula. No yes without a no. For the yes must first experience itself through its counterpart, through the no. No yes without a no is the simple formula into which Jakob Boehme brought the whole problem of evil. It is not a theoretical formula, but in this philosophy there lies something like a most primal, most elemental experience. For to know that there is no yes without a no, that evil is absorbed by good and contributes to the evolution of the world, may yet be nothing. But it is something else to be a struggling soul, a soul that experiences pain and suffering, temptations and seductions, and to say to oneself, all this must be, and in spite of this I can, out of my living, and not theoretical, philosophical words, furnish myself with the certainty and the consolation and the hope that the best in me will find the possibility of overcoming what is only the counterpart, the no, through the primordial impulse, through the yes. And no matter how much I become entangled in evil, and no matter how small the ray of light may be that extends over it, I can and may hope for liberation, so that the good in me and not the evil will be victorious. When such a philosophy develops into a certainty of redemption, it is something that is indeed linked with the personality, but at the same time has a universal human significance. If one allows this to work upon one's soul, one will gladly go from this struggling soul that ponders the cold abstractions of yes and no in order to acquire from this the warmest soul content and the warmest soul experiences. One will gladly progress from this soul that struggles for confidence in its world conception to the solitary man in Görlitz, who had no opportunity to found a school, for he had to spend the time that people otherwise devote to intellectual matters to making shoes. He had to carve out the time needed for his many books. One is glad to go to this person whose books reveal how he struggled with language, because his outward education was so limited, but whose teachings, nevertheless, became widespread and gained notoriety after his death. To this man who sat on his cobbler's bench and had only a few friends with whom he shared his thoughts. It is true that he had friends to whom he wrote letters, but their number was only small. Thus one perceives him in his solitude, and has the feeling that there is in this some kind of necessary connection, just as one can only think of Giordano Bruno as journeying through the world, moving from one country to another, in order to impart something about the world by trumpeting it forth, just as one feels with him who involves himself with a multiplicity of phenomena, that this journeying belonged to this world conception. So does one feel in the other case, that this solitary shoemaker experienced something that could, as it were, only be experienced in a solitary dialogue with the spirits of existence, in this solitary seership that we characterized at the outset. If we feel in this way, we begin to have a clearer sense of what a person needs in order to bring his thoughts to bear on solving the riddles of the world. That the greatest things that can be experienced in the world are independent of place and time, that they are linked only with the human soul's meditative power, and that the soul can undertake the most extensive journeys into regions of the spirit, always and everywhere. Then these significant words that characterize Jakob Boehme's world conception sound a chord within us and stir our thoughts. Quote, "Those who time as eternity, and eternity as time decree, they indeed are freed from the strife and hostile deed." Close quote. This does not characterize his world conception in a theoretical sense, but it characterizes what his world conception really came to be, through the fact that he was so special a human being. For we have been able to emphasize that through his whole being, he was more intimately connected with nature than most other people are, that he experienced the weaving and working of nature in the experiences of his own soul. This leads us to sense a certain necessity in the way that Jakob Boehme's friends characterized him. They portrayed him in a favorable light. For let us bear in mind that when there was in the East, in the Orient, a widely diffused and wonderfully detailed knowledge, whose wisdom we admire when we become familiar with it, we still find on Central European soil the very simplest intellectual culture. We find that in all the souls of Central Europe there still lives something like an intimate connection of the forces in the depths of the soul with the forces of nature and nature beings, and that people, through twigs on the ground and from the runes that they formed, they saw and endeavored to solve all kinds of riddles. These people were rune decipherers. And from everything that speaks from the souls of the people in the forests of ancient Germania, of what lives in nature, of what rustles through the trees or lives mysteriously in human souls themselves, we feel something of what was alive in Jakob Boehme's soul. We then begin to understand something about Jakob Boehme, which we would otherwise find very difficult to comprehend today. It is no arbitrary conjecture if we compare the picture of the decipherer of runes, who solves all sorts of riddles from the twigs which have been strewn on the ground, and seeks to come to a knowledge of the revelations of the Godhead itself, with the way that, for example, Jakob Boehme depicts the syllables sul and fur in a rune-like way, out of his relationship with a feeling for language, and from this wants to solve world riddles. He then appears to us as a last living vestige from the forests of Germania, and we understand why his friends gave him the name Philosophus Teutonicus. This includes, however, his significance for the times to come. We look upon the way that he struggled with the most stirring issue that can preoccupy the human soul, that in this struggle he arrived at peace, and that his last words, quote, "Now I am going to paradise," close quote, were the seal of soul consistency or soul practice. It is this that led him to peace in his soul. A breath of faith lives in all his books, and from this point of view Jakob Boehme can have significance for us and for all times. This Philosophus Teutonicus will always set the tone for what he can really mean to the soul that familiarizes itself with him as regards the practical implications of a philosophy. His opponents sometimes made a strange impression, beginning from 1684, when the first, more forceful refutation of Jakob Boehme by Kaloff appeared, until our time, when, in the past century, there has also been a critical appraisal of Jakob Boehme written by a Leipzig scholar, Dr. Harls. Harls wants to show, somewhat curiously, that Jakob Boehme merely raked up old alchemical writings, and then says that after often spending the day tormenting himself by presenting Jakob Boehme in this way, he was glad when, in the evening, after this toiling away with Jakob Boehme, he could approach Matthias Claudius in order to find recuperation and edification in his words. And he also wishes for his readers that they do not allow themselves to be captivated by the glittering and glistening formulations of Jakob Boehme, but that they, likewise, take refuge in the simple and naive Matthias Claudius, whose gift to the soul is such that it does not need to seek its salvation in being elevated to the loftiest heights of spiritual life. It may be the case that this Dr. Harles, the opponent of Jakob Boehme, had to take refuge in Matthias Claudius in order to escape from the glittering, high-flown formulations of Jakob Boehme, and that in Claudius he could find a peace that contrasted with his experience of studying Jakob Boehme. However, this gives a strange impression for someone who knows that Matthias Claudius himself, after he had achieved what Dr. Harles appreciated in him, for his part took refuge in someone who was not only familiar with Jakob Boehme, but even translated him, in St. Martin, who was a faithful pupil of Jakob Boehme. So it is very good if one not only knows from whom Dr. Harles, Jakob Boehme's opponent, sought edification, but if one also knows from whom Matthias Claudius in turn sought his edification. But the worldview of Jakob Boehme is one that has the capacity to lead beyond contradictions, if one does not simply stop there. The whole nature of the lectures that have been given here has shown that where the world conception that is being represented here is concerned, we should not be focused solely on a particular phenomenon, but that we should be trying to understand what can be understood of the spiritual world directly out of our own time. There is no doubt that Jakob Boehme remains a significant personality, a star of the first magnitude in the spiritual firmament of mankind. And yet no one will be preoccupied solely with him. Thus the descriptions that have been given in our time through spiritual science are not presented from Jakob Boehme's standpoint, but from that of our own time. And in the next lecture it will be shown what an entirely modern figure has to say. But Jakob Boehme becomes even more interesting when we call to mind his spirit nature, standing upright in simplicity and solitude, and taking flight with his soul into the highest region of clairvoyance. And when we find how this spirit nature could spread peace over Jakob Boehme's soul, such as can be felt by all who approach him with understanding, or at least try to understand him. Hence intellectually based characterizations will also not come close to Jakob Boehme, but only those that endeavor to sense what a person like Jakob Boehme felt, what streamed forth from him in, for example, the 4 significant lines that have been cited. For the words with which I try to characterize Jakob Boehme acquire their significance if those present feel that they were not said in order to give rise to a theory or a theoretical characterization of him, but so that, as we directly contemplate this figure of Jakob Boehme, something streams forth from him, and streams forth so much the more warmly and intensely the more we come to know him, which can summarize what has been said in words that epitomize his peace, his deep serenity. Quote, "Those who time as eternity, and eternity as time decree, they indeed are freed from strife and hostile deed." Close quote. The end of Lecture 7.